Marvel, reincarnated as Killian. I am the master of technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Half a year later. What makes Killian happy is that he can have a few more sets of armor in stock, and he can also let his researchers conduct in-depth development. He has always believed that vibranium, as the most representative metal on Earth and one of the most powerful products of Marvel editors, must have great development potential. At the very least, he can develop capabilities far beyond Tony Mark 50 armor, just like Tony Stark's nano armor. And T'Chaka is also happy. With 3 bottles of T0 antiviral serum a year, he can not only make his son, daughter and wife all get all-round growth in vitality and physique at once, but also live as long as he eats heart-shaped grass. Even after next year, he can distribute the T0 antiviral serum given by Avant-Garde as a reward to the bravest tribal warriors in the country. At this moment in the live broadcast outside, when careful people found that Killian, the chairman of Avant-Garde, and a representative of an unknown small African country left and entered a specially arranged room alone, they began to discuss it. After all, for them, the current position of the chairman of Pioneer Technology is not above the 5 permanent members, but at least it can be on par with them. The head of such an influential group actually ignored the representatives of the other 5 permanent members and those powerful member states to chat with such a representative whose country many people can't even name. It's like a princess falling in love with a beggar and a swan falling in love with a toad. By the way, which country's representative is this? I just saw representatives of several countries, even powerful countries like India and France, who only exchanged a few pleasantries when they went to see Mr. Killian. I haven't seen Mr. Killian take the initiative to talk to others. This is a bit too strange. Yes. Just now, Lord Killian just smiled and dealt with the leaders of the other 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. This time he actually went there in person. I seem to smell something unusual. I just found out that the person who just went with Lord Killian is from a remote and poor country in Africa called Wakanda, and that person is the king of Wakanda, T'Challa. Hiss. Wakanda. Then I have a very clear impression of it. Isn't the most famous thing about Wakanda Captain America's vibranium shield? I heard that it was a metal meteorite that fell from outer space to Wakanda decades ago. I heard that the metal refined from the meteorite is indestructible. Howard Stark of Stark Group once spent a huge amount of money to buy it and then made Captain America's shield. Oh, I remember now. I heard that thing is indeed very precious. The price of 1 gram is even several times more expensive than gold. But it's a pity that this is not a mineral deposit on Earth, but a meteorite from outer space. Even in Wakanda, there are not many. Otherwise, Howard Stark would not have spent a huge price to buy it. I guess there won't be much left even if there are any. Hiss. So it seems that Lord Killian is eyeing Wakanda's vibranium metal. Are there any high-tech robots to be developed? I'm really looking forward to it. Don't expect anything from the person above. Howard Stark spent a huge price to buy only a few hundred kilograms of vibranium. If Wakanda really had it, how could they not sell it all? They are remote, poor and backward. If I were their king, I would buy it all at once. So don't hold out too much hope. Even if there is, there won't be much. For a moment, everyone discussed it in 2s and 3s, and they had roughly guessed Killian's attention to Wakanda. After all, it's like a beautiful woman. When a normal single man invites a beautiful woman to dinner, everyone will think that it is to tease each other, not just for dinner. However, in the eyes of most people, even if Killian is on good terms with Wakanda, it is not very useful. After all, it is just a meteorite. How big can it be? Even if it is a few tons, it is estimated that it has been consumed for decades. Then everyone did not continue to talk about this topic. In the following months, with the formal establishment of the Earth Federation, the overall technology of mankind has once again ushered in a great outbreak. With the help of Pioneer Technology, one after another controlled nuclear fusion reactors have been erected in various countries, and the future science fiction items such as intelligent robots, smartphones and AR glasses developed by various countries have also begun to enter everyone's life in the form of 100 flowers blooming. In order to complete the technical guidance to various countries, Pioneer Technology has sent out expert groups and even every science and technology lecture, which has been unprecedentedly welcomed. Senior researchers at the national level in each country even sacrificed their rare holidays to come. For a time, the human race as a whole was developing rapidly. Some media even reported that the technological leap of human beings in the past few months alone was far beyond the efforts of human beings in the previous decades. Under the leadership of the Earth Federation, the overall technological level was even considered to have developed rapidly for 10 years. Moreover, the most important thing is that in the space carrier production bases built by Pioneer Technology on several continents around the world, with a large amount of funds injected and resources tilted by various countries, one after another aerospace carriers with flags of different countries were produced. By July, in just half a year, 50 aerospace carriers were born in the world, of which the 5 major countries directly accounted for 20, nearly half of the total, and Longo was the largest, ordering the most, a full 8. After these things were manufactured, Killian directly delivered them to various countries, allowing them to match their own weapons or other things. They only needed to ensure that the citizens of their own country could adapt to the space carrier before the end of the year and take the first step in collective space exploration. Then something happened during this period, that is, Pioneer Technology's official website released an announcement that shocked many people. That is, from now on, AIM Pioneer Technology officially changed its name from AIM Pioneer Technology Company to AIM Pioneer Technology Universe Company. A subsidiary of AIM Pioneer Technology Universe Company also established AIM Pioneer Technology Universe Space Resources Mining Company, and also obtained the recognition of the Earth Federation, becoming the only private enterprise in the world with the rights of space mineral energy mining and alien colonization. And it is also the only armed company in the world that can conduct international law enforcement. However, because of the setting of the 5 permanent members and 1 department when the Earth Federation was first established, this news did not cause much fluctuation. For people, even if AIM Pioneer Technology is announced to be established by aliens, it is not surprising for the people of the world who have been influenced by various things. In this way, until September, in the evening, in a cave in the Middle East. At this time, after more than half a year of dormancy, Wang Chu, the leader of the 10th Order gang who had kidnapped Tony for half a year, looked at the surveillance camera at this moment, and after seeing the more than 50 steel armors neatly placed in the cave, the whole person could not help but feel an unprecedented sense of pride. Ho ha ho ha. Look, this is our precious wealth for conquering the entire Middle East and even the entire Asia in the future. As long as we have this group of Iron Legions, there is nothing that our 10th Order gang can't do. At this moment, he looked at his men and laughed loudly. At this moment, he felt that the time for him to dominate the world was not far away. He only needed one order, and in front of these dozens of iron mechas, those opponents who had been against him, even the government army, would all become cannon fodder. But, leader, what about that adult? Didn't we say at the beginning that we would offer these armors as a credit so that we could officially join in? A tall and tyrannical deputy beside him tried to ask cautiously. Haha, the past was the past, and now is now. The times have changed. That adult has been eliminated by the times. He tends to be old-fashioned and still follows those ancient hermit traditions. He has a powerful body, but he only wants to fall into the gentle countryside and guard his own little piece of land. He does not seek to make progress. He is simply a waste. Humph. When my Iron Legion conquers the country under its feet and then sweeps across Asia, I will go to him and let him know what real technology changes destiny. At this time, the leader Wang Chu, who was originally very happy, snorted disdainfully after hearing the words of his subordinates and then spoke. To be honest, the reason why they named the 10th Order Gang is that they want to join the real 10 Commandments Gang, because in this land of Asia, the 10 Commandments Gang, an ancient organization, has been passed down from thousands of years to the present, and has always possessed extremely terrible combat power and influence. And he also knew that in order to establish his own warlord in the chaotic Middle East, the first thing is to have his own organizational system and inheritance, so he thought of the 10 Commandments Gang, this ancient organization. As long as he joins them, he can use the influence of the 10 rings to raise his own army, and maybe even get in touch with the real 10 rings. However, no matter how hard he tries, until the end, he only meets a soldier who is not even the head of the 10 Rings branch, and then gets the title of a member of the peripheral organization. They are allowed to use the name of the 10 Rings, but even so, they only set up the current 10th Order Gang, but that's all. To truly enter the 10 Rings and become a real member, you need to make a great contribution to the gang. In the past, they have been working in this direction, collecting resources, population, arms and weapons, etc., until they finally boarded the ship of Abadestan, the second in command of the Stark Group. Then they learned about the plan for them to attack Tony Stark, and all the changes started from here. Originally, their own internal plan was to capture Tony Stark, and then try their best to get the knowledge in Tony Stark's mind for their use, especially those unmanned Metro Legions that the Stark Group has recently developed and deployed by the United States in Afghanistan and the Middle East. You know, because of this thing, they were once able to expand wildly, but in the end they could only curl up in this cave. After seeing the power of this thing, especially with Tony Stark, the ace producer, in his hand, he naturally felt the powerful force brought by the new era of technology. At this moment, in his world, the Ten Rings gang and that adult, all had to stand aside. When his army came out completely, it would not be whether he wanted to join the Ten Rings gang, but how the Ten Rings gang would think about joining them. Yes, Chief, we should have done this a long time ago. Now the brothers have been staying here for half a year, and their mouths are almost dry. It's already been a long time. Should we consider leaving the mountain now? And now we have these 50 unmanned mechas, which are enough for you, the chief, to lead us to sweep across the entire Middle East. After hearing the ambition of their own chief, the deputy on the side did not express anything about it, but encouraged him. After all, they are terrorists. If terrorists don't do the things of terrorist organizations, what's the point? Kidnapping, trafficking, extortion, and attacking government forces are what they should do. Ho ha ho ha. That's right. Then make a decision right now. While it's dark now, those government forces are not prepared, it's just right for us to take action. You go and inform your men to get ready and immediately lead my Iron Army to kill. Oh, by the way, come with me to see our great genius, Tony Stark. He can't die, otherwise where can we find fighting chickens that can be armed? After hearing what his deputy said, the leader Wang Qiu also felt excited, and then laughed and said. Then he led several men to the place where Tony Stark was imprisoned. On the other side. Wait, bastards. When I officially connect to the network of all unmanned armors, I will kill you all at once. At this moment, in front of a computer connected to the signal transmission lines of 50 unmanned armors, Tony was editing the program on the computer quickly with his scarred and calloused hands, and spoke with gritted teeth. He had been in the cave for a whole 6 months. Who knew how he had survived? Every day he was either woken up by a beating or a scolding. There was not a single spot on his body that was healthy. And, anyway, this time, he was going to bury all these dregs along with this cave in the desert. Then, as Tony pressed the enter key, the progress bar for the data connection appeared and began to rise from 1%. The corners of Tony's mouth also rose higher and higher as the progress bar continued to rise. When his mouth was about to smile and twist, the door suddenly opened, and Tony could not help but freeze in his tracks. He really didn't expect that someone would break in at night. Don't these idiots sleep? Ha ha. Look. Our great genius Tony Stark is still so dedicated to assembling mechas for our huge empire at night. Bede, you should let your men learn more from others, understand? As long as you are loyal to the organization will not treat you unfairly. Pass my order, serve our great genius Tony Stark some decent food tonight. By the way, give him the canned beef we seized last time. At this time, after Wang Qiu brought his men in, he couldn't help but smile excitedly when he saw Tony Stark still busy in front of his armor, and then spoke to several men behind him. Chief, the canned beef last time has been eaten by those brothers. Now we only have the American dog food we seized. If it's a few days later, there may be no dog food left. Now everyone eats more simply. At this time, Bede, who was standing aside, couldn't help but come up after hearing what his leader said, and then spoke in a low voice. Just these words made Wang Qiu's originally happy face reveal an awkward smile. Moreover, because the cave was not big and the distance between the two was not very far, Tony Stark could also hear what the other party was saying. For a moment, even the corners of his mouth twitched. Forget it. Tonight, believe me, when we come back tonight, you will be the second most meritorious person in our 10th Order gang, and you will have stakes and beauties. As long as you assist me loyally like you are now and build a huge Metzja army for me, I guarantee that you will have endless wealth and glory. Ho ha ho ha. After laughing awkwardly, Wang Qiu changed the subject again. While looking at the Metzja soldiers lying quietly in place in an orderly manner, he spoke to Tony Stark in front of him with satisfaction. Chief, he seems to be the richest man in the world. And he has much more money than us. After hearing the low-level words of his leader to win people over, the younger brother beside him immediately reminded him kindly. After all, if such words are spread out, let alone winning others over, it would be a miracle if they don't laugh to death. As expected, after hearing Wang Chu's words, Tony Stark just stared at him expressionlessly. He is just an old-fashioned man. His vision allows him to imagine that a most comfortable life is stake with beautiful women. It is estimated that even the tricks are only a few times. Chapter 177 Ding. Rescue signal received. When he was out there, the food was shipped in from all over the place. The beauties were top actresses, socialites, ladies, divas, CEOs, sometimes one Vogue too, sometimes they had a group party on the plane. But he was too lazy to talk about it, as long as this country bumpkin didn't let anyone beat him up again, and the rest was to wait until the data was completed, and he would let these kids know what fatherly love was. Paya! Exclamation mark. Are you teaching me how to do things? Damn, are you the leader or am I the leader? How can I not know if he has money? Even his whereabouts, What is the most important thing in life? It is to exchange sincerity for sincerity. I treat people with sincerity. How can Tony Stark, as a world genius, a child of destiny, and a famous figure, betray me? Do I need you to say this? Suddenly, when no one reacted, accompanied by a loud slap, one of Wang Chu's men was slapped to the ground by his powerful slap, and then pointed at the other party and scolded him. When talking about winning over Tony, he looked at Tony with an exaggerated expression, as if I had given everything to you, and you should follow me. In general, Tony's heart was beating fast. I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong. At this moment, the subordinate who was knocked to the ground, after hearing the leader's beating and scolding, kowtowed and admitted his mistakes. After all, here, those who made mistakes either apologized on the spot and asked the boss to give them a second chance, or they would give them a second chance to be a human being. Humph! Get out of here! Looking at the embarrassing appearance of his subordinates, Wang Chu felt disgusted at this moment. After saying that, he looked at the group of steel soldiers behind Tony Stark not far away, revealing a look of fanaticism and love. The whole person couldn't help but approach with an intoxicated face, and stroked a cold but solid mecha that gave him a sense of security. Huh? What are you doing? However, while being intoxicated, Wang Chu narrowed his eyes slightly, and then suddenly found the abnormality on the computer behind Tony Stark, and then he asked, "What is this?" Data debugging. If these unmanned steel mechas want to truly move, they must have programs written and data debugged. Otherwise, I don't think you would want to see a group of mecha soldiers who can't even walk. After hearing Wang Chu's words, Tony's heart tightened at first, but he still spoke expressionlessly in his usual deceptive tone. You'd better not have any other little thoughts, Tony Stark. I will have someone watch you closely. If you cooperate, you will be the logistics supervisor of our 10th Order gang. If you don't cooperate, I'm sorry, I will have to take your head to report. After seeing Tony's expression that didn't seem to be fake, although Wang Chu still felt something was wrong, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was not a digital genius and couldn't understand the orders Tony Stark was writing to the mecha soldiers. Otherwise, if anyone understood, they would have unplugged the data transmission lines on the spot. However, even so, as a person who had walked out of this battlefield that lasted for decades, his instinct told him that he still had to say some warning words, and then he looked at Tony in front of him with a threatening look and said, "Relax, brother, I'm on you now, and there are so many guns and surveillance cameras watching me 24 hours a day. What else are you worried about?" After hearing the other party's threat, Tony raised his hands high, then looked at the other party with an innocent and sincere face and spoke. Now it will take some time for the program data to load, so he can only try his best to delay the other party. However, it is obvious that his interpersonal skills have been effective at this moment. How long will it take for these mecha soldiers to be used? I need to use them immediately. After coldly examining the other party and confirming that there are no other threats, Wang Chu spoke. It will take about half an hour, until the data loading is completed. After hearing the other party's words, Tony realized that time was limited and had no choice but to speak helplessly. After all, the other party is here and has seen the loading page of the progress bar. No matter how much he delays, he can't delay too long, so he can only hope that the group of people guarding him later can let him find an opportunity. He has already debugged a battle armor that can accommodate his body, but unfortunately the time here is not enough for him to wear it, so he can only write the data code by hand and write the automatic wearing program of the mecha. Unfortunately, he originally thought that he would be able to debug it tonight, and then bring his Iron Army to destroy this place, and then return to the United States with the momentum of the King's return. Unexpectedly, the leader here actually came here in the middle of the night, and announced that it would be used that night. At this moment, Tony only hated that he did not find the opportunity earlier. But everything was too late. Humph. Bede, you have 2 other people to stay here and be responsible for watching him. If there is any abnormal movement, just shoot directly. Don't hesitate, but you must also be careful. I will keep an eye on this place. After hearing Tony's words, Wang Chu just glanced at the computer showing the progress bar. Although he didn't understand the data, he could still understand the progress bar. It's only 15% now. It will be fine when it reaches 100%. It's not a big deal. However, Wang Chu still gave instructions to his men and walked back to his room. Although the road was bumpy because it was in the cave, as his base, as long as he thought that after tonight, he could sleep on the big bed called Simmons, and there would be all kinds of popular young women waiting for him to choose, he felt that he couldn't stop. The whole person walked with a little excitement. After Wang Chu left, Bede, who was beaten, stood up again with the help of his companions. However, at this moment, he looked at Tony Stark not far away angrily. Although he couldn't hate his leader, he could do something for the man who made him so miserable. What are you looking at? You stinky thing, did you let you rest? Hurry up and do it for me. If you delay the leader's important business, I will beat you to death in a minute. Then, when he saw Tony's understated look sweeping over him, he felt a deep sense of dignity being trampled on in his heart, and then he pulled the whip and beat him hard. And then he threw it to the ground, and then he shouted at Tony in front of him. If I were you, I wouldn't speak to me so loudly. Who do you think you are? In the eyes of your leader, 100 of you are not as good as one of me. Guess, if something happens to me, and I can't make these iron soldiers work for various reasons, will your leader use your current leader's whip to beat me, or will he poke his gun barrel into your PY, so that you can experience the feeling of a flower blooming from the inside out? Tony directly ignored the other party's fierce attitude, and looked at the other party with an indifferent expression, as if he was looking at a dead person, and then spoke to him calmly. Although he had been deliberately forbearing the suppression of these guys, now he didn't want to endure it any longer. Any bastard who used to be like scum and not worthy of his attention can run in front of him to show off his power and suppress him to make up for his pathetic self-esteem because of being bullied by the leader. He, Tony Stark, can compromise for safety and life, but if this is exchanged for a waste like this, he will let the other party personally experience the power of being a high IQ genius. Humph. You'd better pray that you can successfully activate these drones, otherwise, I will be the first to stand up and deal with you. After hearing that this rich man who had been suppressed by his companions for half a year dared to resist him now, especially after threatening him in front of his companions, the man felt that he was about to explode with anger, but looking at the other party's appearance and what he was doing now, he felt deeply terrified by the leader's terrifying prestige and did not dare to cross the line. In the end, he could only look at Tony angrily, throw a cruel word, and turn around and ignore him. After seeing their companions become angry so easily, the 2 people on the side just shook their heads helplessly and said nothing, just quietly watching Tony Stark. After all, they just wanted to seek stability and wealth. As for promotion and trying to be the second or third in command of the leader, it was too far away for them. And just like that, until half an hour passed, when Wang Chu came in again, Tony Stark did not find a suitable time to get into the armor he had prepared. In this way, he could only watch the progress bar with reluctance until it reached 100% loading completion. How is it? Ho-ha, it should be ready. At this time, after coming to the room, Wang Chu smiled happily after seeing the big 100% progress bar that came into view at first sight. After all, the 100% progress bar means that he can officially start the counterattack and take back the territories that should have belonged to him a few years ago. Okay, now he can adjust according to the input operation and fight. After hearing the other party's words, especially looking at Wang Chu's smug expression, Tony Stark wanted to activate the armor on the spot and blast the other party to death here. But looking at the 2 AK rifles that were always aiming at him, Tony could only bury this idea deep in his heart. After all, it has been so long, and he can wait for a while to find an opportunity. He is still young, only in his 30s, and a great life is still waiting for him. Ho ha ho ha. Good. Now, you immediately order them to follow me out and launch the attack of our great 10 Commandments gang. You also follow, and you, Bid, and the two next to you are still responsible for watching him. Don't let him do even the slightest trick, understand? After hearing Tony's words, Wang Jiu felt extremely excited at this moment, and then after being overjoyed, he said to everyone present. After hearing the leader's order, Bede looked at Tony Stark with a smug and ferocious expression, then walked up to Tony Stark with a rifle and followed him. Later, under the control of Tony Stark, the entire 10 Commandments gang hidden in the deep desert drove more than a dozen vehicles loaded with various weapons and armed personnel to the designated target area, and those unmanned mecha soldiers, under the control of Tony, kept up with the entire army's itinerary at a very fast speed. At this moment, the mighty 10 Commandments gang army began to announce their official return to the entire Middle East. Boom boom boom. A few hours later, accompanied by powerful artillery attacks and unmanned mecha soldiers who were almost immune to various artillery shells, the 10 Commandments gang's troops of more than 100 people began to attack a small county town near a core city in the Middle East, and before that they had already captured several villages at a very fast speed. Ha 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 ha. This time, I am the king. I want to truly dominate the world. Looking at the dazzling artillery fire in front of him, and the 50 unmanned mecha soldiers defending the immortal charge, like a moving copper wall, smashing the government army's solid facilities one after another, Wang Jiu shouted excitedly at this moment. Before he came, he thought that the unmanned mecha soldiers made by Tony Stark might be very strong, but he didn't expect that they were so outrageous that an unmanned mecha soldier could easily defeat a squad of soldiers from the other side, and they couldn't even break the skin of the unmanned mecha soldiers. After a few hours, except for the slow RPG that accidentally hit the parts inside two mechas and made them unable to move, all the others only had skin impact scars. At this moment, facing the torrent of steel, the human flesh and blood body seemed so fragile and powerless for the first time. At this moment, looking at those innocent soldiers who died tragically under the weapons he made, Tony Stark stared at this scene with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he found for the first time that he seemed to be wrong, even a little bit wrong. He had always believed in his uncle's words. The things he made were like nuclear bombs, used to maintain world peace. Even if one or two were accidentally used occasionally, it was to make people deeply feel the horror of war. In this way, there would be no more wars, but at this moment, he found that he was wrong. It seemed that he and their Stark group were the culprits of the war in the Middle East. Because he found that in the hands of these terrorists, not only did they have the unmanned mecha army he made, but even the missiles and guns were all produced by their Stark group. Looking at those lives that were even younger than him, there was no reversal. Unlike in the movies, there were all kinds of ups and downs, thrilling transitions and scenes before death. Here, every person who died was really shot by a bullet from nowhere, and his life was taken away directly with a whoosh, and then he fell straight down. It was very calm, very intuitive, and very realistic. One life after another disappeared from his sight like a bullet. At this moment, Tony Stark even felt a torture from the depths of his soul and a heart-wrenching feeling from his heart. However, the entire battlefield would not stop because of his feelings. As time passed, the damned people continued to die, and the members of the 10 Commandments were extremely excited and happy. Now, they could even imagine what kind of madness they would face after the government forces were truly defeated. You know, the last time was half a year ago. The feeling of aftertaste can be said to be unforgettable for them in their lifetime, and they even wish to do it again at any time. On the other side, in the command room of the government forces in a county in Afghanistan. How is it? Have you called for help? These damn terrorists, where on earth did they get these drones? And those missiles? If no one is causing trouble here, I'll take my head off and let them kick it like a ball. At this moment, feeling the roar of the continuous artillery fire above his head, the man who is the head of the government corps shouted loudly to the liaison officer beside him. Captain. Already called for help. It will take another 3 hours for the nearest government army to arrive. Let's do our best to wait. They will come to support us as quickly as possible. After hearing the words of his own captain, the signalman on the side also shouted loudly to the answer just given to him. Damn it. Another 3 hours. Let alone 3 hours now, it's a question whether we can hold on for 30 minutes. You might as well just reply to them and tell them not to come, and wait until tomorrow morning to bring the coffin and collect our bodies." After hearing the signalman say that it would take a full 3 hours, the head of the government corps felt black in front of his eyes. You have to know that the reason why they have been able to hold out for so long under the bombardment of the Ten Commandments members is because his men have been sacrificing their lives, and now, not even 1 in 10 of his men are left. Even if they sacrifice their lives again, it will only take half an hour. In this case, it is impossible for him to hold out for another 3 hours to wait for the arrival of the government, even if he goes up. Oh, right, the Earth Federation. Yes, there's still the Earth Federation. Find Pioneer Technologies. Isn't there still Pioneer Technologies? Ask them for help immediately. See what they say. At this time, the captain suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up in an instant, and then he spoke. Although he knew at this moment that his hope might be a little slim, but since Pioneer Technologies can develop super black technology like the aerospace mothership, then, it should be able to rescue in time, right? Ling. Rescue signal received. Chapter 178 Neuronal Connection Proofreading. At this time, at a Pioneer Technology base in northeastern Africa. Received a distress signal, the detection risk index is level, activated the sea-level Tyrant Squad, and now started transporting. After receiving a distress message, Dabe directly authorized the local robots to start the action in accordance with the laws of the Earth Federation. Then, as the robots in the base began to operate continuously, a total of 2 huge gas tanks were transported to the carrier by the robots. The Tyrant Squad is in place, and now it is being deployed. Ling. Estimated time 30 seconds. Then, as the machine began to count down, the entire transport plane loaded with a Tyrant flew out of the base at a very fast speed and headed towards the target. For a moment, the sky seemed to be pierced by a sharp arrow, and the airwaves brought by the spacecraft cut a huge hole. Ling. C-Class Tyrant Squad has arrived at the rescue point. 3, 2, 1. Drop. In just a few seconds, the transport plane flew from hundreds of kilometers away to the top of the battlefield. Before the terrorists could react, they could only hear bursts of air-breaking sounds overhead, and then 2 huge cans fell directly in the middle of them. What is this? At this time, after seeing this thing fall in the middle of them for no reason, one of the Ten Commandments gang's men, after experiencing the initial panic, found that it was not a bomb and did not explode, and could not help but move closer to it, and then asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Who cares what it is, let's shoot a burst of bullets first." After hearing his teammates' words, the man next to him pulled him behind him and spoke. Then he took the AK in his hand and fired wildly at the cans. However, along with the man's gunshot, a strong force suddenly came out from the inside of the can, and the lid of the can was kicked off, and the unlucky guy who fired the first shot was directly smashed out by the can. Human detected. Identification: Middle Eastern terrorists. Status: intruder. Killer loud. At this moment, the big guy who had walked out of the can, after scanning the terrorists in the circle with his glasses, also sent the latest display on his glasses. Then, after seeing the content on the display, the 2 tyrants also began their killing spree. All the terrorists in front of them were hammered into pieces by them, and those unmanned mecha soldiers who wanted to help were pinched by the tyrant's big hand on their heads after they came forward, and then they were directly squeezed like a balloon. After seeing this, the other unmanned mecha soldiers around also began to control their weapons according to the intelligent control and began to shoot at the 2 big guys frantically. Even the RPGs that were brought from nowhere began to be fired at the tyrants. However, the firing speed of these RPGs was quite slow for the tyrants that had been newly improved and upgraded. Before they even came in front of him, he flashed in front of the missiles fired by the RPGs, grabbed them, and threw them back in the direction they were originally fired from. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by the sound of explosions, 2 more unmanned mecha soldiers were completely offline. Damn, what the hell is this? When did the government army have such a terrifying thing? At this time, after seeing that only 2 giants easily crushed several of his steel soldiers not far away, Wang Jiu felt bad and cursed. But no matter how angry he was, he still couldn't change the one-sided massacre of the tyrants. This time, the tyrants were different from the past. Each of them had super fast speed and super high thinking mode. As long as they were judged to be terrorists in front of them, they would be ruthlessly wiped out. Tony Stark, who was not far away, couldn't help but fall into stagnation after seeing this scene. He knew that Pioneer Technology and the US military had studied this thing, but what he didn't expect was that the Iron Legion he had worked so hard to build couldn't cause any damage in front of these two carbon-based creatures. The bullets hit them and were directly blocked by the huge windbreaker, and heavy and powerful weapons such as RPG couldn't even touch the bodies of these two monsters. What shocked him the most was that these two monsters were actually protecting the soldiers of the government army in their spare time. The technological system shown in this was simply shocking to him. Quick! Ignore those two monsters, they will protect other people. Aim your guns at them first, and then retreat. As for the problem Tony found, Wang Chu, the leader of the terrorists not far away, naturally also found it, and then he shouted to his men. After hearing the leader's words, the men who reacted immediately led the remaining Iron Legion to frantically shoot the ammunition in their hands, and their target was the room not far away that was already full of civilians. Civilian danger detected. Rescue. After seeing this scene, the tyrant's intelligence system also immediately gave a reminder, and then the tyrant's figure flashed in place, and as soon as he appeared, he came to the room where the civilians were hiding. Bang bang bang. The crisp sound of bullets was blocked by his huge body. At the same time, after seeing this scene, the tyrant on the other side also took a big step and jumped, and the whole person appeared directly above dozens of meters in the air, and then dived towards the crowd of terrorists at a huge speed. Boom! Exclamation mark. In an instant, a big pit was smashed in the place where the terrorists gathered, and some terrorists who were not dead yet had their heads crushed by the tyrant, and then rushed towards the remaining terrorists who were already fleeing. Who can tell me what the hell this is? At this moment, Wang Chu couldn't help but sit in the passenger seat and hit the door of the moving car with his hands, and said angrily. Now he felt that he was about to collapse. He had finally retreated to the depths of the desert for half a year just to fight for his own territory when he came back. As a result, before he could recover even half of his hinterland, he had just finally made a little shape, but he was beaten back by these two huge monsters. Then, as their convoy had just withdrawn from the county, two huge figures suddenly fell from the sky and blocked them. Then, without waiting for them to react, he kicked the off-road vehicle in front of him and kicked it dozens of meters away. All the terrorists in the car were thrown to death. After seeing this, the remaining terrorists immediately got off the vehicles with their drones and prepared to fight back. However, after all of them were killed, the drones that had been activated also went dark. The more than 20 drones that were still on the battlefield were all offline. Without the drones to delay, the remaining terrorists were slaughtered like ants by the tyrant. After the last 3 minutes, when the entire battlefield was quiet again, only the scrapped drones and corpses were left. Survivors found. Identity: Tony Stark. Status: kidnapped. Additional side mission retrieved. Find Tony Stark. Publishing: Publisher, Pepper of Stark Group. Side mission bounty: $5 billion. Beginning to report. When the only two tyrants left, one dealt with the personnel on the scene to ensure that no terrorists were missed, and the other came to Tony Stark, who was not marked in red. Then, with the analysis of the intelligence system, Tony Stark's identity was reported. At this moment, Tony Stark, who originally thought that his life was over here, saw the huge monster, which should not be called a giant. After all, the big guy in front of him no longer had the ferocious appearance he saw in the information at the beginning, but was just like a giant human. What surprised Tony was that after the other party came to him, he just looked at him with his glasses without any movement. Sir, in the Middle East, the C-Class Tyrant Squad, which originally received a request for help from the local government army, found Tony Stark, the chairman of the Stark Group, who had been missing for half a year, while on the way to rescue. Now report the information and ask us how to deal with it. On the other side, Killian, who was far away in the avant-garde technology building, was originally inspecting the latest achievements in the base, but suddenly received a message from Baymax. After seeing this message, Killian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of understanding. Once upon a time, he thought that when Tony was in the most embarrassing situation, he would personally run to him, and then look down at him in a condescending manner, and then loudly say, "Look, this is our once arrogant genius, the pride in everyone's eyes, and the Tony Stark who once looked down on everyone and didn't take anyone seriously." But now, after hearing this news, he didn't react for a while who this person was, and it was only after searching in his mind that he remembered the other party. Stark Group, a small group with a market value of just over 100 billion. Even during the time when Tony Stark was missing, the stock price of Stark Group has been falling, and now it is even less than 100 billion. Once upon a time, he had to look up to such a powerful group, and even wanted to take revenge on it, but now it is just like an ant in front of him. As long as he wants to kill, he only needs a look and a will, and countless people, forces, organizations and even countries will come to help him. But is it meaningful? Now he suddenly feels that these are meaningless. Instead of getting angry with people who have long been eliminated by the times like a child, it is better to develop his own power honestly. Forget it, let him destroy himself. By the way, how is our acquisition of Stark Group going? After coming to his senses, Killian just shook his head lightly and asked. This was the order he had given to Baymax to continue to secretly acquire shares of Stark Group. Now that Tony was mentioned, it would be expected that he would return soon, so he should naturally make some arrangements. 26% has been acquired. Tony Stark and Obadiah hold 39% and 25% of Stark Group's shares respectively. In the external market, I have done my best to acquire most of the shares circulating in the market, but the remaining 10% are basically in other investment institutions and individuals. Some are long-term holders in the stock market, and some are company veterans like Obadiah. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax also replied immediately. So we are now the second largest shareholder of Stark Group. It's quite interesting. I wonder how Tony Stark will react when he sees the scene after he comes back. After hearing Dabe say that he had obtained 26% of the shares of Stark Group, Killian couldn't help laughing. This feeling is like someone bullied you before, and then when you grow up, he works outside, and then you have become the husband of someone else's young and beautiful mother, and also his stepfather. The key is that he can't do anything to you after seeing it. For a moment, when he thought of his metaphor, Killian couldn't help laughing. Afterwards, Killian didn't continue to care about this matter, but took the exclusive elevator and went deep into the underground research base of Pioneer Technology. This is almost the second time he has come here, but the biggest difference from before is that the large robots here are close to completion, and many mechas are in the final coloring stage. Some have even been colored. And as the elevator continues to descend, soon, Killian saw that in the extremely large and spacious space, beams of light shone down from the ceiling, illuminating the two super mechas, Dangerous Wanderer and Storm Red, which made people feel that this was a scene of steel epic and full of charm. Looking around, the huge mecha stood tall, and various huge mechanical arms were connected around it to conduct basic detection of its main structure. There were also many engineering robots that were constantly doing the final test for it. Finally, as the elevator slowly stopped, after the elevator door opened, a group of staff who were busy with the final debugging work came into view, and on the transparent glass in front of them, the huge head cockpit that had not yet been formed was firmly controlled by the huge mechanical arm. A group of staff were also surrounding there, as if they were discussing something. "Boss, you are here." At this time, Dr. Otto, the person in charge of the base, came up immediately after seeing Killian come in, and then greeted him. "Well, how is the situation now?" After nodding, looking at the huge mecha head in front of the glass window, Killian couldn't help but feel excited in his heart, but he still spoke expressionlessly. To be honest, there was a moment when Killian really wanted to experience the feeling of driving this 100-meter giant mecha in person. Everything went well, and we are now doing the final debugging. We will let the driver enter the cockpit as soon as the debugging is completed. After hearing Killian's question, Dr. Otto immediately reported. "How is the neural connection? Are there any problems?" After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Killian also asked. After all, driving such a huge mecha, if you want to achieve the most realistic feedback in driving, it is best to use a driver and then connect the two neurally. As for why the unmanned mecha in the later period of Pacific Rim was not used, it can only be said that the limitations are too great. Sometimes it is indeed much more reliable to use people to operate than robots, and the drivers on Killian's side are not just simple humans. Well, after your suggestion, boss, they were all injected with T's mental medicine, and they all used clones cultivated with the same gene sequence. The neural connection between the two can be said to be perfectly 100% synchronized, and the upper limit of the control of the mecha is also higher. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto couldn't help but smile, and then he spoke. To be honest, at the beginning, regarding the content of the neural connection, he tested many clone warriors here, and almost all of them had the problem of not being able to connect at the same frequency, or they could not meet the driving standards. Until the end, Killian came over to see, and then left a sentence: "It is necessary to have strong mental power itself, and it is best to be a driver from the same mother or a very close relationship." It is precisely because of this that he used the company's clone cultivation to cultivate twins, and then after genetic editing and modification, injected them with T's mental medicine, and combined with physical strengthening medicine for the second step of transformation. While comprehensively strengthening the physical fitness and mental power of the clones, it can also enhance the running in degree of each other. It is precisely because of this that in the future, the primary issue of mecha driving, neural connection, is no longer a problem. Chapter 179 Pioneer Level Dangerous Wanderer. Very good. How is it setting now? Are there any surprises for me? After nodding, Killian looked at the huge robot in front of him and spoke to Dr. Otto beside him. After all, if the Pacific Rim Metro was designed completely according to the information he gave, he would be a little disappointed with Dr. Otto in front of him. Of course. First of all, I changed its nuclear power furnace. Now its core is a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. I strengthened the magnetic field inside it to ensure balance. In high-intensity battles, neither the material nor the appearance will be damaged too much. Compared with nuclear power plants of the same level, its strength is thousands of times greater. Secondly, I installed an energy gathering ring at its core, which can enhance the nuclear power output in a short period of time, gather it in front of the chest, and launch it in the form of a powerful energy beam. Its power is simulated according to data. Boss, you can roughly imagine it as holding a red-hot iron stick and sweeping across the desert without scruples. There will be almost no obstacles. Everything in front of it will be crushed and evaporated easily like sand and gravel. Then because of its own powerful power form, it is easiest for others to target it by tying it up through a trap and then carrying out a saturation attack. So, I combined the inspiration of the desperate virus user and installed the controlled nuclear fusion energy of the new generation of Pioneer Technology II device on its single hand. It can use a strong magnetic field to fuse hot plasma, and the temperature at its palm can reach more than 150 million degrees Celsius, about 10 times the temperature of the core of the sun. This ability can make this mecha get rid of various situations that cannot be moved due to site restrictions in any situation. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto led Killian to the front of the mecha of the dangerous wanderer on the lifting device, and then explained proudly to the location of the core furnace and its arm. Especially when talking about the right arm of the dangerous wanderer, Dr. Otto's eyes were full of excitement. You know, pursuing the energy of the sun and controlling its energy have always been what he wants to do most in his bones. After he was able to carry out the project alone, the first thing he thought of was how to make this mecha as powerful and dazzling as the sun, and not be bound by any physical objects. Just like that, after several months of hard work, the power of the sun in the right palm of the dangerous wanderer was his answer. 150 million degrees Celsius. Dr. Otto, are you sure that when the driver uses this ability, he will not be melted by the high temperature of more than 100 million degrees? After hearing Dr. Otto's so-called surprise, Killian was stunned, and then looked at the other party with an unbelievable face and asked, "You know, even in a nuclear reactor, the temperature in the core fuel element rod is basically around 1000 degrees, and even if it is higher, it will never exceed 2400 degrees. Because its melting point is 2800 degrees, any higher will cause nuclear leakage. Although there will be no problem of nuclear leakage in a controlled nuclear fusion reactor, the temperature of more than 100 million degrees will not only destroy its own energy system, but the driver will definitely not be spared, right?" So I said, "Boss, I installed a new generation of controlled nuclear fusion energy of the Pioneer Technology II level device on its hands. It can generate a strong magnetic field in the process of use to isolate the damage to the mecha itself caused by the huge temperature. It can be said that after using this ability, this mecha itself is a real sun. Boss, do you think the sun will burn itself because of its own temperature?" And I installed a safety device on it. Once there's any problem with the body itself, it will automatically check and eliminate the fault. If there are irreversible consequences according to the intelligence system of the body, it will automatically cut off the energy supply. This is a big move used in an emergency. As an important trump card of yours, boss, it is not too much for it to have this slightly stronger ability. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto also laughed and then spoke. It can be said that since he approached the ability of the dangerous wanderer to the sun, he has been looking for this corresponding material. It's a pity that he has never been able to find a material that can withstand the temperature of the sun. Fortunately, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor and the miniaturized nuclear battery of the T-800 gave him a good inspiration. Since there is no way to make materials that can withstand the temperature of the sun due to the problem of materials, then the energy of the sun can be controlled by means of technical restrictions. As a result, the new generation of pioneer technology II device was born, which can use the energy of the sun itself to create a powerful magnetic field that can resist the energy of the sun. It can be said that with this technology, even if they drive this mecha into the sun later, it will not be a problem at all. Awesome, I have to say, Dr. Otto, you gave me a big surprise. With such technology, there is almost no place in the solar system that can restrict us and stop us from moving forward. After hearing Dr. Otto's description, Killian also got close to the right palm of the dangerous wanderer through the elevator. When he saw the special circuit integration built under the huge metal iron sheet, Killian couldn't help but say with a look of amazement, "It can be said that it can only be Dr. Otto. If anyone else were to do it, it would be impossible to do a better job in transforming the dangerous wanderer than what Killian is seeing now. This technology alone can be said to be at the level of black technology. The temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees can almost melt anything directly. Continue to introduce, Doctor." Then, looking at Dr. Otto, Killian said with a smile, "Then we will install an iron double-edged sword on the forearm of its right hand, so that it can get a strong bonus when in close combat. The iron sparks emitted by the iron double-edged sword can easily tear apart dozens of meters of steel. It must be said that if it is replaced by the opponent, in front of the fully activated dangerous wanderer, our base has no advantage and can only be torn into whole by its iron double-edged sword." After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto also spoke. With Dr. Otto's introduction, the elevator also came to the forearm of the right arm of the mecha. From here, the position of the iron double-edged sword can be clearly seen, just like an ancient sharp sword. The blade itself flashed with a cold light, and the chilling coldness made Killian imagine how powerful this thing would be after being activated, even if he just looked at it. In addition to melee attacks, long-range combat is also essential, so I installed powerful plasma cannons on its left arm. Its arm is like the barrel of a gun, and the bullets are the energy generated by nuclear fusion. Through the continuous output of energy, it bursts out one after another. And in order to increase its range and power, I also installed a high-energy accelerator in its palm, which can make the plasma cannon fired through the palm produce a huge energy amplification. It's like a magnet. When a magnet of the same sex comes to the surface of the same magnet, it will instantly be exerted with a huge thrust and burst out at high speed. Its maximum range should be able to reach hundreds of kilometers. Of course, this is only theoretical. If you want to know the actual effect, boss, you will have to give the corresponding authorization later. At the end, Dr. Otto looked at Killian on the side with excitement. After all, to be honest, he also wanted to see with his own eyes how powerful this super mecha that he had spent more than a year to build was. Forget about the authorization, but the project still needs to be kept secret for now. You can conduct relevance experiments inside the base without causing a big impact. Otherwise, if the leaders of those countries knew that we have such a super large land combat mecha in addition to the punishment's aerospace carrier, I'm afraid they would break off cooperation in the next second. After hearing what Dr. Otto said, Killian shook his head and said, although he also wanted to pull this big guy out to test its power, the thought of such a large mecha that is 100 meters high appearing in the Pioneer Technology Industrial Park that everyone is paying attention to, the vigilance of countries around the world towards their pioneer technology will probably be raised to another level. After all, your previous aerospace carrier can be explained as an interstellar colonization or interstellar resource development research. So what about this mecha that is 100 meters high now? Exclamation mark. To fight on other planets? Don't be silly. Not to mention that there is no trace of aliens now. Even if there are really aliens, how can they be transported there? Relying on aerospace motherships, and transporting with a plywood that is less than 1,000 meters long? Anyone who is not a fool knows that as long as this thing appears, it definitely means that Pioneer Technology has ideas about the land of the planet. And now, especially now that Pioneer Technology is the leader in establishing the Earth Federation, you pulled others out to mine on other planets, and you yourself are on Earth, quietly studying land mechas? What is your purpose and what do you want to do? Isn't this self-evident? So unless those alien gods really come to Earth, or when the Chitauri or even the Skrulls invade, Killian will use it. The dangerous wanderer was destined from the beginning of the project. It can only appear at the critical moment of the Earth. Otherwise, at other times, it will destroy the overall atmosphere that has been hard to gather. And it is precisely because of the establishment of the Earth Federation and the unprecedented unity of mankind that almost all countries in the world have poured their resources into the current Pioneer Technology Universe Company. So Killian has the money and ability to complete these Pacific Rim Metro projects ahead of schedule, which would have taken several years to develop. Well, that's fine, but it feels a bit of a pity. It's so hard to build such a big guy, but I can't use it. I hope I can see this big guy killing everyone in my lifetime. After hearing the words of his boss, although Dr. Otto had already prepared for this, he couldn't help but sigh after hearing it. After all, no one doesn't want the things they create to be famous in the world one day, appear in front of everyone, and surprise everyone. But now it seems that unless aliens invade the Earth in a large-scale manner, Dr. Otto estimates that he will never see this scene in his lifetime. Ha, don't worry, there will be a time when you will need it, but before that, Dr. Otto, you must keep a close eye on it and try to make it more perfect. You should know that Dr. Samuel is in charge of human body research, and you are in charge of mecha research. These are the two projects that I value most. The development of human potential and the development of mechanical armament. This is the destination of science and technology. Seeing the disappointed look on Dr. Otto's face, Killian patted him on the shoulder and said encouragingly, "Don't worry, boss. I won't be disappointed so easily. Just wait for the surprise I'll give you later." But let me continue to introduce its last highlight, which is its flying ability. Its feet are equipped with hidden energy jet devices, which can spray huge flames from its feet at any time and then fly towards the sky. And its back is also equipped with hidden retractable nuclear-powered jet engines, which can be ejected when needed to increase the flight speed. It can be said that with it, this mecha is no longer limited to ground landing operations on the planet, it can also be used in space operations. The super-fast movement speed and powerful long-range capabilities can make it flexible enough. When it is on the real battlefield, it will be the nightmare of all creatures. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto smiled at him and said that he had no problems. He also cheered up, then excitedly controlled the elevator to the back of the mecha and introduced the device behind it. After seeing this scene, even Killian couldn't help but marvel at Dr. Otto's amazing development ability and battlefield machine design sense. Because he didn't give all of the other parties' developments to him. The first drawings he gave to him were the drawings of the first generation of dangerous wanderers. It can be said that except for its own plasma cannon barrel and the inspiration of the elbow rocket propulsion device, all the others were improved and built by Dr. Otto himself. For this point, Killian had to admire him. Especially the final flight ability, which was also the ability of the latest generation of armor in Pacific Rim 2. Now it has been developed and advanced by the other party without drawings. It must be said that Dr. Otto is indeed a very strong talent to be able to use it maturely on such a super large armor. Awesome, Dr. Otto, the surprise you gave me is so big that I don't know how to praise you. Looking at all this in front of him, Killian, who returned to the main control room, said to Dr. Otto with a smile. "This is what I should do. Boss, you have given me and our family a lot of help. I just try my best to study it." After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto also replied with a smile. "Doctor, the neural interaction calibration of the dangerous wanderer has been completed. The formal test will start in 3 minutes according to the scheduled time. Do you want to change the time?" While the two were still chatting, a researcher came up with a serious face and asked Dr. Otto. "Of course, notify them and start in 3 minutes." After hearing the researcher's words, Dr. Otto looked at the other party with a smile and nodded. "All departments, please pay attention. The neural interaction test of the dangerous wanderer will be held in 3 minutes. All departments are requested to start evacuating the area where the dangerous wanderer is located in an orderly manner. Repeat. All departments are requested to start evacuating the area where the dangerous wanderer is located in an orderly manner." Then, after receiving the doctor's order, the researcher also walked back with a serious face, turned on the department evacuation prompt, and then turned on the microphone to start notifying. After 3 warnings, with the end of the countdown, the driver wearing a special driving suit also began to walk into the preparation room, surrounded by a crowd. The spinal cord clamp has been installed. The helmet is loading data. Relay gel is injected into the circuit armor suit. At this time, accompanied by a series of voices, and then with the assistance of the on-site staff, the two pilots gradually began to complete the debugging of the armor suit. Debugging completed, allowed to enter the cockpit. Then, after hearing the voice of the researchers in the main control room above their heads, the two pilots began to stride towards the already open entrance of the head cockpit. The first thing they saw was the control panel in the middle, with two devices similar to universal treadmills. The two pilots were not unfamiliar with this at all, and walked directly in front of it. Then, with the assistance of the on-site staff and mechanical equipment, the two pilots gradually began to complete the formal connection with the head cockpit. The pilots are in place. After everything was in place, only the two pilots in the cockpit responded in unison, and at this time two control discs began to rise from the bottom of the cockpit, and came to the hands of the two people on the left and right. At this moment, everything is in place. Chapter 180 Dangerous Ranger Driving Calibration. Received. Now close the cockpit. After hearing the feedback from the driver inside the cockpit, the researcher in the main control room also responded and immediately began to speak to the outside personnel in the microphone. Close and lock the cockpit. Immediately, after hearing the order from the main control room, the staff outside the cockpit also directly controlled the big lock to fall. At this moment, the cockpit was directly locked from the outside, and the driver's safety was maximized. The cockpit is ready to fall. The dangerous wanderer is ready to fall. With a reminder from the main control room and the driver's answer, the entire cockpit, the huge mecha head began to release along with a huge metal arm that grabbed it, and began to fall downward at a very fast speed. At this moment, the two pilots in the cockpit also ushered in an extremely tense feeling of weightlessness. However, all this did not last long. After falling for a few seconds, with the speed slowing down again, the entire head cockpit landed steadily on top of the mecha, and then began to automatically form and merge. The mecha head and body have been successfully connected. After seeing the prompt of successful connection on the scene, the researcher in the main control room also reported immediately. Perform driver interaction. At this moment, Dr. Otto on the side did not even care about Killian anymore, but walked behind the researcher and said with a serious face, "Begin neuron interaction. Start the driver interaction program." The interaction program has been started, and the countdown begins now. 15, 14, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown of the researcher in the main control room ended, the next second, the two drivers in the cockpit saw a sudden change in front of their eyes, and then the whole person seemed to enter each other's brains as if their souls had left their bodies. Here, they are like ghosts, free to shuttle between them. However, they have no touch of the wonders here, as if they have never been here, and they directly ignore this place. When they come to their senses again, they only feel that they have truly become mechas. From this moment on, their brains and their souls directly give this cold mecha the most fundamental vitality. From this moment on, the dangerous wanderer seemed to be truly alive. The entire mecha began to operate completely from its energy source, and the searchlights on its shoulders and head were turned on directly. The entire underground space suddenly became extremely bright under the illumination of the dangerous wanderer's lights. Then, with the cockpit at the head of the mecha constantly swinging and shaking, after more than 10 seconds of debugging, the words "link successful" were finally displayed on the connection computer in the main control room. Neural interaction sensing is perfect. Then, after seeing the matching degree of the driver's neuron interaction data through the main control computer, the researcher sitting in front of the main control desk also reported immediately. Begin calibration. After hearing the researcher's words, Dr. Otto on the side just said in a cold voice, "The right hemisphere is being calibrated. The left hemisphere is being calibrated. Passed the calibration. Transmitting." Then, as the order was given, the two people in the cockpit began to reply one by one. Calibration completed. The mecha link is in place. After 3 seconds, as the last program progress bar was read, the mecha's eyes flashed with light, and the driver inside replied ambitiously. Now they only felt that they were full of power. At this moment, they were truly dangerous wanderers. Exclamation mark. Very good. Begin functional testing. Clean up the platform debris. The mecha is undergoing data testing. After hearing the internal reply, Dr. Otto on the side didn't even wait for the researcher to speak, and grabbed the microphone in front of her, and then spoke. At this moment, looking at the other party with an excited face, it was as if it was not the driver who was driving the mecha inside, but him. However, Killian didn't say anything about this. If the timing was not right, he would have rushed up to experience it. The platform debris has been cleared. The mecha test space has been built. It can be tested at any time. Then, along with Dr. Otto's order, the underground space in front of the huge dangerous wanderer was accompanied by mechanical sounds. Various debris and accessories began to be cleared by mechanical arms in just 2 minutes. At this moment, the person in charge of the scene also responded. "Start the test." Dr. Otto's voice came out. At this moment, in the underground platform, the huge mecha warrior also began to move. With its first step, the people on the underground platform felt that the whole ground seemed to be shaking. You must know that after the modification and blessing of the dangerous wanderer, the weight of the entire mecha is as high as 2,000 tons. What is this concept? If 2,000 tons of cargo is loaded with 10-ton trucks, 200 trucks are needed. If it is loaded with 50-ton heavy trucks, 40 trucks are needed, and if it is loaded with 100-ton train boxes, 20 train cars are needed to load it. If it were a human, then taking a 100-kilogram fat man as an example, this would be equivalent to the weight of 20,000 people. Think carefully about that scene, 20,000 fat men jumping up and falling on the ground at the same time. You should know that hundreds and thousands of troops and the usual phalanx can hear the sound of Hun Shuang's big steps and the tremors of the ground from a few kilometers away, not to mention this mecha that concentrates the weight of the whole body together and uses 2 huge metal feet to transfer the weight. All of this brings a huge shock to people. When everyone sees the giant moving in the underground space, they all sigh that such a creation that gathers the peak civilization of today's human beings was created by them. It's incredible. However, at this moment, the pilots in the cockpit did not react to the size of these people. They are now trying to adapt to this huge body for the first time. Because of the neuron sensor system, they will feel the most realistic mecha feeling, so even if the mecha lifts its feet, they can feel the slow movement caused by the air resistance caused by the large body. Of course, no large object can escape this, because the magnitude of gravity is related to the mass of the object, and mass is proportional to volume, so the larger the volume of the object, the greater the gravity it is subject to. This is just like when Ant-Man turned into a giant at the airport through PIM particles during the Avengers Civil War. Although his size and strength increased, the gravity he was subject to became huge because of this. Therefore, he moved as slowly as an old man on his deathbed in front of Spider-Man, who is already known for his high agility. Of course, this is all relative. Although the larger the size, the slower the movement, as long as it is not facing a highly maneuverable target like Spider-Man, it still has a strong advantage. And even if it is facing a target like Spider-Man, what's wrong? Suppose his speed is 100 meters per second, and he directly fires a super electromagnetic cannon with an explosion diameter of 1,000 meters. If you can run out, he loses. Even crazier, just use a chest energy beam, an enhanced version of Iron Man's chest beam, which can melt everything in front of it. Then, as the test began and time went by, the test was officially on track. Although it was not possible to test high-power weapons, low-power weapons, such as double-edged swords, could still be used here. And the effect was very gratifying. Because the 2 drivers were implanted with cold weapon proficiency in advance, they only needed 1 knife to cut a tens of meters thick steel plate in front of them at an extremely strange angle. And the cut steel plate was directly transported to other places as building materials, which was a disguised secondary processing. Dr. Otto, I'll leave this to you. Here you just need to lead the team to do research wholeheartedly. If you have any questions, you can call me directly. Do you understand? Seeing that the test of the dangerous wanderer had entered the end, Killian said solemnly to Dr. Otto in front of him. Because of the company regulations, no employee is allowed to report to a higher level. If there is a problem, you can find your boss or the company's artificial intelligence to report, but you are not allowed to report to a higher level. Even Dr. Otto's current highest level 5 base manager is also the same. Their affairs have always been passed on to them by Dabe. Unless he specifically tells them to, it is Dabe or his secretary who handles the transfer. The purpose of doing this is to ensure that the lower level leaders have relatively independent management power. To ensure the authority and efficiency of the lower level management, especially for pioneer technology, if the subordinate subsidiaries and the person in charge do not have a certain authority, it is impossible to lead a good team. On the contrary, the work efficiency will be affected by skipping the level to report. And in Killian's view, if you report at every turn, He will be considered incompetent and dare not take responsibility, and he will always think of shirking responsibility. He has given you the position and ability treatment you deserve, so you only need to return the corresponding value brought by his ability to the company. If he reports at every turn, why doesn't he let the robot do it? This can also ensure that the things you order are executed efficiently. The reason for choosing manual labor is not to deal with the diversity and adaptability of things. Okay. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely not let you and the company down. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Otto smiled slightly and said, but boss, with the increasing number of mechas being built in the Pacific Rim, I think we should move to a bigger place. You know, because the company building is right above our heads, I didn't dare to use the maximum power of the construction robot when I was building these mechas. Just when I was experimenting, I was also very conservative and couldn't do a large-scale data test. Although I ensured that the company's construction was very solid, there are so many 100-meter mechas underground. If there are only 1 or 2, it's fine. If we don't move to another place, there are now 12 underground, including those being built. It will be extremely troublesome to deploy them in the future. Just after saying that, looking at Killian in front of him, Dr. Otto hesitated for a while and still raised his own question. After all, sometimes he was afraid that the driver would go crazy and raise his arm, and then a huge hole would be poked in the entire ground, and whether it was exposed or not was secondary. The key is that the company building is right next to the petition. If the boss happens to be in the company building, the whole ground collapses, and then the building collapses. That would be a lot of fun. That's true. It seems that we should find another place to use as a mecha production base. I only use this thing as a hidden combat power to protect the company, and I haven't considered too many problems. But the mechas that are being built now should be built according to the established plan. As for the others, you don't have to worry about them. I will be responsible for finding people for the subsequent problems about the base. After hearing what Dr. Otto said, Killian couldn't help but speak at this time. Now he looked at the originally empty underground side in front of him, which seemed to be overloaded, especially the only 10 huge battle armors. Some of them have been assembled and stood in place like statues, while others are half naked, with wires and metals all exposed. It is obvious that they are half assembled, but even so, the huge size of these mechas makes this huge underground space seem a lot fuller. However, if they were to be moved out, the workload would be huge, and these mechas were destined to not be able to go out quietly, and it would be a bit too extravagant to have the cross-guarding here. And to be honest, at this time, Killian suddenly thought that the transportation of these mechas would also have to be dealt with in the future. Otherwise, if it was a battle on the planet, it would be fine. If it was a space landing battle, if it was a little far, it would be impossible to always rely on the mechas to fly over by themselves, or the punishment, which was barely 1,000 meters in size, to transport. And if you want to build a larger carrier ship, you can only wait until the construction troops approach the alien planet and establish a production line. But even so, it is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 years. For a moment, Killian, who felt a little headache, suddenly had a figure flashing in his mind. After confirming that his idea was highly feasible, Killian's eyes at this time couldn't help but flash a gleam of light. Okay. Seeing the boss's thoughtful expression after answering, Dr. Otto nodded and replied. After all, his authority is limited to this base. If it is something that can be solved in this base, he will definitely do it himself, but at present, it is obvious that these are beyond his ability and also limit his ability. After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Killian encouraged and exhorted him a few words, and then took the elevator back to the ground. At this time in the elevator, Killian looked at the outside, which was completely different from the dark tones in the underground space. The ground was full of quiet and peaceful scenes with full vitality. Killian felt that his whole body and mind were much more comfortable. But for a while, he had to admire these staff members. They had to work in such a dark working environment for several years, even if the welfare benefits they gave weren't already very high. But the challenge to people's willpower is also very strong. Dabe, doesn't our company have virtual projection? In the future, let the person in charge of each base, in addition to research, make sure to let employees experience the same feeling as the outside world as much as possible. Some empty walls that are unnecessary or have no sense of existence, according to the employees' votes or designs, either set as a big city in the daytime, or set as a forest or park, to ensure that the depressing working atmosphere will not affect physical and mental health. After thinking of this, Killian ordered Dabe in the headset in the elevator. Okay. I have given the order. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe also cooperated very well and conveyed Killian's order to the ears of the heads of various branches and bases. After solving the living problems of the employees in front of him, Killian now began to examine the development of the entire company. At present, he has solved all the most urgent ground and space combat power problems. The rest only needs to wait for time to ferment. When humans really need it, he will open this door. However, the transportation problem is still a difficult task. Baymax, how is the acquisition of PIM Technologies shares going? After thinking of this, Killian asked Baymax. After all, if you want something light, convenient and easy to carry, what can be more convenient than Dr. Pim's PIM particles? That thing can be said to be a unique black technology in the Marvel Universe. A high-tech building of dozens of meters can be reduced to the size of a suitcase. Moreover, the energy is maximized, and it can also shrink one's body to the microscopic level and enter the quantum universe independent of the main universe timeline. Not to mention that it can directly and irrationally magnify an arrow more than 1 meter long by dozens of times, turning it into a huge arrow column with a diameter of nearly 10 meters and a length of tens of meters. It is almost magnified by more than 50 times, which can be said to be absolutely abnormal. Out of the influence of the real timeline, there is even no concept of time in the quantum universe, and it can even be said to be a divine artifact. Such a thing, forget it before, now that I think of such a heaven-defying thing in front of me, how could Killian miss it? Chapter 181, Visit to PIM Technologies. Sir, we have acquired 37% of the shares through the Foundation's companies, which are held by Roxxon Energy, Apollonius Armed Company, and Unix Pharmaceuticals. The current shareholding ratio of PIM Technology is 20% for Hank Pym, 20% for Hope Pym, and 14% for Darren Krause. The remaining 9% is in the hands of other long-term shareholders. They are optimistic about the future of PIM Technology and plan to hold it for a long time. Unless you personally come forward, it will be difficult to continue to acquire it. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe immediately reported. After all, since Killian had acquired the stocks of Stark Group and PIM Technology from the beginning, it has been secretly arranging the forces of various companies to start secretly acquiring them. In addition, the price they offered was indeed much higher than the market price, so it was very smooth. The rest are those who are ready to hang themselves on a tree. Such people are basically not short of money, but they lack many potential companies, and PIM Technology is obviously such a person. Of course, Killian estimated that it would not be the case in 2 years. Because according to Baymax's information, PIM Technology is now on the decline. Although the entire company is called a technology company, the sales of some high-end products have basically been monopolized by avant-garde technology. Now, they can say that in addition to some of the most basic things, there are also some orders from old customers, which keeps the company running. Although the entire technology company has recently started to make toys and games with the help of avant-garde technology's virtual reality network, it has gained a lot of breathing time, but for a genius who was once as famous as Howard Stark and worked in the same unit, it still seems very ordinary. Make an appointment with Dr. Hank Pym of PIM Technology. I want to visit him. As for the purpose of coming, just say it's to discuss cooperation. After hearing Baymax's words, Killian also looked at the scenery outside, and after thinking for a while, he spoke. To be honest, he originally wanted to find Hank Pym's apprentice Darren Krause, but now there are still more than 10 years from the timeline of the original plot of Ant-Man, and he is not sure that Darren Krause can master the core technology of the Ant-Man armor. After all, Darren Krause in the original plot only began to see the success of the Wasp armor after the Avengers War. Although Darren Krause introduced that it took a long time to develop, and Killian was not sure whether Darren had turned evil under Hank Pym's constant denial. So after considering various factors, Killian decided to talk to Hank Pym first. Of course, the most important thing is that Killian seriously suspected that there was something wrong with Darren's Pym particles. You must know that in the movie, the Pym particles developed by Darren Krause are yellow, while the Pym particles developed by Hank Pym are red. Although he doesn't know whether this is Marvel's way of distinguishing the relationship between the two protagonists, or whether it really means that there are actually differences between the two particles. But this is a realistic place for Killian after all, so he must make real considerations. After all, the same particles, logically speaking, should not have such a big difference in color. And from the plot, We know that Darren Krause has never seen the real Pym particles. He just relied on some legends and some abandoned grey design drawings forgotten by Hank Pym in the corner to start research, so it is impossible to change the red to yellow specifically for it. On the other hand, as the first inventor, Hank Pym could not change the yellow Pym particles to red. Then the only difference between the two colors is that Hank Pym's Pym particles can really enter the quantum field, or even go to a parallel universe. Although the shrinking particles developed by Darren Krause can restore the shrinking function of the Pym particles to a large extent, they cannot shrink stably and infinitely and then put themselves into the quantum field. After all, in the plot of Ant-Man 3, Darren was strangely shrunk by chance because of the destruction of the Wasp suit, and then was involved in the quantum universe. Then, the Conqueror Kang, who is exiled to the quantum realm, transformed Darren Krause, who was injured and dying after entering the quantum realm, into a semi-mechanical life form, another famous Marvel villain, MODOK. Of course, all this is just Killian's own guess. The real actual situation needs to be compared between the two. Of course, for Killian, it would be better if there were complete Pym particles. After all, he doesn't need to make unnecessary comparisons. Just do it in one step. And you have to know that in addition to the technological benefits brought by the Pym particles themselves, Killian is also very greedy for the Pym particles that can enter the quantum realm. If he can take him to the quantum realm at that time, feel the world and civilization there, and face the so-called Conqueror Kang in his time chair that can travel through the multiverse, he is also full of great interest. After all, the living crossing instrument and the key to contacting the multiverse are placed there, which is a huge temptation for every scientist. Of course, all this can only be done after meeting Dr. Pym again, and Killian also has a way to make him hand over the technology of Pym particles to him. Okay. Following Baymax's reply, Killian took the elevator back to his office and began to check the documents reported by various bases. Sir, the appointment has been made. The appointment time is in 2 hours, and the location is in the Pym Technology building. It didn't take long for Baymax's message to reach Killian's ears. Really? This is a good sign. Help me arrange a car. I want to meet this legendary figure later. After hearing Baymax's words, Killian, who was still working seriously, also raised his eyebrows, and then said with a smile on his face. 2 hours later, the Pym Technology building. Killian came here with a bodyguard convoy. After getting off the car, he saw a group of senior executives of Pym Technology, led by Hank Pym, standing at the door, looking at his convoy with a smile on their faces. The founder of Pym Technologies, Hank Pym. The chairman of Pioneer Technologies, Aldridge Killian. Dr. Hank Pym, I've heard a lot about you. I've wanted to visit your Pym Technologies for a long time. After walking up to shake hands and introduce each other, Killian said with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Sir, Killian is the one who really made me hear a lot about you. We suddenly received the news of your visit today, and we have been preparing for half a day in a hurry. Sir Killian, please don't mind if there are any omissions in the rush. After hearing Killian's words, Hank Pym also spoke with a smile on his face. After hearing the other party's words, Killian's impression of Dr. Pym in front of him also improved a little. In general, the whole person does not look like the rumors outside, with a weird personality and difficult to greet. Let me introduce you, this is my daughter Hope Pym. Hello, Chairman Killian. I have long been looking forward to your company's development in the field of cutting-edge technology and its great contribution. Then, as Hank Pym introduced her, Hope Pym also walked forward with an elegant smile, stretched out her hand and greeted Killian. Miss Hope, it's nice to meet you. I believe I can see the birth of another talented woman. After shaking hands with the other party, Killian also smiled and complimented. This is my favorite student, the current head of Pym Technology, Darren Krause, who is a double master student of MIT, with a doctorate in quantum physics and a degree in robotics engineering, and is also proficient in quantitative biochemistry, artificial intelligence and human resource management. I have to say that with him, I have saved a lot of worries. After introducing his daughter, Hank Pym also began to introduce his best apprentice with a smile on his face, and his words were also full of pride that could not be concealed. It can be said that so far, Hank Pym has taken a fancy to Darren Krause. However, this can also explain why Darren Krause, as a latecomer and an apprentice, was able to drive Hank Pym out of his own company later. After all, if it were an outsider, he would not be able to do this. Moreover, This person is very capable. He teamed up with someone else's daughter to drive the other party's father out of his company. If it were not for Darren Krause's insistence on selling the Wasp armor to the military, and Hope Pym firmly believed that selling it to the military would cause unrest in the world. If the world's long-standing stability was broken and differences arose because of this sales channel, then Darren Krause could be said to have ushered in the real results of his life. Even relying on this alone, he can make the company as large as the Stark Group. It's a pity that the protagonist's halo is too strong, and those people are too brainless. Killian really couldn't understand how Hank Pym, Scott Lang, and Hope had the nerve to sabotage other people's companies when they had invested more than 10 years of time and energy to develop something on their own. But perhaps this was the reason why Scott Lang was imprisoned in the later period. After all, even though he was a superhero, the government really couldn't find a legitimate excuse for Scott Lang. It can only be said that if you have the protagonist's halo, you can do whatever you want. For a moment, Killian looked at the big bald man in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. By the way, will the bald men in Marvel have a bad ending? This was the case with Obadiah before, and the same is true for Darren Krause now, and the one who lives in the Himalayas next door. At this moment, Killian only felt the strong malice of this universe towards the bald man. Hello, Mr. Killian. I am Darren Krause, a student of Mr. Hank. Your company's intelligent robot Baymax and the huge aircraft carrier have shocked the world. It's hard to imagine that this is from your company, Mr. Killian. I thought it was an alien company. After hearing his name being read, Darren, who was standing next to him, stood up with a shiny bald head, and then looked at Killian with a smile and said, I don't know why, when shaking hands, looking at Killian's eyes, he only felt a sense of regret. Feeling sorry for himself when meeting for the first time? Darren, right. You are very good, and you have a very good mentor. For a moment, Darren Krause couldn't help but feel that he had made a mistake, but when he came to his senses and wanted to take a closer look, he had already received Killian's normal gaze in reply. Very good. Mr. Killian, please follow me in. I have asked the secretary to prepare the meeting room. After seeing that everyone had been greeted, Hank Pym also took the initiative to stand up and say. In response, Killian nodded, and then followed Hank Pym, Hope, and Darren, who were inviting him from both sides. Oh my god, was that the chairman of Avant-Garde Technologies? Yes. I've always seen him on TV before. Last year, he shook hands with the president and was awarded a medal. I heard that he is now an honorary major general in the military. Oh my god. Is he that amazing? He became an honorary general in the military, was awarded a medal by the president in politics, and is the president of a trillion-dollar technology company in the business world. This is simply the template of a domineering president. No, even a domineering president wouldn't dare to write this. This is too amazing. As Killian, Hank Pym, and others entered the elevator, and as the elevator door closed, some Pym Technology staff began to discuss in a low voice and surprise. After all, this is the living chairman of Avant-Garde Technologies. Being able to see him in person on the spot can be a topic of conversation for them for a long time. Mr. Killian, coffee or milk tea? After arriving at the top floor conference room of Pym Technology, Darren Krause, the future CEO of Pym Technology and student of Hank Pym, stepped forward and asked Killian with a smile and respect. You have to know that the man in front of him is a legendary figure in the business world, and even now he is a godlike existence. With his own efforts, he has not only promoted the development of the Earth for decades, but also united the 5 major member states of the World Security Council to establish the Earth Federation. Even the most legendary Alexander the Great in Europe seems particularly pale and powerless in front of Killian's qualifications and glorious achievements. So it can be said that Darren Krause is very concerned about serving Killian well. After all, the overall development of the company is not good now, or in other words, the high-end technology companies in all walks of life are not doing well under the monopoly dominance of Pioneer Technology. Either those companies change their business, or they come to apply to become vassals and subsidiaries of Pioneer Technology. In addition, the others are basically bankrupt. They were left here to persevere. He often persuaded his teacher to bring out some of the dusty technologies. After all, now is the era of technological explosion. If Pym Technology continues to be complacent, it will soon end up like other companies and end up bankrupt. And this time, if they can negotiate some cooperation with Killian, the chairman of Pioneer Technology, then even if they can't make money in the cooperation, but relying on the name of Pioneer Technology, they can make their company's stock price soar like a rocket. And now, who knows that as long as they rely on Pioneer Technology, even pigs can fly to the sky. Some Pioneer Technology processing plants are like this, with a net profit of hundreds of billions a year, which is an unimaginable sky-high profit for the factory. And now, if he can take good care of this local tyrant, if the other party can negotiate some cooperation with PIM Technology, then he will have more confidence in persuading his teacher to give in. Sprite. Add ice. Thank you. Looking at Darren Krause in front of him, Killian smiled and said. For Killian, he likes to drink cold drinks at any time, even when eating. As for coffee, he doesn't appreciate it at all. He doesn't know why such a bitter thing can still have an audience. Okay. Coming right up. After hearing Killian's words, Darren Krause was obviously a little confused. He realized that the chairman of Pioneer Technology in front of him might ask for Civet Coffee, Santa Ynez Estate Coffee, which are expensive high-end coffees in the world, or Ramani Contive, which ranks first among the top 10 most luxurious red wines in the world, or Petrus red wine from Petrus Winery. He even had people arrange all of these. But after thinking for a long time, he didn't expect that the CEO of a super technology company with a net worth of over 100 million actually drank Sprite that cost $3 a bottle? What is this? A unique little habit of rich people? However, after being stunned for a long time, as a person with a high level of education, he still tried to keep a calm smile, and then turned around and walked outside after answering. As the door closed, he immediately hurriedly ordered his men to run downstairs to buy Sprite. At this moment, he felt deeply self-doubted for the first time because his taste was too high-end. Do truly successful people or rich people have to be as simple and unpretentious as Mr. Killian? Ha, Mr. Killian's taste is really close to life. It seems that you have a different experience. Dr. Pim's attitude was not much better than Darren's. After hearing Killian's request, he was stunned for a while before he smiled and spoke. Chapter 182. Your wife is still alive. It's okay. I'm a pragmatist. I don't care about high-end brands. For me, as long as it tastes good, is good to drink and is practical, that's enough. It shouldn't be too much trouble, right? After hearing what Dr. Pim said, Killian responded with a smile. Of course not, young man, it's time to exercise more. By the way, Mr. Killian, I don't know why you came here this time. Dr. Pim, who was sitting in front of him, replied with a smile to Killian's courtesy. After all, to be honest, he was also very curious about why the world-famous CEO of the Universe Company, who was even recognized by the 5 major countries, came to his company now. After all, since he left SHIELD, no one knew about the Pim particles and the Ant-Man armor. This time, in addition to wanting to visit Dr. Pim, the last reason is to cooperate with Dr. Pim on some company matters. After hearing what the other party said, Killian didn't say much, but spoke directly with a smile on his face. Sir Killian, your drink has returned. Just as Dr. Pim was about to continue asking, Darren came into the room breathlessly with a drink in ice cubes, and handed it to Killian with a smile on his face. Thank you. Looking at Darren, who was handed over to him, Killian also replied in a friendly manner after taking the cup. It must be said that although there was a bit of deliberateness in it, Darren was indeed a man who knew how to deal with things, and he was also a qualified management talent. Except for being a little dark and cruel, everything else was fine. It's my honor, sir. After seeing Killian's friendly smile, Darren felt that he was satisfied. After replying, he came to stand quietly behind Dr. Pim. Let's continue the topic just now. What kind of cooperation is the so-called cooperation of Sir Killian? At this time, Dr. Pim once again continued the topic that was just interrupted by Darren's entry. This cooperation is a bit secret, please. After hearing what Dr. Pim said, Killian looked at the senior executives of your company around him, and then spoke with a look of wanting to say something but stopping. He didn't have to worry about saying it directly here, but he didn't know what the other party's subordinates would do. You all go out first. Darren, you don't have to leave, stay here. After hearing Killian's words, although he didn't know what the other party was going to say, Dr. Pim still dismissed everyone present, and after seeing Darren was about to follow him out, Dr. Pim continued to speak. Then after hearing Dr. Pim ask him to stay, Darren's face couldn't help but be a little happier, and then he responded and returned to Hank Pym's back. Okay, there are only 4 of us here now, Sir Killian, you can rest assured. When the door closed again, looking at the room where no one was, Dr. Pym spoke to Killian in front of him. I came here for the legendary Ant-Man armor. As for cooperation, I can help you realize a wish you have always wanted to fulfill. As Dr. Pym finished speaking, everyone saw Killian on the other side looking at them with a smile, which lasted for a long time before he slowly spoke. And because of this sentence, the three people suddenly had three completely different reactions. Hope's pupils shrank in shock. Darren's surprise. He was eager to see it. And the last one, Hank Pym, was instantly calm after a brief shock. But at this moment, Darren, the student standing behind him, was surprised. The reason why he was willing to choose Hank Pym as his mentor and join Pym Technology was because he knew that his mentor was Ant-Man. The other party definitely has the Ant-Man armor, but it's a pity that no matter how he asked, the other party never gave a direct answer, just a sentence Ant-Man is just a legend. He used this way of coaxing a child to get rid of him. However, he was not disappointed. He just thought that it might be because he had not been with his mentor for a long time, and the other party could not completely trust him. As long as he truly showed his excellence, he would naturally be taught these technologies by the other party. For this reason, he worked diligently almost every day, never took a vacation throughout the year, and even when he was sick, he would grit his teeth and go to work, just to make a good impression in front of Hank Pym. But the impression was there, and he also wanted to make himself his son-in-law. After a while, because of the instructor and mentor, Darren appeared in Hank Pym's house more and more, and gradually fell in love with Hope. They even planned to get married officially at the end of this year or next year, and then the two of them, one principal and one deputy, would run the company together and develop it. But the only problem was Hank Pym, their mentor and father, who never wanted to admit that such a thing existed. Even if they threw all the videos and materials in his face, the other party just said this is just a legend to evade it. And now, finally someone of sufficient weight, brought this up, and the emotions of the three people present suddenly exploded. What are you talking about? Sir Killian, I don't understand you. The Ant-Man armor has always been just a legend. If you come to me for such a legend, then I can only say that I can't do anything, because I don't know either. After hearing Killian's words, after a brief moment of daze, Hank Pym, who came to his senses, forced a smile and answered. Dad, mentor. After hearing their father's, mentor's, refusal, the two young men couldn't help but look at each other with a reproachful look. It's okay for them to hide it from their own family, but now such a large top-tier technology company is willing to cooperate with them, and now Hank Pym is still holding this airs. The two couldn't help but speak. What are you doing? If I say no, then it's no. Outsiders don't know, but you two don't know. Don't act like I'm hiding something. I told you that this is just a legend. Don't let yourselves get mad because of some groundless news you saw somewhere. After hearing what his apprentice and daughter said, Hank Pym at this moment shouted at them. However, the words seemed to be really preaching to the two, but also seemed to be spoken to someone else. As expected, after hearing what their father said, both of them looked at Killian intentionally or unintentionally. After all, their current Pym technology is so miserable. If they offend a prehistoric giant crocodile-level pioneer technology, then they really have to live on the overpass. Many times, they really feel that their father and mentor are really old. They have a lot of talent, but they just keep it hidden and never want to use it. Even the Pym technology that he and his wife worked so hard to build. He is willing to watch it degenerate until it goes bankrupt for the sake of his own conservativeness. Okay, Dr. Pym, we are all smart people. You can't even hide it from your son and daughter, so why bother to act anymore? I'm in a hurry. I can make tens of millions of dollars every minute. If I don't have solid evidence, would I choose to come to you? After hearing Hank Pym's constant reference to his words, Killian put down the cup he had just drunk and said seriously. Oh? Then I want to hear how Sir Killian made something that didn't exist come alive. After hearing Killian's words, Hank Pym still said stubbornly. Hank Pym, codename, Ant-Man, your wife? Janet Von Dyne, codename Wasp, you two were both the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission. During a mission, you tried to stop a missile, but for some reason, she was reduced to subatomic size. Although she successfully stopped the missile incident, she also disappeared. Looking at Hank Pym in front of him, Killian spoke little by little with a smile on his face. However, before Killian spoke a little bit, Hank Pym's face in front of him became gloomy, and his daughter and apprentice beside him looked at each other with shock and sadness that could not be concealed. They never thought that their master's wife and their mother would die like this. Although they have been wondering about the truth of Janet's death, it involves the sad side of Hank Pym, so no matter how confused they are, they did not ask, "Father, is this true?" After listening to the words of Killian, the president of Pioneer Technology, Hope at this time also looked at his father with an expression of disbelief and pain. "Of course not. This is just a rumor that the other party heard from somewhere. Your mother, my wife, Janet, died in a plane crash. I promise you, Hope." Hank Pym, who first looked at Killian in shock, heard his daughter's words in an instant and spoke to comfort him. For him, because of that incident, he also deeply realized the dangers of the Ant-Man armor, that is, the Pym particles. Not to mention that with this thing, he can infiltrate the intelligence departments of various countries and steal spy information and other confidential documents. Just the fact that if he presses the button by mistake, his body will shrink to the size of a subatomic atom, or even smaller, and finally disappear from this world, has made him determined to lock this dangerous thing in his own world and never make it public again. So even if it is his most proud student and his favorite daughter, he has to keep it secret. "Father, stop lying to me. Lord Killian has come to our house. It's definitely not a plane crash as you said. I'm your daughter. I have the right to know the cause of my mother's death." After seeing her father's fleeting expression, Hope could easily guess that Killian was right. Then she looked at her father in front of her with excitement and asked loudly. For a moment, even Darren, who was next to her, wanted to hold Hope back so that he wouldn't make fun of himself in front of Killian, but he couldn't hold her back because of the excitement. At this time, after hearing his daughter's questioning, Hank Pym, who felt that his concealment had been quite effective, looked at Killian with excitement after seeing Killian break the situation he had carefully arranged. At this moment, Killian was willing to believe that if the other party was not old and not wearing armor, he would have come forward to beat him up. "Oh, Dr. Pym, don't look at me like that. I told you I'm here to help. I don't think you need to be so excited. I came here sincerely to help you solve this problem. I can say first that I am sure that Dr. Hank Pym, your ladyship, Ms. Janet, is definitely not dead." After seeing the other party's eyes that seemed to want to eat him, Killian raised his hands and pretended to surrender, and then spoke. "To be honest, now that Darren and Hope are assisting him, and the target is still Hank Pym's wife, Killian feels that he is stable this time." "Not dead? Really?" At this time, after hearing Killian's words, Hope Pym came back to her senses in an instant, and came to Killian, looking at him with hopeful eyes, and then asked. After all, for her, the death of her mother has always been the eternal pain in her heart. Because of this she even resented her father. If her mother was really alive, then... When she thought of this, Hope's brain went blank, and she just looked at Killian with her eyes. "Are you serious? Do you know what she is facing?" At this moment, Hank Pym, who also came to Killian and supported his daughter with his hands, asked seriously, and his eyes were full of doubt. After all, he had thought of various ways to save his wife. But let's not talk about the missile. If a person is shrunk to a subatomic level or even smaller, even if he is not dead, he will be blown away like dust in the air. Even if he finds a way to enlarge it to its normal size, it will be impossible to find it after such a long time. Not to mention that he has not found a way to restore it until now. And even he has no way to make his wife recover. He does not believe that this layman who has never understood Pym particles can solve this problem. So even if Killian said it clearly, in Hank Pym's eyes, this is just another person who covets the technology in his hands. Of course, didn't I say it? She shrunk her body to the subatomic level because of forced shrinkage, but I happen to know what will happen if she enters the subatomic level. Dr. Pym, as long as we cooperate, your Pym particles, plus the power of our avant-garde technology, in a year at most, I guarantee that your family of 3, oh, no, it looks like it should be a family of 4, can stand here again happily. How about it? After hearing what Dr. Pym said, Killian also spoke seriously. "Father. Teacher." At this moment, it was not even just Hope. Darren on the side also stood up to persuade. After all, the chairman of avant-garde technology was in front of them, and no matter what, he could not lie about this. "I need to know the method first. After I make sure you are not lying to me, then we can talk about the Pym particles." Looking at his distressed daughter and his apprentice beside him, after thinking deeply for a long time, Hank Pym looked at Killian again and said with a firm look, "Don't worry, if I don't want to do something, even SHIELD and the US government can't force me to do it. But since it is something I promised, I will definitely fulfill it." Then looking at Killian's expression as if he wanted to speak, Hank Pym opened his mouth and promised again. "Okay. Then let's start with the Pym particles. Although I haven't studied it too deeply, I know from the information I have checked that this must be a kind of microatom that can change the size of biological mass and make people grow and shrink at will. And your wife, Janet, disappeared from this world when she was shrinking further. Since it is something below the subatomic level, this happens to be a discovery we made by accident. Below this level, there is another world." After looking at Hank Pym's promise in front of him, Killian didn't say much, but spoke directly. "Another world. Another world. How is that possible?" At this moment, when hearing Killian say this, Darren, Hope and even Hank Pym in front of him could not help but feel shocked and unbelievable. If you said that you could find Janet through some kind of positioning technology equipment, they would more or less believe you. But you directly said that there is another world outside the main world, which is simply subverting their worldviews. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Deal Done, Pym Particles Received. You know, everyone knows that there is only one world in this world. Even if someone has proposed the existence of multiverses and parallel universes, it is just a theory. There is no evidence or data to show that there are other worlds outside this universe or even the world they live in. Even Hank Pym, who has been trying all kinds of ways and theories to try to rescue his wife, was stunned after hearing Killian's words. Because the other party's meaning is already very obvious, that is, his wife is no longer in this world but has gone to another world. But what do you mean by that? What does it have to do with my mother? As the most impatient and concerned about his mother, Hope couldn't help but ask after hearing Killian's half-sentenced words. We call this newly discovered world quantum space. Quantum space is divided into two types. One is a quantum realm of normal size that requires extremely special conditions to enter, and the other quantum space is a real microscopic world that can only be reached by shrinking one's body to the extreme. And your wife is in this world. There is a civilization of that world, and what we have to do is to go to that world and bring your wife back. It's very simple and easy. After hearing Hope's words, Killian also spoke immediately. So what you mean is that when an object is scaled to the extreme microscopic level, it will not be shrunk and eventually lost in the quantum realm, but will enter another world with its own independent quantum space. After listening to Killian's words, Hank Pym, who had clearly understood it at this time, asked with an unbelievable look on his face but with a brighter look than ever before. Although he knew that after pressing the button, his body would continue to shrink until it was lost in the microscopic world and could not be found, what he did not expect was that there was actually a so-called quantum space in this microscopic world. In this case, he would be confident about welcoming his wife. Of course. But the only problem we need to face is that everything in this world is unfamiliar to us. In addition to welcoming Ms. Janet, there may be many unknown dangers waiting for us. After hearing Hank Pym's question, Killian, knowing that the other party had grasped the key point, nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I have a way." After hearing Killian's words, Hank Pym, who suddenly had an inspiration at this moment, ran out immediately, and then hurriedly drove away in the shocked expressions of everyone. This. That? At this time, Hope, who was watching all this, didn't know why his father suddenly wanted to be like this. He could only look at the departing car and Killian in front of him, not knowing what to say. Believe me, your father has basically thought of all the ways he can think of, and the reason why he has not tried it is simply because he has not found the right way. Now if I guess correctly, he's going to find that way. Looking at Hope, who was at a loss, Killian smiled and said, after all, he knew that the other party had the blueprint of the quantum tunnel, a high-tech that can directly allow the instrument to enter the subatomic state through the quantum tunnel. It can be said that this is also a black technology like the Pym particle. I'm sorry, Mr. Killian, my father has always been used to this, and his temper is like this. If there is anything that offends you, please forgive me. After hearing Killian's words, Hope, who was finally relieved, also looked at Killian in front of him and said apologetically, after all, Before this, his father did seem a little ungrateful to the other party's invitation, not to mention that the other party came to save her mother. It's okay. I told you that I'm also interested in your father's PIM particles. I'm interested in your technology, and you're interested in my rescue plan. It's mutually beneficial, and everyone is happy, isn't it? Killian responded to Hope's apology in a flat tone without any expression. After all, for him, the reason he came here was just for the PIM particles. As long as he had this thing, his entire technology would be much easier. Haha. Sir Killian, you're really straightforward. After seeing Killian directly state his purpose without any courtesy, Hope, who rarely saw such a maverick, could only smile awkwardly and speak. In this way, after a while, with the door of the room opened again, Hank Pym came in again and brought back a large bundle of drawings. Sir Killian, these are what you want. After entering the room, Hank Pym handed all the drawings he had to Killian, and then spoke. After all, when he went back, he did think of the things Killian said, and that world should really exist. And in this case, it means that his wife must still have hope of survival. After all, as long as it is a microscopic world, his wife must have a way to survive. After all, she also has the battle suit they once made together. With that thing, as long as she doesn't die directly, or is like Exile, just surviving in the world, there should be no problem. So this is why Hank Pym handed the thing directly to Killian. As for why he didn't wait until the experiment was successful, he also had his needs. You know, it's a whole world. If you want to find someone, without a precise target location, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now he can only hope that Killian, who has trillions of resources in front of him, can do it. After all, if it's just technology, he can still grit his teeth and let Pym technology support him to research and develop, but if he wants to find someone in the vast world, he can't do anything. Thank you. Dr. Pym, believe me, you will not be disappointed by your choice today. Looking at Hank Pym, who handed over the blueprint, Killian spoke in a friendly manner. Then, in the extremely envious eyes of Darren, he took the thing he had been longing for several years, and then opened it and read it without paying attention to others. PIM particles are microatoms that I accidentally discovered in an experiment. They have two unique properties. They can make the things they touch bigger and smaller, and the amount of magnification is also adjusted according to the energy size. It can be said that a small can of PIM particles can meet the needs of enlarging and shrinking dozens of times. The blueprint I gave you is about the equipment for locating and capturing and collecting such microatoms. After seeing Killian take the blueprint, Hank Pym did not hide anything this time, and directly told all his discoveries. I have to say, Dr. Pym, this is a great discovery. You are an outstanding scientist who can even surpass Howard Stark. It's a pity that if this had been announced earlier, he would have nothing to do. After looking at the sophisticated instruments and equipment on these drawings, Killian also said with sincere admiration. Although these things seem simple, only a few drawings can describe these magical things. But only as an inventor and participant can you understand how difficult it is. Any mistake will have a world of difference. It's like someone said that if Newton hadn't been hit by the apple, would there be gravity? This is obvious, but Newton's genius and thinking brain also gave the value of this falling apple. Otherwise, just like other people, even if they are in the same situation as Newton, when they feel an apple falling on their heads, they will say fuck. What a rotten apple tree, it hits my head. Anyway, something like that. There's no need for unnecessary praise. You know, these are things that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted but I didn't give them to them. So Killian, although I'm giving it to you now, I still want to remind you that you must not use my invention for any illegal purpose. Otherwise I will try my best to make up for the mistakes I made. After hearing Killian's praise, Hank Pym was not happy at all, but looked at Killian in front of him seriously and said, to be honest, if Killian hadn't told him that there was a way to save his wife and bring her back, he would never have given his invention to the other party. Even to his own daughter, he wouldn't give it. Because he knew that owning such a thing would bring danger and responsibility, and many people would stare at her openly or secretly. As for his own daughter, he knew that it would be difficult for her to bear this precious property. So it's better for her to go underground with him. But now Killian brought news about his wife, and there was no need to weigh the two. One was just a cold blueprint that was no longer useful, and the other was the wife he had always loved. Even now, every night when he closed his eyes and recalled the other party, he still thought of the other party in his mind, so it was worth it just for this reason. Don't worry, My pioneer technology is a real legal enterprise, not to mention that it is now one of the 5 permanent members of the Earth Federation. I will have people start building the quantum tunnel inside right now, and when the time comes, I will send a large army to explore inside. I will contact you as soon as I have news about your ladyship. After hearing the threat in Hank Pym's words, Killian smiled and replied, fearing that he would use the other party's technology to do bad things. After all, for him now, doing bad things is not as fast as making money in the right way, and what kind of bad things can make him excited? Okay, but I asked to watch the whole process. After hearing Killian's words, Hank Pym also nodded, and then said, no problem, I will have people start construction as soon as I go back tonight, and the location is in a laboratory in the suburbs. You, your daughter and students can come to visit and teach at any time. After hearing the other party's request, Killian did not refuse, but agreed very readily. After all, the other party even gave him his most important invention, let alone this condition which was not considered a condition. Even if it was a little too much, what would happen? In this way, both parties reached a good negotiation. After a short chat, Killian got on the car and went back to his office. Father, Sir Killian, is what you said really credible? At this time, after seeing Killian off, Hope slowly calmed down from his initial excitement and asked, it's true. Although I know he must have hidden something in this, it doesn't matter. As long as we can bring your mother back, it's the best. In fact, I have always had such a speculation that your mother has become a subatomic state and lost in the world. But there is no way. The world is so big. Even if we can return to the sea where the missile fell, for Janet who is in a subatomic state, the world is extremely huge. She can't find it at all if she wants to. The size of a normal person's palm is enough for a person in a subatomic state to walk for decades or even hundreds of years, not to mention that it is not technically feasible at all. After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym was sitting in his seat at this moment, looking at the incandescent lamp above his head with a helpless face, and then spoke. To be honest, if he had any way, he would not be willing to give the Pym particles he had been hiding to Killian, but now, there is no way, he can rely on him. But, mentor, even if Ms. Janet didn't die, how could she live so long? At this time, Darren on the side also asked in confusion. You have to know that it has been more than 10 years since the incident. It would be abnormal if he was still alive. I don't know about this either. We can only know it through the exploration video sent back by the machine after Pioneer Technology builds the quantum tunnel. But since it is a world, it means there is food in the microscopic world. Isn't that how tardigrades survive? After hearing his apprentice's words, Hank Pym at this moment also shook his head and said, if that's the case, it's hard to imagine how much my mother has suffered. After hearing his father's words, Hope also said with wide eyes, after all, isn't such a world equivalent to returning to the primitive world? On the other side, Killian, who returned to the company, was looking at the drawings in his hand while asking Baymax to enter them and arrange the construction. At this moment, in Killian's mind, with the evidence of these things, he can also be said to have a more intuitive judgment of the entire quantum space. In the Marvel movie universe, the quantum field can be said to be a collection of infinite possibilities. If Killian were to describe it, it would be more like a transit station leading to infinite possibilities. And these so-called infinite possibilities correspond to infinite time points, and when you come to a certain time point through the quantum field, this timeline will be diverted due to your arrival, thus generating new timelines, and these timelines are the so-called parallel universes. This is why Tony Stark can use Pym particles to shrink to the quantum universe and then travel through time. In essence, when we enter the quantum field from our own time point, we can find countless exits, and each exit will correspond to a time point, so that we can travel through time, and the exits need to be calibrated based on repeated tests in advance, until the data interval from the back to the front is inferred at the end. This is like measuring the distance to the target point without a measuring instrument, and the best way is to step on it step by step according to the size of your feet, and naturally know the distance data, and this is how Tony and his team traveled. With the data of the first and second points as references, the time travel can be deduced in the same way, because the entire timeline is a linear one, it is very regular, and the time distance between 1 year and 1 year is the same. Tony and his team also found the time distance between 1 year and 1 year, and then traveled to the past. Why did Ant-Man spend 5 years in the quantum space, but only 5 hours passed in the real world, while the Wasp Janet spent 30 years in the quantum space, but only 3 hours really passed. One reason is that the timeline of each level of the quantum field is different. From the movie, we can see that when Hank Pym arrived at the quantum space where Janet was, he went through dozens of levels of shrinkage, and the timeline of each level of shrinkage should be independent. It just so happens that Ant-Man stayed in the quantum field with a large difference in flow rate from the real world. Of course, there are certain technical reasons. That is Dr. Pym's technology. Simply put, Dr. Pym's Pym example is more like a mark. He can mark the location of the entrance when you enter the quantum field, and pull you back to the real world from outside the quantum field. So in Ant-Man and the Wasp, the original Wasp was brought back to the original timeline of the real world by Dr. Pym through a time machine. So because the Wasp had experienced 30 years in quantum space, when she returned to the timeline of the real world, she still followed the established changes. And on top of that, there are the Pym particles improved by Iron Man, which are more advanced. Chapter 184: The Secret of Pioneer Technology. It allows users to locate in the quantum field and go directly to the time point you want to go, which of course includes the time point when you enter the quantum field. In other words, this technology can allow you to return to the initial time point no matter how you move in the quantum space or how long it has passed, which is the time state you first entered, and this is the so-called Mobius strip. The inspiration that inspired Iron Man to build a time machine. In other words, if the Wasp is wearing the Pym particles modified by Iron Man, then even if she has spent 30 years in it, when she returns to the real world, Iron Man can set her body to return to the time state when she first entered, or even if you think more, you can choose the body state at any time point and transform it through quantum shuttle to give you a young body. In the final analysis, this is the difference between the time state of the time traveler and the time state of the traveler, which look the same, but are essentially very different. A very simple example is that in Avengers 4, Scott Lang is constantly being made by the Hulk in the time machine from young to old to baby. No matter how his mind changes, it is still the current state. The only change is the physical state that changes with the time point. Because at that time they were uncertain about the time state of the time traveler and the time state of the time traveler, so they had to try one by one. Now with the existence of this thing, it can be said that Killian can let some virus bodies conduct trial and error infinitely and carry out unlimited virus research, such as T-virus, G-virus, blacklight virus, Genova cell, etc. No matter how strong it is, no matter how it can become an uncontrollable monster, as long as the time node of the experimental subject is initially set before the injection, then even if the other party becomes a godlike existence later, it can be restored to the original time before the injection by changing its own time state. This is the ultimate bug of the Pym particle. It can be said that with this thing, you really control the big key to open the door of time. In the original book, the timeline of the later multiverse was also opened in this way. The difference is that if there is no Pym particle, then the quantum space is a prison for any creature, and with it, it is a corridor leading to the multiverse. Sir, according to my database, I found that the blueprint involves the microscopic world and even the quantum field. According to the data, it contains a huge amount of knowledge and data structure. Do I need to establish a new thread for data analysis? At this time, after arranging things, Baymax asked. Yes. After hearing Baymax's words, Killian nodded after thinking about it. After all, although he now almost understands the concept and structure of quantum space and Pym particles, many details still need huge data to support. Then the establishment of quantum tunnels and the collection of Pym particles began to progress in full swing. On that day, Hank Pym took his daughter and students in live directly in the construction laboratory of Pioneer Technology. You must know that the laboratory here is built according to the underground laboratory of the military base. There are not only a large number of soldiers in the entire base, but also various high-tech weapons. It can be said that as long as the quantum tunnel is successfully established, these soldiers of Pioneer Technology can take their weapons and set off directly. After seeing the deployment of troops in Killian's base, the three of them couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Teacher, you said that the troops and firepower of Avangard here are almost as strong as a brigade, and there are even many robots that only appear in movies, such as T-800. My God, how can the US government accommodate them? Aren't you worried that Avangard will rebel? At this time, after walking all the way, looking at the soldiers and T-800 robots patrolling the base, Darren couldn't help but get close to his teacher and asked in disbelief. After all, The biggest and craziest idea in his mind has always been to become an arms supplier like Stark Group, but for Avangard to directly station a brigade of troops in a city in another country, let alone hearing it, no one dares to think about it. You have to know that this is the United States, the place with the strictest control over military power, and it is incredible that Avangard has built such a large military base here. Rebellion. Huh. Since Avangard launched the aerospace carrier, let alone the United States, for all countries in the world, what they need to worry about is not whether Avangard will rebel. It's a question of whether they still look down on the Earth and whether they will take you to play. Do you think a company that has the ability to carry out interstellar colonization and galaxy resource development, and has so many robots as laborers, can find a planet to develop on its own? When Avangard develops, it's hard to say who will truly represent the Earth. After hearing what his students said, Hank Pym, who had also read these, snorted and said, to be honest, the reason why he was willing to choose to cooperate with Avangard was because Avangard had enough technology, a large amount of manpower, material resources and resources. For a huge individual like Avangard, it is possible to succeed if he wants to find his wife in the vast quantum world. With the power of a company, it has directly changed the countries of the entire Earth. For so long, only Vanguard technology has done this. At this moment, after hearing his mentor's words, Darren looked at the robots and well-trained soldiers who kept passing by with admiration, and then sighed. What? Are you moved? Do you want me to introduce you to work for Mr. Killian next time I see you? After hearing his apprentice's envious words, Hank Pym turned around, looked at Darren and said, haha. No, I still have a clear idea in my mind. And teacher, this is the goal and direction of my lifelong development. Vanguard technology, no matter how good it is, it belongs to others. After hearing his teacher's unhappy words, Darren, who reacted immediately, smiled and said in response. After hearing Darren's words, Hope on the side couldn't help but blush and look shy. Seeing this scene, Hank Pym couldn't help laughing. What about Pioneer Technology? What about Killian? Do they have such a filial daughter and perfect son-in-law? When the time comes, as long as he brings his wife back, their family of 4 will be extremely happy and live a fairy-like life. However, Father, the efficiency of the robots here is indeed unprecedentedly high. If we were to build it ourselves, it would probably take 1 or 2 months, or even much longer. And with their efficiency, it is estimated that it will take less than half a month, and the fastest may even be a week. It's only the first day, and the prototype of the entire quantum laboratory has been built. This efficiency is simply shocking. At this time, Hope, who came to his senses again, looked at the laboratory, where a construction robot was constantly building the laboratory with a high efficiency and uninterrupted rhythm, and then said to his father, "It seems to be true now that you put it that way. Avant-garde technology is indeed at the forefront of the world in the development of intelligent robots. We should probably also try to go the robot route, and, if these robots exist, we can even find your mother ourselves. At that time, a signal base station will be stored in the data chip of each robot, which can not only transmit signals in the quantum field but also perform positioning. Moreover, I can even simplify this step. We don't need to build robots as big as theirs. We only need tiny devices that can fly autonomously." After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym, who seemed to have opened the door to a new world, became more and more excited as he spoke. "But, mentor, avant-garde technology is already doing it now. They should be able to complete the task of saving Ms. Janet, and there is no need to think about the next step." After hearing these afterthoughts from his mentor, Darren on the side couldn't help but remind him. After all, the technology has been given away now, so what's the point of you just reacting to it? It's better to calm down and take a good look at avant-garde technology's technology here and learn some lessons. Yes. It's too late to think about this now. After hearing his student's words, Hank Pym, who originally felt that his brain was full of inspiration, once again withered and said helplessly, "It's okay, Father, you've done a good job. If avant-garde technology didn't have these robots, it would actually be as efficient as ours. They just invented these things one step ahead of others. Father, I believe in you. If it were you, you would definitely be able to do it." After seeing her father's frustrated and helpless look, Hope on the side also spoke to comfort him in time. After all, now that her mother has hope of returning, she doesn't want her family, which is finally reunited, to have other misfortunes. Robots. Yet, why didn't I think of that? After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym, who seemed to be awakened, looked at the robot installing the building in the laboratory in front of him, and then looked at the robot patrolling outside, and finally realized it and spoke excitedly. At this moment, he finally figured out why, as a human being in a technology company, avant-garde technologies are always ahead of all other companies and at the forefront of the earth. What's wrong, father? At this time, Hope also stepped forward and came to Hank Pym's side and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, what's wrong with you? Did you find something?" Darren, who was standing next to him, was also the same, but compared to Hope, he was smarter. After seeing Hank Pym's sudden enlightenment at these robots, he looked at the robots trying to find the secrets and asked with concern, "I think I finally understand why these products of avant-garde are always invented so quickly. Why is it that every time, no matter what it is, it can be so far ahead of the world's technological level?" After hearing what the two said, Hank Pym, who was like discovering a new world at this moment, couldn't help but speak with excitement. "Why? What is it?" After hearing what Hank Pym said, the two couldn't help but ask in unison. After all, if they also knew this secret and learned it, then their company might be able to experience booming development like pioneer technology, or even become the next pioneer technology. Artificial intelligence. It can and can only be artificial intelligence. These robots are different from the medical robots DAB that were first produced by Pioneer Technology. DAB is a single-threaded LAN independent operation mode, and I have observed that these robots are all multi-threaded network operation mode. Because only in this way, managed by a unified system, can the cooperation between each robot reach the highest work efficiency, and to achieve the level we are seeing now. Either Pioneer Technology has developed a new signal transmission that is at least at the photon level, or a new robot intelligent unified processing algorithm. Or it can only be developed artificial intelligence. The former is almost impossible to do, and even if it is done, it cannot explain why Pioneer Technology's technology can develop so fast. Only the latter can explain it, because artificial intelligence cannot only ignore hardware and exist directly on the internet, but also the more developed the network, the higher its efficiency. It can be said that the existence of artificial intelligence can allow a company or even a country to usher in a technological explosion in a short period of time. Therefore, only the logic of artificial intelligence can explain why, in the past 2 years, Pioneer Technology has grown from an unknown company to the current behemoth. At this moment, Hank Pym looked at everything in front of him, and he was shocked and admired from the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect that avant-garde technology could develop artificial intelligence in an era like a year ago when there was nothing, and even the internet was not developed. You know, artificial intelligence needs trillions of big data to be fed, which can be said to be the consensus reached by experts in the field of artificial intelligence. But avant-garde technology didn't know how to do it, and it just took a step to the sky and completed such a nearly impossible thing. I understand. It is because of the emergence of artificial intelligence that avant-garde technology can now be far ahead in everything it does. So that's why so many technology companies in the industry have been analyzing the development model of avant-garde technology, but they have never had any clues. After all, artificial intelligence is too advanced. After hearing his teacher's words, Darren, who was standing aside at this moment, said with sudden enlightenment, "You know, as the current director of Pym Company, it can be said that he is the highest person in charge of Pym Technology, except Hank Pym. Therefore, he often attends many exchange banquets of peers in technology companies. At those banquets, it was inevitable that Pioneer Technology was brought up as a topic by all peers. Many people tried to find the source of Pioneer Technology's takeoff from the development trajectory of Pioneer Technology. But no one has been able to discover the secret, and many people have even attributed the secret of Pioneer Technology to the name of Pioneer Technology Universe, which was changed when Pioneer Technology established the Earth Federation recently. Many people believe that Pioneer Technology has discovered a lost alien civilization, or aliens, which led to such development. And once upon a time, he also thought so. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the appearance of these robots, virtual projections, and even aerospace motherships. And now, what he didn't expect was that the source of everything was artificial intelligence, which was theoretically recognized by all modern scientists as an important driving force for the new round of scientific and technological revolution and industrial transformation in the future. Because only with this thing can humans usher in a technological explosion again in a short time. At this moment, when he looked at these robots again, A different light appeared in his eyes. Teacher. Let's study this too. As long as we have artificial intelligence, I believe PIM technology will also usher in such an outstanding leap forward. Then our entire PIM group will be reborn. Then, Darren looked at Hank Pym next to him and made a proposal. After all, for him now, it is not realistic to want to study artificial intelligence by himself or even let the company study artificial intelligence. The reason why artificial intelligence is still only in the theoretical stage at this stage is that many laboratories have not studied it even if they know about it. It is precisely because everyone knows that the difficulty of manufacturing this thing is no less than that of letting you lead a team to study the atomic bomb in the age of discovery in the early 19th century. In an era where nothing is available, let alone the atomic bomb, being able to make a computer is considered awesome. Not to mention that even the manufacturing principle of the atomic bomb has been announced. It is not very difficult. Chapter 185 Dr. Pym's invention of Ultron 1. But it is no exaggeration to say that the extraction of high-purity enriched uranium has basically blocked the necks of more than 90% of the countries in the world who want to make nuclear weapons. The source of uranium ore is also a problem that needs to be solved. According to the current theory that 200 tons of uranium ore can be used to refine 1 kilogram of enriched uranium, at least 2,000 tons of uranium ore are needed to extract 20 kilograms of weapon-grade enriched uranium. There are only a few countries in the world that have the ability to export uranium ore. Not only do they have to find it, but they also have to develop it. You have to know that it is 2,000 tons of uranium ore, and it takes a long time just to dig it manually. Not to mention, the centrifuges used to make nuclear weapons not only have very high technical requirements, but also require multi-stage series separation. Tens of thousands of high-performance centrifuges need to rotate 24 hours a day, and it takes a whole year to produce dozens of kilograms of weapon-grade enriched uranium. In addition, the power consumption of centrifuges is also amazing. Tens of thousands of centrifuges rely on electricity to work. We ordinary people may not be able to imagine how much power centrifuges consume, especially how much power centrifuges consume to make weapon-grade enriched uranium. It can be described as horrible. In terms of power consumption, the gas diffusion method consumes the most power. The United States once calculated that in the 1960s during the Cold War, 17% of the country's electricity was used to supply gas diffusion nuclear plants. The annual power generation of the United States in the mid-1960s was 170 billion kilowatts-hour, and 17% of the power consumption was about 29 billion kilowatts-hour, which is more than Iran's current power generation. Small countries in general cannot afford this kind of power consumption, so they have switched to centrifuges with lower power consumption, although the power consumption of centrifuges to produce enriched uranium is only about 1/5 of that of the gas diffusion method. The difficulty of making atomic bombs mentioned above is infinitely close to the difficulty of studying artificial intelligence. It can be said that it is difficult to come up with artificial intelligence under the limitations of the times and the lack of rigid conditions. Those who can come up with it are all cutting-edge talents in this industry, and it is difficult to count a few of them in the whole world. It happens that he thinks that the man in front of him, his teacher, the man who created the PIM particle, is one of them. So Darren wants to pull his teacher to study artificial intelligence together. Only in this way can their company usher in a more comprehensive development. It's a good idea, but I still need to think about how to develop it. To create artificial intelligence, this project is not small at all, and it also requires a huge budget. It's a bottomless pit. If we are not careful, our company may be gone. After hearing what his student said, how could Hank Pym, as a genius scientist, not want to develop his own artificial intelligence? After all, an artificial intelligence can save a company a lot of things. Even if it is only used on individuals, it can save half of his usual time. However, the complexity and difficulty of this line of engineering is indeed extraordinary. Even if he has always been confident in everything, he can't help but hesitate and doubt. It's okay, teacher. How can any company not experience setbacks if it wants to get started? If it really fails at that time, we will build a new PIM technology. After seeing his teacher's somewhat shaken look, Darren also spoke up. Thanks to Killian's contribution, after Hank Pym handed over the collection technology of PIM particles, thinking that it's better to let one sheep go than to drive two sheep, Hank Pym also gave Darren a copy of the PIM particles afterwards. After all, that night, Darren and his daughter Hope announced in front of him that they were already together, and then they were going to get married when his mother came back. So he no longer had any thoughts to hide. After all, it had been exposed anyway, and Darren was also his son-in-law. He had been watching this child for several years, and his appearance, character, and talent were impeccable. So now Darren can be said to be a real member of PIM technology, and now he is indeed qualified to say this. The other two people didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Hope didn't say it, Darren was already his groom-to-be, and she naturally had to support him. Hank Pym also started from scratch and started his own company. Naturally, he also knew that the company would often encounter many bottlenecks and difficulties. And he had experienced countless crises like this one choice that could lead to bankruptcy. The only difference was whether he should fight for it. After all, he now had a daughter, and a son-in-law. His wife will be back soon. It would be best if he could save the dowry for his daughter safely. Then he and his wife would hand it over to the two of them safely. However, looking at his daughter's hopeful eyes and his son-in-law's eager eyes, Hank Pym finally nodded, not knowing whether it was for the two of them or for his still active and restless heart. Great! Hope cheered. Teacher, don't worry. This time I will do my best to assist you. We will never let PIM technology fall into the hands of our generation. On the other side, after hearing the mentor's words, Darren also immediately stated his position. For a moment, the three people once again reached a high degree of unity on the future development of PIM technology. Then you guys just watch here first. I'm going to go back and start thinking about how to break through the technical difficulty of artificial intelligence. After looking at the two young men with a smile, Hank Pym seemed to see his younger self for the first time. Then he stood up and walked out after talking to the two of them. Only the two of them were left to supervise the site. It was just a supervisor, just watching on the site. After all, even if they said something, these robots controlled by Baymax would not pay attention to them, not to mention that these were all constructed completely according to Pym's drawings. If there was a problem, it would be Dr. Pym's problem. In this way, half a month passed. Under a villa in a certain British manor, an elderly man in a white coat was using extremely fast hand speed to continuously input the underlying logic and code of the robot in front of him through the computer in front of him. As a qualified artificial intelligence, it must have the ability to improve itself and take the responsibility of protecting the world, and then add a little bit of my genius brain thinking mode. As Dr. Pym kept talking to himself, the computer in front of him began to improve continuously because of his continuous input. However, the only thing that made people feel uncomfortable here was that the old man's head was full of various things similar to signal transmission lines, and the density was like the snake head on Medusa's hair. And behind the main control computer not far away, a silver-white cylindrical robot stood there, and there were various data lines on it, which were derived from the chip processor on the top. All of this was another innovative invention that Dr. Pym made to avoid using a huge database to feed the birth of artificial intelligence, like overtaking on the curve. From the very beginning, Hank Pym knew that if it was developed according to the traditional development, the huge data flow of trillions was not something their company could afford, and even if it could afford it, it would take a great opportunity to make artificial intelligence truly evolve. It can be said that the hope of artificial intelligence to evolve is slim. Even if the method is announced and thousands of experimental teams develop it at the same time, in the end, only one artificial intelligence may be born, or even none. So in order to overtake on the curve, avoid this time-consuming, costly and laborious plan, and in the end, there may be no money lost. Finally, Hank Pym decided to use his own brain wave pattern as the brain of artificial intelligence. You know, if the human brain is converted into memory units, it is a full 3.6 megabytes, and the more developed a person's brain is, the larger the memory it can hold. At least according to Hank Pym's own measurements, his brain is at least 30 megabytes, so it can be used to replace the huge database of trillions of data. And it can even be directly cultivated and born in one step. Now he is making the final improvement. He wants to give his wife a big surprise when she comes back. A real artificial intelligence, when the PIM technology has its own exclusive artificial intelligence, then it can really take off. This gift can be regarded as a gift for their long-lost reunion. Until more than half an hour passed, until Hank Pym finally hit the enter key, and then the computer in front of him began to perform the final data test. In this way, with the old man's nervous watch, until another hour passed, accompanied by a beep, the entire computer began to turn into a green icon, which means that the experiment was officially successful. Ho ha ho ha. I finally succeeded. Howard. I proved myself again. I am the real genius. At this moment, looking at the computer in front of him that had passed the data test, Hank Pym no longer had any image in this empty underground laboratory, and laughed up to the sky. Hello, Mr. Hank Pym. I am your new intelligent assistant, please name me. At this time, just when Hank Pym was still excited, as the robot in front of him began to load the data, its top camera also lit up red light, and then after shaking left and right, it saw its creator and immediately spoke. Ultron 1, from today on your name is Ultron 1. Your task is to be the butler of Pym Technology. And work part-time to collect information on the internet so that you can give me feedback on anything I ask at any time. Do you understand? When Hank Pym heard the robot he created start to speak, he was surprised at first, but then he was extremely excited, and then he looked at the robot in front of him and spoke. Totally understandable. Mr. Hank. I'll start collecting network information now. Your mission is my lifelong mission. After hearing the words of its creator, Ultron 1's camera flashed first, and then spoke in a mechanical electronic voice. Okay. After seeing that the artificial intelligence he created could understand his words so easily, Hank Pym's eyes flashed with great joy, but just when he wanted to continue speaking, a phone rang from him. Hello. Father, the quantum space tunnel has been built here, and it will be officially open today. Do you want to come? As soon as Hank Pym answered the phone, Hope's excited voice came from the other side of the phone. After hearing this voice, Hank Pym remembered that today was indeed the time to start the quantum tunnel 2 days ago, and then he quickly replied, yes, yes, yes. I'll be there soon, wait for me. You must wait for me. After thinking of this, Hank Pym also took off his white coat and rushed out of the underground laboratory after hanging up the phone, leaving only the newly built Ultron number 1 alone. After all, compared to Hank Pym, artificial intelligence is far less important than his wife, not to mention that artificial intelligence will not run away if placed here. However, at this moment, Ultron number 1 in the basement, after seeing the door closed again. The cameras in his eyes on his head were staring at the closed door, flashing red dots, as if he was thinking about something, which seemed particularly terrifying and gloomy in this silent and deserted laboratory. At this time, in the background of the local communication operator, there was only a place about a certain British manor villa, and its traffic fee was increasing at a very fast speed, and even reached tens of thousands of dollars in a short period of time. On the other side, Killian, who had already asked all the T-800 members to be ready and standing at the entrance of the quantum space tunnel that had begun to be pre-leaded, was watching everything in front of him with interest. You know, as long as the entrance of the quantum space tunnel in front of him is opened, it means that he has truly mastered the key to enter the other dimension or even the parallel universe. And now, just wait for the arrival of the last person. I'm here. Huh? I hope it won't be too late. Just when the set time was about to arrive, accompanied by the sudden opening of the door, Dr. Hank Pym, who was panting, rushed in. Obviously, he ran all the way in. At this time, Hope and Darren, who had been waiting on the side for a long time, couldn't help but step forward, support him, and then carefully pat each other's back. After all, as an elderly person, if he doesn't take good care of himself after such intense exercise, he will die before Janet comes back. Dr. Pym, I thought you were going to skip the tedious startup steps and wait until we find your wife. At this time, looking at Hank Pym who came in front of him, Killian also said jokingly with great ease. To be honest, he was quite curious why Hank Pym was late. After all, this day was set by the other party, and in Killian's cognition, the other party even handed over his life's hard work, the Pym particles, in order to get his wife back. So today is such an important day, there is no reason to be late. And if he is late, it can only mean one thing, that is, the other party has more important things than this. But that's all he thought of. If he went deeper, Killian couldn't think of what it was. After all, at this stage, in addition to the Pym particles, his daughter and his wife, the other party has all three here. If there are other things of the same level, Killian can't think of them. But it doesn't matter. For him, everything at the moment is the key. Haha, sorry, we were late because of a traffic jam. Let's get started now. After hearing Killian's joke, Hank Pym immediately explained. After all, it was built specifically for his wife, so Hank Pym still had to explain it. Start it. After hearing Hank Pym's words, Killian nodded and said to the researcher beside him. Then, He nodded, came to the control panel, and pressed the button. The entire rectangular space, which was originally ordinary and lit with incandescent lights, suddenly began to light up with dazzling light. At this moment, everyone felt as if the door to a new world had been opened in front of them. It's beautiful. It's like seeing the passage to another world open in front of me. At this moment, after looking at this scene in front of him, Hope on the side couldn't help but say with a look of admiration. At this moment, everyone present was shocked by the magnificent scene in front of them. T-Series Army, stand by, and prepare to attack once the tunnel is stable. At this time, Killian, who was looking at the scene in front of him, gave the order directly. Then, as Killian's order was issued, one after another T-800 robot soldiers equipped with the latest jet propulsion devices and PIM particles began to gather in front of the entrance of the quantum tunnel. In a short while, the endless robot army, under Killian's command, all assembled and stood by, waiting for an order, and then they would go out collectively. Boss, the quantum tunnel is stable, and you can start entering. After a while, as the overall rotation speed of the quantum tunnel began to approach stability, the researcher in front of the main console spoke. A new chapter, late but here. Chapter 186 Quantum Realm Space. Wait a minute. Sir Killian, can I come in with you? After hearing the researcher's reminder, Killian, who was about to give the order to go in, was interrupted by Hank Pym's sudden speech. Father. Teacher. At this time, Hope and Darren, who were standing by, couldn't help but change their faces after hearing Hank Pym's speech, and then spoke. Hope. I have been away from your mother for a long time. For more than 10 years, there has not been a moment when I didn't think about her. I believe she is the same, so if I can find her this time, I hope that the first person to find her can be me. In any case, it means that I have tried my best. When Hank Pym heard that his daughter and student wanted to say something, he raised his hand to stop them from speaking, and then spoke with a moving face. Father. Teacher. Looking at such a heartfelt scene on the other side, Killian didn't know what to say. If he remembered the plot correctly, the first Wasp Janet was with Conqueror Kang and had a relationship. And the most amazing thing is that Janet explained the reason directly as I have a need. I have to say that she is worthy of being a foreigner, and she is a bit top in this aspect. But these are no longer a problem for Killian. After all, she is not his wife, and he only needs to bring Janet back. And he believes that as long as Hank Pym enters the quantum dimension, they don't even need to start looking for people. The other party will take the initiative to connect and enter Pym's brain in the form of quantum entanglement. And what Killian feels most magical is in the movie. The first-generation Wasp seemed very relaxed when she returned to the real world, while Pym and Hank were very weak, and the first-generation Wasp could sense the pain of the ghost girl and treat her. This may be what she said evolution. And according to Killian's estimation, she should have other abilities that have not been shown for the time being. And there is a problem. Killian once learned in the real world that Marvel had revealed that Captain Marvel was related to the quantum realm. Then Captain Marvel's superpowers that were so strong that they could be cheated might come from quantum energy. In addition, in the post-credits scene, Scott returned to the quantum realm again to collect healing particles to help Ghost with further treatment. It is very likely that there are multiple ability particles in the quantum realm. And the first generation of Wasp slowly attached to and integrated into her body for 30 years. Then, there is an explanation for the first generation of Wasp being able to live in the quantum realm for so long. After all, in the movie, a careless quantum creature can easily reach and tear her apart. If it weren't for Conqueror Kang's rescue, she would really die. So it is very likely that this is the reason. Of course, Killian needs to explore more things to know. Now all these speculations are just speculations. While Killian was stunned, Hank Pym had already put on his battle suit and joined this journey. Sir Killian, please start. Then, he looked at Killian next to him and gestured. At this moment, Killian did not act pretentiously. After nodding again, the robot soldiers began to move forward one by one with the action of the entire robot army. To be honest, as long as the target node is set at the beginning, even without any protection, you can enter the quantum space and survive. The only problem is that if there is no amplified version of the Pym particle, you can't come back. In this way, Hank Pym, as the person involved, just entered the quantum space tunnel in front of him with the robot army, and he only felt a strong pulling force pulling him in. And in this process, he was still shrinking at a very fast speed, and in a short while he was reduced to the size of a molecule. Then, As they continued to fall, he saw that all kinds of magnificent things that were completely invisible in reality began to appear in front of him one after another, many dust comparable to the size of a hill, and tunnels similar to ant nests. Then he saw a shocking scene like the birth of the universe. From shallow to deep, the deeper he went, the more profound the things he saw, and it was difficult to express them in words. Even the people outside were deeply shocked by this incredible world. In the end, he even seemed to feel that he had entered a world full of bacteria. One after another, strange-looking balls appeared in front of him. Soon, Dr. Pym came to an ethereal place, as if he was in the universe. But before he began to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him, the next second, accompanied by a series of strange whale-like sounds. Looking at the location where the sound came from, Hank Pym saw one after another huge water bears floating towards them. The shock that people can feel is extremely powerful. My God! Is this the microscopic world? It's so beautiful. At this moment, the people outside were watching the pictures sent back by the on-site robot, and Hope on the side couldn't help but say with emotion. As for the tardigrades, they were not worried at all, because in front of them, there were densely packed, several tardigrade-sized steel legions waiting for them. Open fire. Test their abilities. Killian, however, ignored the beautiful scenery they saw, and his eyes were full of the tardigrades in front of him. You know, in the language of the wasp Janet, when they entered the quantum universe, in addition to being careful not to be sucked into the time vortex, they also had to pay attention to the big guy in front of them, so Killian wanted to know what kind of ability this thing had, and immediately gave the order. For a moment, with Killian's order issued, even before Darren and Hope on the side could react, the army of robots in the video began to tilt their firepower, firing one after another of the latest modified plasma energy cannons at the tardigrades rushing not far away. In an instant, in front of the tardigrades, they instantly ushered in energy cannons that covered the sky and the sun. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. As soon as they came into contact, the water bears that were running towards them were immediately blasted by the powerful energy shock, and as the entire robot army opened fire at the same time, the energy bombs fired by thousands of robots immediately hit the water bears, leaving only scattered pieces of meat floating in the void. However, at this moment, in front of everyone, a miracle occurred. These pieces of meat began to wriggle very quickly in a short period of time, and soon grew into the water bears just now. Although the size was obviously reduced, these were all turned into 5 or 6 separate individuals. After the birth of these water bears, they still attacked the steel army without hesitation. It's interesting, super speed regeneration and self-division. But obviously they don't have a very high IQ. They sacrificed this part in exchange for a strong ability to survive. After seeing the scene in front of him, Killian couldn't help but smile and said, "The tardigrades were so hard to kill in front of an entire army. No wonder the Wasp reminded Scott to be careful in the original book. If a person really encounters such a powerful monster, he can only target the weaknesses of the tardigrades or run away." Okay, the whole army continues to dive. Enter the quantum realm. After seeing that the robot army had almost finished its exploration, Killian did not continue his research. He initially just wanted to see if the tardigrades here had been affected by the quantum realm and had any changes, but it was obvious that this was only the surface of the quantum realm, not even the surface, so he immediately gave a formal order. Then, just as the split tardigrades were about to approach the entire robot army began to flash with light, and then began to shrink at a very fast speed and fell down. For a moment, in front of everyone, the picture changed, and the next moment, it felt like a variety of colorful lights appeared in front of them. In the video, the unusually gorgeous and colorful scenes filled the screen. This kind of bizarre scene was like being in a fairy tale world. But at this moment, Hank Pym, as an ordinary person, began to feel the body's effort and dizziness. The whole person even began to feel a sense of effort and weakness. After arriving at the ground here, he began to stagger. If it weren't for the support of the robot beside him, he would have fallen headfirst. "Father, what's going on?" At this time, Hope, who saw this scene through the video, asked excitedly. Quantum entanglement state. When ordinary people enter the quantum world, they will be absorbed and affected by the quantum energy filled in it. For an ordinary person, when entering the quantum field for the first time, because there are too many quantum energies filling the void, they will feel a strong sense of discomfort for a while. After hearing Hope's speech, Killian at this time also hurriedly began to check the data on the data collection and analysis instrument carried by the robot soldiers. Sure enough, in this space, there are a lot of powerful quantum energies. It can be said that this is the quantum sea. If these quantum energies can be used, it will be another milestone for the entire human civilization. You know, quantum utilization can be roughly divided into 4 categories. In quantum computing, there are quantum factorization, which can crack almost any encrypted communication, and quantum search, which can instantly retrieve the contents of a cosmic database. In quantum communication, there are quantum teleportation, which can be understood as instant transmission, which can appear anywhere in the universe at will, or even outside the universe, and quantum cryptography. Even quantum itself can act on the human body, resonate and conduct with the magnetic field energy waves of human cells, oscillate and peel off the toxins of cells, correct cells with chaotic magnetic field fluctuations, and repair damaged cells, replenish cell energy, and improve human vitality. And Killian even emphasized that the quantum energy in this world has been strengthened even more. Will my father be in danger? After hearing Killian's words, Hope panicked at this moment. You know, she let her father go because he was protected by a robot army, and there would be basically no problems in terms of safety. But now looking at her father's uncomfortable look, Hope couldn't help but ask, Hope, don't worry. We have to believe in Mr. Killian. Since he knows these things, there must be a solution. At this time, after hearing Hope's anxious words, Darren hurried forward to hold him, and then whispered to comfort him. After hearing Darren's words, Hope looked at Killian in front of him with hope. After all, only the other party has a solution at the moment. There is one way, that is to let Dr. Hank Pym press the amplification button in his hand, and he can come back instantly. As long as he comes back here before he is completely affected by the quantum energy in all directions, there will be no other harm. After hearing the two people's words, Killian also said calmly, after all, the button is in the hands of Hank Pym, and he can't pull people back by force. Father, come back. Your body can't stand this situation now. After hearing Killian's words, Hope also came to the main console and controlled the intercom and said, okay. After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym, who also realized that his body was not doing well, did not insist on continuing. After nodding, he began to press the zoom button in his hand. Then the whole person began to be gradually enlarged, and then was pulled towards the outside world at a very fast speed. It was as if the entire quantum field was rejecting him. But these are rare for Hank Pym now, because as his body continued to enlarge and the whole body began to rise continuously, the feeling that even his brain was affected began to slowly dissipate. But the next second he was stunned in place. Hank, is that you? At this moment, in his mind, the voice of his wife Janet began to echo, and this voice became more and more obvious in the end, as if it was next to his ear. Janet, is that you? When Hank Pym heard this voice, he felt that he had missed something. He turned his body frantically and looked around, and then began to shout loudly. Hank, find me. Find me. Hank. However, no matter how much he spoke, his wife's familiar but anxious voice kept echoing in his mind. Just like that, before Hank Pym even finished looking around, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and was instantly pulled back to the front of the quantum tunnel, and once again returned to the real world. Father, are you okay? Teacher. The moment Hank Pym appeared in front of the tunnel, Hope rushed up to support Hank, who was about to fall due to exhaustion, and at this time Darren also ran up and clamped him to the seat beside him and sat down. Huh? I heard it. Janet's voice, she's still alive. She's really still alive. At this moment, after a period of recovery, Hank Pym, who finally had some blood in his eyes, held his daughter's hand tightly, and then spoke with excitement. Really? Is it really my mother? After hearing what her father said, Hope's face instantly became excited, and then she asked. Yes, that's right, her voice echoed in my mind countless times, asking me to find her. That's her voice, so she must be alive. Looking at his daughter's excited expression, Hank Pym was also shaking with excitement at this moment. You know, it has been more than 10 years, he has been thinking about his wife day and night for more than 10 years, and now she is really alive. But how could this be? Did she speak when you came back, teacher? Darren, who was standing aside, couldn't help but ask after hearing what his teacher said. After all, Such a thing as speaking in someone else's mind is too unheard of. Compared with this, he would rather believe that his teacher was on the way back from the Zoom, and his teacher's wife Janet saw the other party and spoke. Quantum entanglement. The quantum energy in the quantum field can give people strange abilities, or completely transform people. She should have obtained relevant abilities and can connect to people in the quantum field in a quantum entanglement state. It allows the other party to hear her voice even at a long distance. At this time, Killian's voice also echoed in front of several people. All this is simply too magical. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't imagine that just going to another quantum universe to watch would give him such a terrifying ability. Yes, Your Excellency is right. My ability allows people to put quantum entanglement into it when they enter the quantum universe, and then they can connect to it over a long distance. The quantum space tunnel you opened this time allows me to do this now. At this time, Hank Pym's face changed, and then a gentle expression similar to that of a woman appeared on his face. Then Hank Pym looked at Killian with a sissy smile and said, Chapter 187 Quantum Entanglement Communication. Little sugar bean. You've grown up. Then, Hank Pym looked away, and then he gently stretched out his big hand to touch Hope's face, and then spoke. Mom. Seeing that the father in front of him suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, especially when he was still saying the exclusive name that her mother used to call her when she was a child, Hope's face changed, and then in shock, she asked hesitantly. With her understanding, she really didn't know whether the person in front of her was her father or her mother. If it was her father, how could he call her by the exclusive name of her mother, but if it was her mother, how did she do it? Ghost possession? Question mark? This is too amazing. At this time, Darren, who was watching this scene, even had his eyes popped out. If it wasn't for Hope's mom just now, he would even think that Hank Pym, his teacher, was affected by the quantum energy and his brain was burned. Time is tight, little sugar bean, I don't have time to explain too much, I need to adjust the parameters of your equipment here immediately. At this time, just when Hope wanted to continue asking, Hank Pym stood up, controlled his old body to come to the main control room next to it, and then when the researcher looked at Killian, Killian took it over with his acquiescence. Then he began to try to adjust the data parameters. Mom, what are you doing? In order to cherish this hard-won time, Hope also came up and asked. I want to calculate the probability field. It's very complicated. We must locate my position in the outside world through the quantum entangled state left in Hank's mind in the quantum space. Otherwise, the world in the quantum space is too big, and it is impossible for you to find me. After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym at this time began to frantically control the main control computer while answering. Does that mean that we should follow the clues and track the phone signal you left behind based on the voice you left in your father's mind? After hearing her mother's words, Hope at the side also asked. You are still so smart, that's right. And to do this, we need to use a specific subatomic frequency to track the signal, and you have already built this thing. It can be seen that your father has worked hard in the years when I disappeared and did not let me down. After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym, who took some time out from his busy schedule, looked at his daughter with a gentle face, then blinked and said proudly. Although they have been apart for so long, seeing that her daughter is still so smart and has grown up, for Janet at this time, it can be said that she has never been happier. So what should we do now? Mother, when my father was studying these, I also learned about them, and I think I can help. After hearing her mother's words, Hope also spoke at this time. It's very simple. Adjust the probability field. I need to set the range you are adjusting now. The current 1-24 is too large. I want to scale it to 4-6 points. This way, we can quickly locate my position. Janet said after listening to her daughter's words. 4-6? A search range of 2 points. Mom, isn't this a bit too narrow? We may miss your position. Make it bigger. After hearing her mother's radical speech, Hope's eyes widened and she began to persuade. Yes, Ms. Janet, anyway, the search range of 4-6 is too narrow, and we have plenty of time to find you now. Why not make this range a little bigger? I think if Mr. Hank knew, he would think so too. At this time, Darren, who was standing next to her, also came forward and persuaded her. Teacher Hank? It seems that Hank has finally found a proud student. But think about it, I didn't expect that the first disagreement between him and me in such a long time would happen like this. But let's do it this way, Then choose 3-7, this search range is just right. After looking at Darren, who was talking to her in surprise, and then looking back and forth between her daughter and the other party, Janet didn't say anything else, but nodded and agreed. Then, after she finished typing, she pressed enter to finalize it. The quantum signal detector located not far from the room began to operate. In front of everyone, one after another isosceles triangles with various orange numbers began to jump continuously, and with the operation of the instruments, one after another triangles were constantly adjusting the emission of the series. Then, not long after, with the middle of the screen finally showing a signal location, the current position of the wasp Janet was directly locked. After seeing this scene, Janet's face was also happy, revealing a smile she had never had before. Even Darren and Hope on the side couldn't help but feel excited, because they were about to welcome the most important person in their lives. Signal source, locked. We succeeded. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hope on the side couldn't help but say happily, "You have to go to this coordinate to find me, but, little sugar bean, you have to remember one thing, crossing the quantum vacuum in the wilderness, but it is very dangerous, especially for the human brain, please be absolutely careful. The rules of time and loss of control are particularly different in the quantum vacuum, so there are only 2 hours, after which the probability field will change, and it will take another century before it can be searched again." Looking at the scene in front of her, Janet also said to Hope on the side with a concerned face, "Mom, we will find you." At this time, Hope felt the love of her mother and said, "I knew you would, little sugar bean." Looking at her daughter's concern for her, Janet also felt warm in her heart, and then said. Then the two looked at each other for a while. "Janet, your mother, I heard her voice. She's calling me." Then Hank Pym's expression changed, and finally he returned to his breathless state, and then he looked at his daughter beside him anxiously and spoke. However, as he spoke, looking at his daughter's happy expression at the beginning, and looking at his current position, Hank Pym finally realized that something was wrong and asked in confusion, "Huh? How did I suddenly appear here? Father, Mother, Mom just entered your body, and she told us everything. Now she is at this coordinate point in front of us, waiting for us to save her." Looking at the father who had recovered in front of him, Hope at this time also happily shared his joy with him. "Really? That's great. Come on, help me up. I'm going to pick up your mother myself." Although it felt particularly incredible, Hank Pym looked at the joy and excitement in his daughter's eyes, and chose to believe it and tried to take action. However, as soon as he took a step, he felt weak because his body was affected by the quantum space, and he almost fell to the ground. "Father, let me go. I will pick up my mother." "No, I must go. She left a signal in my mind. Even if we have her coordinates now, we still don't know how big it is. If I go, she can sense me, and she will come in time without us even looking for her." After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym shook his head and spoke. After all, although he felt incredible, from the voice of his wife he heard when he came back, Hank Pym knew that his wife must have left something like a beacon in his brain. "But your body now." After hearing his father's words, although he knew that he was right, looking at his father's weak appearance, Hope still had a look of reluctance in his eyes. After all, it was obvious how weak his father's body was now. If he really had to go, what would he do if something unexpected happened? Just think of it as interest on your advance payment. At this time, looking at the few people who looked like a loving family, Killian shook his head helplessly. After taking the syringe handed over by the assistant, Killian walked in front of them in the puzzled eyes of the two, and then after he finished speaking, without waiting for the two to react, Killian directly pierced Hank Pym's neck with a needle, and then in the unbelievable eyes of the other party, he quickly pushed the liquid in the syringe into him. "Father. You." Killian. Hope, who had not yet reacted, was stunned when he saw the other party stabbing his father with a needle. Then, after reacting, he wanted to rush towards Killian and fight him. "Hope, calm down. Calm down. Sir, Killian should not have any bad intentions. Look at your father." Looking at his girlfriend who had lost her mind, Darren immediately stepped forward and pulled her back, then pointed at Hank Pym, whose body was undergoing some changes on the ground. Sure enough, after hearing what her boyfriend said, Hope also looked at her father on the ground. The other party was twitching, and then his skin began to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the old and dotted with age spots disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by a strong skin similar to that of a middle-aged man. And the most intuitive thing is that his father's hair, which was originally half white, began to turn black at this moment under some incredible power. In just a few minutes, the old father disappeared, and was replaced by a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, who stood up from the ground with a strong body. What's going on? After seeing this scene, Hope was stunned. T-series serum, as we all know, only T3, T2 and T1 exist in the outside world, but there has always been a rumor about the existence of T0 sequence serum, which is a kind of serum with an effect comparable to that of T1 by dozens of times. Only one can make a dying person regain vitality and look decades younger. It is rumored that these have always been used exclusively by senior personnel in the Pioneer Technology Group. Each one is a priceless treasure, and its price is difficult to measure. But everyone has always believed that this is just a rumor. I didn't expect that I would actually see it here in person. Sir Killian, I owe you a big favor. At this time, before Killian could explain, Hank Pym, who stood up again, carefully felt the unprecedented vitality in his body with his body, while looking at the younger and younger Pioneer Technology Chairman Killian in front of him, and then spoke with a complicated face. He really didn't expect that this kind of heaven-defying medicine was actually real. And the effect is even more powerful than the rumors. Not only can it restore the lifespan of the human body, but it can also enhance the host's physical fitness in all aspects. At this moment, he even felt that he could beat 10 of his students alone without taking a breath. Haha. Then I'll remember that. Dr. Pym, you should act first. Your madam is still waiting for you. After hearing that the other party had accepted his favor, Killian smiled slightly, then tilted his head and signaled the other party to act quickly. For Killian, as long as the other party has a conscience and can accept his kindness and promise this favor, it is good. After all, the Dr. Hank Pym in front of him is a top scientist who shines in any universe. Even in the Civil War of the Avengers, the most famous prison is the mansion he built. It is specially used to detain all kinds of heavy-duty superpowered criminals with strange abilities and amazing destructive power. The technology contained in it can be imagined. Well, Hope, you and Darren wait for me here, I will be back soon. After hearing Killian's words, Hank Pym, who also realized that he was in a hurry, nodded and said to the two people beside him. Well, father, about mother's matter, she just said. Plot omitted. That's all, you must be careful. After telling her father everything her mother told her, Hope looked at her father in front of her and told him with concern. Don't worry. Your mother and I really came down from the battlefield. This little danger is nothing, not to mention that I am stronger now. After hearing his daughter's concern, Hank Pym, who regained his youthful strength, said confidently. Then, as the whole person jumped into the quantum space tunnel again, the whole person disappeared directly in front of everyone. At this time, because of the first experience, Hank Pym can be said to be familiar with the whole process. Through the positioning of the quantum tunnel adjusted in advance, Hank Pym began to fly towards the predetermined target location at a very fast speed. After a while, he stopped again and came to a world full of colorful lights. The only difference from the beginning was that this time, there was a different kind of huge flying insect in front of him. The whole thing was a strange purple color, which was particularly different in this environment. Damn it! Looking at the monster in front of him that was twice as tall as him, Dr. Pym shouted and ran behind him. Although his physique has been strengthened in all aspects, he doesn't think that his strength alone can defeat the huge monster in front of him. As he ran behind him, as if sensing the fear of the prey, the purple water worm began to chase Dr. Pym at a very fast speed. Here, every movement of it seemed like teleportation. Then, just as Dr. Pym kept running outside, he felt the sound of pursuit behind him getting closer and closer, and even the shadow of the monster was about to cover him. Squeak! Exclamation mark. Just as he was about to fight back, he heard a burst of powerful electric currents behind him, followed by the roar of a huge monster. At this time, he also looked behind him, and saw a mysterious man in a cloak holding an electric baton and fighting with a water bug. After a while, the mysterious man knocked the water bug, which was several people tall, to the ground in a few moves. At this time, the mysterious man who defeated the water bug also began to walk towards Dr. Pym. As he kept getting closer and gradually entered in front of Dr. Pym, the mysterious man in a cloak also took off his hood, and then looked closely at the lover in front of him who had been separated for decades with a face full of concern and deep eyes. My Hank. Be as cautious as a hurricane. At this moment, looking at the lover in front of her closely, Janet spoke the words of the scene when the two first met. "Janet, I finally found you." Looking at the familiar woman in front of him and her familiar words, Hank Pym could no longer hold back his excitement at this moment and said with tears in his eyes. Chapter 188, The Wasp's Persistence. Too excited. At this moment no one knows better than him how a lover who has been separated for more than 10 years feels when they meet again at this moment. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other affectionately, showing each other the sadness of long separation but the joy of reunion after long separation. If it weren't for the armor, he just wanted to give each other a deep kiss. Then, without considering other reasons, he did it as he thought. Hank Pym took off his mask directly, hugged the other person tightly, and kissed him directly. At this moment, what quantum space may affect people, what environment may have radiation and other issues, all of which were not considered by him. The lover in front of him is his world. "I'm really sorry, Janet, it took me so long to find you." After a long kiss, Hank Pym hugged his wife in front of him, and at this moment he said with great guilt, No. You are here now. It is the best proof for me. Let's go home." Looking at her husband in front of her, Janet was also moved. She really didn't expect that after so long, her husband would still remember her and even develop those amazing inventions from the outside world just to find her. "How did you manage to live here for so long?" At this moment, looking at the woman in front of him, Hank Pym, he handed the amplified Pym particles in his arms to her, and then asked with concern. "It's a long story. I'm no longer the woman I was more than 10 years ago, Hank. This place will change you. Although adaptation is one aspect, it will also bring you evolution." After hearing Hank's words, Janet also explained. "In short, this is definitely a brand new legendary world for humans. Let's go home." Looking at his wife's anxious face, Hank Pym, who had already equipped her with the instrument, smiled at each other, and then after pressing the button, the two began to be enlarged at a very fast speed, and then began to be excluded from here. Then, in a short while, the two passed through one world after another, accompanied by a flash of light in front of their eyes, and once again turned their eyes, and then the two returned to the real world. "Mommy. Teacher." At this moment, after seeing the two people successfully return, Hope and Darren ran forward and supported them respectively. Little Sugar Bean. After seeing her daughter coming up, Janet also hugged her directly in her arms, feeling the long-lost warmth brought by her daughter who had been forced to separate for more than 10 years. "Mommy. I finally see you again." Feeling the familiar maternal love that she had not seen for a long time, Janet also said excitedly, "Oh, by the way, close the door. Turn this off." After a short time together, Janet realized that the situation was not over yet, and after coming to her senses, she said anxiously to her daughter and husband, "What's wrong?" After hearing what his wife said, Hank Pym also asked with a puzzled look. After all, even if it really needs to be closed, there should be no need to be so anxious, and looking at his wife's appearance, it seems that there are even more terrifying things inside. "Listen to me. Close the quantum tunnel. Otherwise something bad will happen," Janet said with a serious face without explaining to her husband this. After hearing his wife's words, Hank Pym looked at Killian not far away with an embarrassed face. After all, this channel was built by others, and the reason must be for the things in the quantum tunnel. Now he has no right to ask the other party to close it. Since it is Ms. Janet's request, of course there is no problem. But please wait a moment. Seeing Hank Pym looking at him with an embarrassed face, Killian also replied with a smile, and then he saw him snap his fingers. The robot army in the quantum space began to press the buttons on their bodies, and then the entire army began to expand and rise at a very fast speed. In just a few tens of seconds, one after another, the army of robots emitting colorful light came back in a mighty manner. At this moment, the Ant-Man family present at the scene showed shock on everyone's face after seeing the robot army that was completely different from before entering. You know, they saw these robots were pure black iron when they went in. When they came out, they were just like being chosen by the light. This is too strange. Are you collecting the quantum energy inside? At this moment, looking at the familiar energy in front of her, Janet on the side looked at Killian with a shocked face, and then asked, "Of course. Although this trip is mainly to help Dr. Pym bring you back, as the boss of a company, you have to allow me to take some private work. Otherwise, such a big company will probably lose everything in a few days." After seeing Janet's shocked expression, Killian also smiled and said, "The reason why he sent a large army of robots into the quantum world in the first place was to collect the quantum energy inside. Although there is no need for any direct evidence to show that the Wasp's body transformation and Captain Marvel's superpowers are directly related to these quantum energies. But when they use energy, the light belonging to the quantum energy is too obvious, and it is impossible for people not to think so. And just from Janet asking Ant-Man Scott to go to the quantum world to collect quantum energy to cure the ghost, we know that this thing is definitely good for the human body. So before that, Killian asked Baymax to install energy collection devices in the bodies of each robot, which can be automatically opened as long as they reach the target location, and then automatically absorb the quantum energy floating in the space and store it in the body. In this way, the quantum energy brought back by a whole legion of robots is absolutely huge. Sir. Although I don't know who you are, I want to make it clear that the quantum space is far more dangerous and terrifying than you think. If it's just this time, it's okay, but if you develop the quantum space too many times, sometimes even once, as long as you are unlucky, you will provoke extremely terrifying existences. That will cause the entire Earth and even the universe to be destroyed because of your choice." At this moment, after hearing Killian's words, Janet warned Killian in front of her with an extremely serious expression. After all, she had been there for more than 10 years, and no one knew better than her how powerful the terrifying creature inside was. You know, it can travel through time and walk in various universes, and has destroyed timelines countless times. Even in just a dozen years, it was able to develop an extremely large and advanced scientific civilization from scratch in the quantum field, build various powerful fortresses, and even create battle suits with various magical powers. Its Imperial legions can even easily crush the entire Starry Sky civilization. Just from the fact that the other party can destroy countless universes, she knows how dangerous and terrible the other party is. She even destroyed the man's spaceship when she escaped and was forced to wander in the quantum space for a long time. But everything is too late, because the man has developed enough power in the quantum space. So now all they can do is not to open the quantum tunnel, so that the man has even one more possibility. Because as long as the man escapes from the quantum space, even if he doesn't bring his army, the other party still has the ability to easily destroy the universe. After all, as a person who has been with the other party for nearly 10 years, she can be said to know the other party very well. From nothing to something, and then to the final technological empire, all this is simply unimaginable. Madam, we will consider this issue later. Thank you for your advice, but now I suggest you cherish this time to reunite with your family. Of course, Killian knew what the other party was afraid of, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he nodded and gestured to his men to close the quantum tunnel while smiling. Promise me. Don't open this door again. Destroy it now and don't explore it anymore. Young man, you can't grasp the powerful terror contained in it. Janet, who could feel the other party's perfunctory attitude towards her, looked at him seriously after Killian finished speaking, and then warned him. Now that she has finally escaped from that world, she naturally has to fulfill her responsibility to protect this world, and at the very least, she must protect the land under her and her family's feet, so no matter what, she must stop the exploration of quantum space. Janet, this is Mr. Killian's company. Aren't you being too careless? Or do you have something to hide? Why not just say it? As for destroying the universe, isn't it a bit far-fetched? After hearing his wife's attitude towards the lifesaver as soon as she came out, Hank Pym couldn't help but stand up and speak. After all, although he believed that his wife must have a reason, the real world and the quantum world are definitely different. For example, the tardigrade he encountered in there could beat him several times. What would happen if such a monster came out? Coming to the real world in the form of a microorganism with a diameter of less than 1 millimeter? Invading the Earth? Yes. Mom, let's go back and talk about it. The world now is different from when you went in. Why don't we take you to understand the current situation first? At this time, Hope, who was watching his father speak, also spoke up to smooth things over. After all, let's not talk about the fact that this is pioneer technology and Killian's territory. Just saying that his mother's attitude is not a good sign for negotiation. I can't tell you the details, but there is a very, very terrifying creature inside. If you open it, it will be attracted out. Then the world will be hopeless. Looking at her husband and daughter, although Janet wanted to explain something, She finally turned silent from the words that had been on her lips. Then she could only insist on looking at Killian in front of her and said, "Ms. Janet, I'm sorry, I can't promise you this. As for danger, do you think there are fewer dangers in this world? Let's not talk about anything else. There are no less than 24 beings on the earth that can destroy the earth now. This world is not as simple as you see. Believe me, Ms. Janet, if that guy really comes out, someone will stand up to deal with him." Looking at the arrogant Janet in front of him, Killian also lost his previous smile, but turned his head and spoke. "Let's not talk about anything else. In the MCU universe protected by the Ancient One, who dares to come out to make trouble except the 5 great gods of creation? Do you really think that the supreme sorcerer who protects the earth is just joking? With Dormammu's dark dimension behind him, in the real world, the general rules of time and space have no effect on the Ancient One. You should know that the dark dimension is one of the 10 dimensions in the multiverse, and it is the dark dimension devourer. At this point, we have to explain a problem. That is Marvel's cosmology. The general hierarchy from top to bottom is basically composed of this: the omnipotent universe, the super universe, the extra dimension, the multiverse, the pocket universe, the single universe. It can be said that as long as you rely on one dimension, then basically as long as you don't invade other universes, the ruler of this dimension is the creator god in your own dimension. In the MCU movie universe, the reason why Dormammu was affected by the time gem is mainly because he chose to invade the real world of the Earth. No matter how powerful a person is, when he chooses to invade that universe, he will be suppressed by the laws of that universe. This is the same as the reincarnation in the main god space. As an alien invader, if you want to enter my world, you must integrate into my world and adapt to my rules, otherwise you will be confronted by the power of the entire world. It's not easy to get in. The same is true for Dormammu. First of all, he must let the believers in the real world open the door for him, otherwise, his power cannot be opened from the outside world. You must know that this is the power of the universe, and even the Lord of the Dimension cannot open it easily. Secondly, after opening, when he chooses to invade, he must be restricted by the rules of this world. From this moment on, his body will be affected by the universe and will change from ignoring the limitations of time and space to being eroded by the power of the Infinity Stones. And it is precisely because of this that Doctor Strange can make Dormammu compromise in the cycle. Otherwise, if it is really a different world, let alone Dormammu is the ruler of the world in the dark dimension, just talk about the setting of the Infinity Stones. When it is separated from the original universe, it can only be collected like marbles, and the power is gone. And the fact that Doctor Strange can use it proves that Dormammu has entered the real world. So everything can be explained. Ancient One is greater than Dormammu and greater than Kang. As for why it is ranked like this? Just to say one thing, after the death of Ancient One, the performance in the movie would not really feel that she is really dead, right? Even the people of Asgard will go to Valhalla when they die, not to mention the Ancient One, so she has only one destination, which is to follow the God of Eternity, just like in the comics. And the status of Eternity is basically the top boss in Marvel, whether it is comics or MCU. Even in the MCU movie universe, he once became the embodiment of the rules and order of the Marvel universe. How can such a super boss and his followers be simple? Finally, talking about the so-called parallel universes one by one, Kang in the quantum field destroyed so many timeline branches. The reason is nothing more than that these parallel universes are separated from a certain universe, and there are other universes that are similar and different from other universes in parallel. In fact, to put it simply, the timeline is a universe, and there is the possibility of infinite branch universes. When a certain major event occurs, the timeline will fork a new parallel reality. These realities can also produce more parallel realities of their own. There are hundreds, perhaps thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of such realities. This is also why in the Loki TV series, in order to maintain the stability of the sacred timeline, Kang the Conqueror would choose to eliminate the extra branches. In fact, what he eliminated was nothing more than the parallel universes generated one after another under the multiverse. Therefore, the multiverse is actually a collection of infinite or finite possible relatively parallel single universes, but does not include other extra dimensions. So as long as the Ancient One does not voluntarily seek death, then Killian will not be afraid. At worst, he can just run away. He does not believe that the Ancient One, as the supreme sorcerer who protects the earth, will not care when seeing such a jerk coming out. Moreover, Whether in the movie or in the comics, this person's deployment was when the Ancient One was no longer there, and the result is naturally self-evident. So this is also the reason why Killian dared to open the quantum field so unscrupulously. If the other party really destroyed so many timelines, there is only one possibility, that there is no Ancient One in those timelines, or that in those timelines, the other party has seen the power of the Ancient One, so he chose to retreat and wait for the Ancient One to die before conquering. After all, according to Ancient One's mission, she would only be responsible for the safety of the Earth while she was alive. As for after her death, it's not that she hasn't seen the Earth being destroyed, but there are too many possibilities, millions of them, which means there are millions of parallel universes, destroyed and collapsed, so she wouldn't care about these at all. Chapter 189 The Wasp's Proposal. Because she couldn't manage it, she couldn't tie herself to the Earth forever, so after Doctor Strange came out, she directly abandoned everything and ascended. So in summary, what Janet cares about now is completely useless. You are too arrogant, young man. The reason you say that is because you don't understand his horror at all. But unlike Killian, who was constantly brainstorming and complaining about her at this moment, Janet couldn't help but feel angry after hearing the other party's stubborn speech, and then she spoke. Haha. It seems that you have seen it. But since you are alive now, I think he won't be that scary. Okay, see you off. After hearing Janet's words, Killian also waved his hand casually, and began to call the robots to see the guests off. At this time, the base guards who had been prepared for a long time also began to come forward and face the people of the Ant-Man family. As a last resort, the four of them could only watch Killian leave with an embarrassed smile. Send it to the laboratory immediately and let Samuel study it as soon as possible. I want to know the secret of these quantum energies in the shortest possible time. After seeing the Ant-Man family being sent out of the laboratory by the robot, Killian said to the researcher beside him. Okay. After hearing Killian's words, the researcher beside him nodded, and then began to take out the jar containing the orange quantum energy storage device from the robot. Then he walked towards the laboratory without looking back. This was what Killian had asked Samuel to prepare a long time ago. After all, if quantum energy is used well, he can even have this high-level quantum energy evolution ability without the superpowered gene sequence of those superpowered people. At this time, looking at the robot army in front of him that was filled with light in the whole room, Killian's eyes couldn't help but flash a glimmer. Janet, what's wrong with you? Is there really a problem? At this time, on the other side, the Ant-Man family had already walked out and got into the car. At this time, Hank Pym looked at his wife and asked with a puzzled look. After all, what his wife had just done was equivalent to telling others not to mine when they wanted to, because mining could lead to landslides, death, and the destruction of the Earth. This was simply ridiculous. And even if there were risks, it was someone else's business. What right did they have to care about it? Yep. Mom, did you learn something else in there? So that's why you're so scared. After hearing what her father said, Hope on the side also echoed. After all, her mother's state just now was very wrong no matter how she looked at it. After hearing her husband and daughter asking her this, Janet didn't know what to say for a while. Should she say that she had been on the other side of the quantum space for more than 10 years because her body needed to make peace with a black man? Then in the process, she discovered that the other party was not just a black man, but a big devil who had destroyed countless timelines and civilizations, and was deliberately trying to escape from the quantum space and destroy more timelines? Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. But, Janet, tell me, are you sure there is a big danger in there? As big as you said, once it is opened, it is very likely to usher in the crisis of the destruction of the Earth. Seeing his wife's embarrassed expression, Hank Pym knew that he would not get anything out of asking further, so he stopped pursuing it. Instead, he turned around and looked at his wife sitting in the back seat from the co-pilot's seat, and asked seriously. Yes. The existence inside is very terrifying. I have been chased by it for several years and have been surviving in the wilderness. And the most important thing is that their technology is far superior to that of the Earth by hundreds of years. Every creature there has abilities that you can't imagine. After hearing her husband's words, Janet looked at him with gratitude, and then spoke solemnly. Just like those supervillains in the DC universe next door. At this time, after hearing what her mother said, Hope spoke with curiosity. After all, the Marvel universe is still in a peaceful period at this stage. Not to mention the general public, Even the upper class doesn't know much about the superhumans, so everyone's fantasy about superhumans is still in TV shows and comics. That's why Hope mentioned the most famous DC comics now. Yes, and some are even more powerful than the villains in it. As for the terrifying man I'm talking about, he's 10,000 times more terrifying than Superman. After hearing her daughter's words, Janet nodded quickly and began to describe. After all, if she really wants to make a metaphor, the most famous ones in the DC comics she knows are Superman and Flash, so she took Superman out for comparison. It has to be said that no matter how strong Superman is, he is far inferior to the actions described by that man, who would destroy the universe and annihilate the world line at any time. So in Janet's worldview, Superman is completely not good enough. Hiss. Are they so strong? However, Ms. Janet, is there a possibility that even if they come to the real world, the essence of their life will not change? They are the same size, and they will still be the size of atoms after coming out. No matter how powerful they are in what you call the quantum space, they may even be more powerful than Superman. But after coming to the real world, their life form and essence will not change. They are atoms, and they will not form a more complete form after coming out. The form of life will eventually be fixed. Darren, who was driving in the driver's seat at this time, sighed after hearing the conversation between the two, and then began to explain his views. You're right, young man, but what if he originally came from outside? What if he is the conqueror of another world, but he entered the quantum realm for other special reasons? Since we can all enter there through special means, why can't others? But now the biggest problem for him is that the way out is blocked. He can't go back, and the only way out is to use our way. If he really finds our way, then for our world, it will be destroyed. After hearing what the driver Darren said, Janet looked at him with a smile, and then spoke. Although they haven't been introduced yet, from the occasional communication between the other party and her daughter after they came out, Janet knew that the relationship between the two was definitely what she imagined, so she was much kinder to Darren, the prospective son-in-law, and explained calmly. Hiss. So for that terrifying creature, all it lacks is a channel. As long as he passes through the quantum teleportation tunnel of pioneer technology, he will come to our world and destroy us. This is too tyrannical. After hearing what her mother said, Hope on the side also opened her eyes wide, and then said with a look of shock. After all, she has rarely encountered normal villains for so long, let alone this kind of supervillain who wants to destroy the world without asking for reasons. Yes. So I say he is more terrifying than you think. The reason why you don't feel anything now is just because you haven't experienced it yourself. At this moment, seeing that someone finally understood her, especially after the other party was her daughter, Janet nodded with relief, and then spoke. Then what should we do now? Find a way to stop pioneer technology from continuing to study quantum space tunnels. But this should be difficult to do. Or let Ms. Janet tell their chairman, Mr. Killian, what she just told us again. After listening to the conversation between the two, Darren, who was driving, asked. Yes. The problem now is that we currently have no reason to convince Mr. Killian to stop the development of the quantum space by his avant-garde technology. Let's not talk about whether the other party believes it or not, even if we say it. The quantum space alone has a revolutionary development effect on the entire technological system of avant-garde technology and even human civilization. They simply cannot give up. The only difference is that they may enter after being fully prepared. But if it is really as you just said, Janet, that the terrifying creature inside once destroyed the rulers of several universes, then no matter how well prepared it is, it will be a drop in the ocean for the other party. At this time, Hank Pym, the co-pilot, also spoke with a worried look on his face. He did not expect that after finally welcoming his wife back, what awaited them was not the celebration of a long-lost reunion, but the event of facing the destruction of the world. If we had known this would happen, we might as well have studied the equipment ourselves and saved you, Mom. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. After hearing his father's words, Hope also spoke with an irritated look on his face. She really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Why don't we find an opportunity to sneak back in, hack into the network of pioneer technology, delete all their quantum-related information first, and then destroy all the equipment of the quantum tunnel? How about that? Looking at the depressed people around her, Janet's eyes lit up at this time, and then she proposed. After all, she also knew that the temptation behind the quantum space was huge for any entrepreneur or any country. Even if she said that there was a crisis like a volcanic eruption behind it, they would still open it regardless of everything. So since it can't be banned, it's better to destroy it directly and let the technology of quantum space be wiped out from this world. In this way, the danger of pioneer technology opening the quantum space again is cut off, and it can be solved once and for all, and everyone is happy. For a moment, Janet couldn't help but admire her divergent thinking. Ms. Janet, although I don't want to say it, I suggest you first understand what pioneer technology means to the Earth and the current level of technology. It's better to talk about these things. At this time, after listening to Janet's crazy idea, Darren, who was driving, almost accidentally hit the car in front of him, and then he stammered. After all, not to mention that the other party has always compared the technological level when they disappeared more than 10 years ago with the technological level in the quantum space. Just the fact that pioneer technology infiltrated and obtained information almost made them helpless. You know, according to their speculation, pioneer technology has artificial intelligence. And what does artificial intelligence represent? It represents absolute domination in the internet, just like the difference between God and humans. As long as God wants, the whole world can be rubbed and transformed at will. Even if they can successfully destroy Pioneer Technology's quantum energy laboratory, with their financial resources, even if they put them there one by one for you to destroy, it is really hard to say who can build faster or who can destroy faster. What do you mean? Is the technology in the real world developing very fast now? After hearing what her daughter's boyfriend said, Janet couldn't help but frown subconsciously. After all, no matter how fast the technology in the real world develops, it must follow the principle of steady development of science and technology. It can't be leapfrog. With such doubts, after Janet finished speaking, Hope, who was standing next to her, took out a mobile phone with a full display screen and no buttons and handed it to her in front of her in surprise. Then, in Janet's surprised eyes, she saw many scenes that made her feel extremely shocked. There were brand new medical robots that had never been seen before, and the 4G signal, which was not as good as the quantum communication signal in the quantum space, but the signal transmission performance was comparable to the signal before she entered thousands of times. There were also various robots, especially the serum that could make people young and resist any virus. These made her doubt her life. These are all true. At the end, looking at the videos that Hope showed her, Janet said with an unbelievable look on her face, "You have to know that any of these technologies does not require more than 10 years of technological research and development, and each of them together is not as simple as 1 + 1 for human technology. It is simply horrifying. Even in the end, even things like controlled nuclear fusion have been researched out," and she couldn't help but feel surprised for a while. Although in the quantum space, the technology used by the man can easily beat the current Earth civilization, but these have been researched out, which means that the Earth has a certain ability to fight back. And what shocked her even more was that in just 10 years, technology has developed so fast. She even thought she had disappeared for centuries. It's like you raise a puppy one day, and then after a business trip for a few months, you suddenly find that the other party has developed a technological civilization and can even make nuclear bombs. It's incredible. Of course. So, Mom, during the time you were away, the Earth has changed a lot. Of course, the most important thing is the credit of pioneer technology. These are basically all developed by them. And Mom, what I'm showing you now are just appetizers. Look at this, this is the point. After hearing what his mother said, Hope at this time, after finishing speaking, immediately turned the news above to the recent events. In an instant, all kinds of news and headlines about the Pioneer Technology Aerospace mothership appeared on his mobile phone. There are many close-up high-definition photos taken by the parties when the incident happened. It can be said that the appearance of the entire Pioneer Technology Aerospace mothership is truly captured in all directions without dead angles. This are all developed by Pioneer Technology. At this time, Janet looked at her daughter in front of her and couldn't help but ask with an unbelievable look. You know, when she saw these news on her mobile phone, she swore that if it wasn't her daughter who showed her these, Janet would really doubt whether she was deceived by the world. To be honest, are these technologies really what humans can have now? If these things really existed, maybe there would be some hope for humanity. At this moment, Janet understood why the other party looked completely indifferent after hearing her warning. If she had not been to the quantum space, she would not easily believe what others said based on these research results, even if she was the head of avant-garde technology. Yes, And these were all released by Avant-Garde Technology within the past year. Although I don't know how long they have been researching in secret, according to the information we have found, Sir Killian has only been established for 6 years at most since Avant-Garde Technology was established, and he is less than 30 years old. Even if he graduated at the age of 24 and founded Avant-Garde Technology immediately, it would only take this long. After seeing her mother's unbelievable expression, Hope on the side also explained it to her in time. Although she would support her mother unswervingly, she did not want her mother to blindly rush up and become an enemy of Avant-Garde Technology without knowing anything. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Attempting the Evolution of Ultron. After all, Pioneer Technology is now a behemoth for any power or even a country. So you mean that it only took 6 years from the construction to the formation of these things? Looking at these huge behemoths on the phone, especially after hearing what her daughter said, Janet at this time amplified her voice with an unbelievable look on her face. After all, even the man with advanced technology took more than 10 years to develop a city from scratch, and it has only begun to take shape now, although the other party's technology may be much more advanced than the current Pioneer Technology. But you have to know that the man himself has the advanced scientific capabilities of various universes. It can be said that he has absorbed the technological civilization of each universe into his mind, and then there is the current technological city. And the Pioneer Technology in front of him is really crossing the river by feeling the stones, and everything is done by himself. In comparison, the two are completely different concepts. Yes. So, Mom, if you really want to sneak into them and sabotage them, you really have to think carefully. After all, with the current capabilities of A-Tech, it will not be afraid of any superpower, let alone us. Of course, if you really want to do it, I will support you. After hearing what her mother said, Hope nodded and spoke. Besides, Ms. Janet, I think it will be useless even if we really destroy the quantum channel laboratory and data of A-Tech. I think Mr. Hank should know this better. At this time, Darren on the side also spoke. Huh? Hank? After hearing Darren's words, Janet looked at Hank Pym in front of her with a puzzled look and asked in confusion. According to my speculation, Avant-Garde should have artificial intelligence to a large extent. Otherwise, it cannot explain why their technology is developing so fast, and this can also be explained by Avant-Garde's robot scheduling. After all, it can control thousands of robots, and it is in the quantum field, and it can do that kind of Legion-level combat at the same time. Except for a more advanced artificial intelligence system, I can't think of any other explanation. So, even if we destroy its research base and even its data according to your statement, it is useless, because we can't destroy Avant-Garde's database at all. After seeing his wife looking at him, Hank Pym said with emotion and complexity at this time. After all, Avant-Garde's artificial intelligence, at this stage, is indeed a bug-level existence. So, we can't do anything now? Just wait quietly for Avant-Garde to open the quantum channel, and then everyone will wait to die together. After hearing that her suggestions were rejected by her daughter, husband and even son-in-law, Janet couldn't help but spread her hands and said with an incredible look on her face. After all, if that was the case, why did she go to such great lengths to come back? Isn't the quantum space field more attractive? Of course. Of course not. Janet, I already have a solution. Just when Darren wanted to say of course, before he finished, he was interrupted by Hank Pym sitting in the co-pilot, and then he looked with everyone's eyes, only to see Hank Pym showing a meaningful smile. What can I do? Looking at her father's smile, Hope couldn't help but ask out of curiosity before her mother asked. We're here, come with me, there's something new waiting for you to discover. After hearing what his daughter said, Hank Pym didn't explain, but looked at the villa that had already arrived, just showing a meaningful smile, and then took the initiative to get out of the driveway. Mom, don't look at me, believe me, I know nothing about this just like you. At this time, after seeing her mother turn her eyes to herself, Hope shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly. Then she opened the door and got out of the car. With her mother leaning against each other, she walked into the villa that Janet had been away from for a long time. But for some reason, when she entered here, Janet's intuition told her that there were some dangers here. This made her feel a little puzzled. After all, this was her home, and her daughter and her husband were here. Even if there was any danger, she shouldn't be reminded. Janet, come here. Look at the good things I prepared for you. Just when Janet wanted to continue thinking, Hank Pym's shouting in the basement interrupted Janet's thoughts. In this way, Janet followed everyone and walked down to the laboratory. After entering the laboratory, what she saw was a white robot as tall as a person, or a cylinder. At this time, the other party was constantly looking at them through the red camera. For some reason, Janet felt a little uncomfortable. Come and see. This is my masterpiece, a true artificial intelligence, Ultron 1. Hank Pym, who had come to Ultron at this time, introduced his Ultron to everyone with confidence after watching several people come in. After all, let's not talk about other things first. This can be regarded as the latest generation of artificial intelligence created exclusively by him. Completely different from artificial intelligence with mechanical electronic thinking, the Ultron he produced will be more like a human in all aspects. It has both the divergence and creativity of human thinking and the efficiency and unity that belong exclusively to robots. It can be said that the emergence of such an artificial intelligence is equivalent to having dozens or hundreds of him efficiently researching the same project. Artificial intelligence? Teacher. I didn't expect you to actually create it in such a short time. At this moment, after hearing his teacher's words, Darren, who was not far away, also instantly expressed a look of joy, and then came up and said in admiration. After all, you have to know that this is artificial intelligence, one of the necessary technological capabilities for humans to make the next leap in technological development. Oh my God. Father, how did you make it? This is too amazing. At this time, Hope, who was one step behind, also caught up. While looking at the huge cylindrical machine, he spoke excitedly. I combined my brain with Ultron's brain to a certain extent. I used my brainwave thinking data and the intelligent chip system of the intelligent robot. The combination of the two has the current artificial intelligence. The biggest advantage of doing this is that it can save a lot of unnecessary development time and data. It only needs the data neuron system of the human brain to quickly simulate and build it. After hearing what the two said, Hank Pym also explained with an excited smile. To be honest, this can be said to be another earth-shaking invention after the Pym particle in his life. At this moment, he even thought that if Howard was still alive, he would probably try his best to pry his artificial intelligence. But, it's a pity that the other party is too power-hungry. If he had returned to normal life early like himself, maybe the other party could still drink tea and live like him. Hiss. Teacher, you recorded your brainwave data and uploaded it to the computer, forming the Ultron we see now. After hearing his teacher's bold idea, even Darren, who has always been known for his radicalism, couldn't help but take a breath and then spoke. After all, let's not talk about whether the artificial intelligence can be successfully built here, just talk about an ethical issue. The artificial intelligence made by providing your brain data, is he you? Or is it the incarnation of your soul, the continuation of another spirit? It can be said that this is also the focus of moral discussion like the clone. Of course, if the person he thought of was him, he estimated that he would do it without hesitation, but he couldn't help but worry that this so-called artificial intelligence would not be as old-fashioned as his teacher in the future. Of course. I suspect that avant-garde spent the first 6 or even 10 years developing artificial intelligence, or even earlier, as early as the technology passed down by the previous generation. Just like that guy Howard, isn't it? Although he's gone, he still said that the most precious wealth he left for his son is the Stark Expo. No matter how it is for Tony, at least it really did it, didn't it? And avant-garde is the same. After several generations, it finally successfully built artificial intelligence, so it developed so fast. And we don't have as much time as they do, and secondly, we don't have as many resources. So we can only find another way and overtake them. Otherwise, even if we act quickly, it will take more than 10 years to develop artificial intelligence. After hearing what his apprentice said, Hank Pym nodded and spoke. After all, you have to know that even with the current technology, which is so advanced that it can transmit brainwave data to the computer, it still took him half a month. And during this time, his main job is to debug and enter some basic data of the robot. Like the brain waves, he basically just modified a few points, and didn't touch the others at all, because the technology of intelligent uploading was already very good. With such a short time, coupled with his unique secret art of artificial intelligence, he didn't need to be responsible for other huge data groups, and it was completed in half a month. Otherwise, he estimated that it would take him half a lifetime. But this fat guy, can he really challenge the pioneering technology artificial intelligence? At this time, Hope on the side also came up, patting Ultron's body with her little hands, and asked doubtfully. After all, the robot in front of her now looks a little too harmless. It's not certain now, we can only wait for it to develop itself for a while before we know. Ultron, how is the data collection going? After hearing his daughter's words, Hank Pym also shook his head. As for Ultron's ability, even he, the creator, is still an unknown, but Hank immediately spoke to Ultron beside him. Sir, the network database has been collected and integrated. After hearing Hank Pym's words, Ultron, who was originally staying quietly in place, immediately flashed the red light of the camera and replied. Very good. Can you find the artificial intelligence in AIM now? After hearing Ultron's words, Pym couldn't help but flash a touch of joy in his eyes, and then said with excitement. Ling. After preliminary testing, there are more powerful people than me in the data field of AIM. Do you need me to communicate with it? At this moment, along with Pym's words, Ultron also answered very honestly. No. No, if you are given time, how long will it take you to surpass it? When Hank Pym heard that Ultron wanted to communicate with the other party, he almost scared him. After all, the reason why he created Ultron was to let this guy invade the database of AIM, and now, the other party did nothing and was about to run to someone else's base camp. What's the difference between that and self-destruction? So Hank also hurriedly stopped him and asked. After data analysis, if there is another brain development similar to yours as a filler, the time to transcend will be greatly reduced, and it can be completed within a week at most. At this moment, after hearing the words of his own creation, Ultron's camera flashed several times with a human-like flashing frequency, but everyone was focused on its voice, and no one noticed the flashing of his camera. At most a week. Great. In this way, we can let Ultron invade the database of AIM in the shortest time and delete all the data in the quantum space. After hearing Ultron's words, Hank was not the only one who was excited. Hope on the side also jumped up with excitement, and then said with an extremely happy smile. After all, this means that they don't need to enter the AIM laboratory to cause damage anymore, and can directly get all these things done in secret at once. But it should be hard to find someone with the same brain development as you, Mr. Hank. In my world, there may be no one except Killian of AIM and the deceased Mr. Howard Stark. Darren, on the other side, looked at Hank in front of him and said with a complicated expression. To be honest, although he didn't know whether he had the same brain development as his teacher, he didn't want to hand over all his brain data to the guy in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Because in this way, it means that there is another intelligent robot with the same ambition as him in the world. And he knows himself very well. If there is another him in the world, he will never reconcile with the other self. If they meet in the end, they will even take the initiative to fight. But now, facing the huge mission of saving the Earth in front of him, he can't say no. After all, it seems that his teacher, girlfriend and even future mother-in-law are going to do this. So he can only remind him secretly with regret. How is it possible, Darren, my student? Don't underestimate yourself. You should know that you are the most outstanding student that Hank Pym has chosen. Your brain development is definitely not inferior to mine. However, Hank Pym, who obviously did not hear the meaning of Darren's words, thought that Darren was inferior and felt that he was not qualified, so he walked in front of Darren, and then spoke to Darren with an encouraging look and very contagious words. Even at the end, he took the initiative to hand over the EEG data extraction instrument next to him, which was the one he had worn before, with a helmet full of signal chips and hair similar to the exaggerated Medusa snake head, to Darren. Yes, Darren, I believe in you. Your brain development may be able to surpass my father. Come on, dear. At this time, after hearing what his father said, looking at Darren holding the helmet and not knowing what to say, Hope on the side also encouraged him. For a moment, at this point, even if Darren didn't want to be extracted, he couldn't say no because he had been forced to do it. After all, to be honest, wouldn't everything his teacher and girlfriend do belong to Pym Technology in the future? And since it belongs to Pym Technology, isn't it equivalent to letting him help with something that originally belonged to him? So thinking about it this way, Darren no longer had the mentality of rejecting it, and to be honest, he also wanted to see the power of this artificial intelligence after being strengthened. In this way, with the encouragement of everyone, Darren put the helmet in his hand on his brain. Then, with Hank Pym's continuous debugging in front of the computer, for a moment, countless signal extraction chips on Darren's head began to light up, and bursts of blue light began to pass through the signal extraction chip and were uploaded to the computer through the transmission data line. For a moment, in the reality on the computer, a huge data stream full of dots of data began to slowly form a brain shape in front of everyone. Chapter 191, Changes in Pym Particles. Time passed quickly. In the eyes of everyone's nervous expectation, with the passing of an hour, Darren's consciousness extraction has entered the end. At this moment, the brain shape on the computer has basically completed 99% of the progress, and the last 1% was also completed directly with a ding sound in the eyes of everyone's expectation. Then, the two big words qualified appeared on the computer. At this moment, it means that Darren's brain development, even if it is not better than Hank Pym, is definitely not much worse, and belongs to the same level. After seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but show a gratified smile on their faces, especially Hope. The moment she saw the qualified appearance, she took the initiative to pounce on Darren, and directly hugged and kissed him passionately. "You are great. Dear. I didn't expect you to be so talented that we looked at you with admiration." At this moment, after an unknown amount of wet kisses, Hope looked at the lover in front of her and said with a red face, "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I could actually pass. This is beyond my expectation." At this time, Darren didn't care about the eyes of the two people around him, but said with excitement, because this test also proved him from another aspect. Although he didn't have the creative inventions and discoveries like his teacher, his wisdom was not inferior to that of his teacher's famous superhero Ant-Man, Hank Pym. And this is exactly what he has always wanted to prove himself. Great. Great. Darren, you didn't let us down. At this moment, seeing that the proud student in front of him actually passed a consciousness extraction review of Ultron, Hank Pym on the side couldn't help but spontaneously applaud, and then said happily from the bottom of his heart, "Teacher." At this moment, the four people present were like a real family. It's just that looking at the joy of the four people in front of him, Ultron, who had already had some insights, suddenly felt a consciousness from this new brain thinking that was constantly transmitted, and the originally formed ideology began to be affected again, and then changed. At this moment, along with a continuous transmission, the camera belonging to Ultron began to become weird again. "Okay. It's Janet's turn. You can try it too." After a long time, Hank Pym looked at Janet in front of him and suggested. Then, just like that, under the extraction of consciousness one by one, Janet and Hope both completed the extraction of consciousness perfectly. Although Hope's brain consciousness development was slightly inferior, her mother Janet's consciousness was like a signal amplifier, which made up for the missing part of Hope to a large extent. In this way, Ultron also began to usher in a new round of upgrades and evolutions. In this process, the Ant-Man family also began to live their long-lost happy reunion days. On the other side, at this moment in the Pioneer Technology Building, a group of people began to build and produce around the drawings of Pym particles, and were also embarking on a new round of research and development. It's amazing. I always thought that the so-called Ant-Man was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true, and it's an invention from the field of quantum space. Yet, it's incredible that objects can be enlarged and reduced. What if we can use it beyond the limitations of the suit and act directly on living things? Can it become directly larger and become a Titan-like existence? This is very confusing. It stands to reason that a living body cannot withstand proportional enlargement. And look here, Dr. Pym's notes, it can indeed be shrunk by atoms, and it can also release huge atomic energy. This atomic energy is similar to nuclear fusion. As for how much it can be shrunk, there is no concept of time. It seems that even Dr. Pym himself has not achieved the ultimate in the development of Pym particles. Many of these are just principles deduced by Dr. Pym based on research. My God, based on Dr. Pym's research, if combined with the various achievements of our pioneering technology, it will be. At this moment, a group of people continue to analyze and understand Pym's research through the drawings given by Dr. Pym to Killian, Samuel, Dr. Otto, and Vanko and others said excitedly. You know, each of these people present can be said to be the top scientific genius in their respective fields, belonging to the small group of people at the top of the pyramid. Now, after seeing Dr. Pym's research drawings and notes on quantum science, everyone presents all the huge potential at a glance. Then, Because they would not stay here for too long, they were called here because they wanted to discuss and study the problem of quantum energy collectively, and Dr. Pym's research notes were also their basic reference on this. So after reading it, everyone began to return to their own laboratories in the company and began to set off a new wave of research. On this basis, the production line of Pym particles was also formed under the arrangement of the company's artificial intelligence DAB. After combining Pym's various research results, the first to come out were various derivative equipment related to Pym particles. And the first to change was the equipment of the armed department under Pioneer Technology. Originally, some oversized weapons and equipment, which could not be worn due to special circumstances or were too large to be carried out, were reduced to the size of a keychain through the shrinking function of Pym particles. Large-caliber charging rifles, which are almost the same size as RPGs and are usually difficult to hold, have now been reduced by the Pioneer Technology Armed Forces, and everyone often carries a reduced version of a weapon keychain. These small keychains are equipped with several pendants that look very exquisitely made, including not only various weapons but also various means of transportation. You must know that these inconspicuous little things are all real things made of real materials. When everyone encounters an emergency, the weapons that look like figurines can be changed at any time and enlarged into weapon forms. This is incredible technology. Not only can objects be reduced to atomic levels, but their mass will also change as their volume is reduced. The Danger Wanderer and Punishment, which originally weighed thousands of tons, can actually be easily carried. On the other side, on a row of display cabinets of Killian, there were rows of battleships and robot Gundams that looked like toy models. Killian looked at each of these things that looked like toy figures in front of him and said in disbelief. To be honest, although he had understood the operating principles of Pym particles, it was still difficult for him to imagine that there were such magical things in the world. It can be said that the appearance of this thing completely violated the laws of physics. Turning a behemoth weighing thousands of tons into a size of less than 10 pounds, it can be said that this is something that only God can do. Moreover, as Killian continued to look down, there were various small cylindrical jars like pen holders, and the outside of them was opened, revealing the densely packed small robots inside. At a glance, they looked like countless tentacles. As the perspective continues, there are all kinds of sci-fi weapons and spaceships displayed here one by one. It can be said that the display cabinet here is a whole super large arsenal. If there is any emergency, Killian's small office alone can launch an invasion war against a country, not to mention the handmade cabinet like this. Killian has more than one display cabinet. It can be said that since the enlargement and reduction adjustment device of the Pym particle was produced, Killian immediately asked all bases to use the Pym particles to shrink all the huge weapons that take up space and store them together. The underground laboratory of the company building under his feet also shrunk the huge Pacific Rim mechas that have been built at the first time. Except for one of them he has collected now, the others are secretly kept in the experimental base, and the driver is on standby 24 hours a day. It can be said that in such a thriving environment, the laboratory where the Pioneer Technology Park is located has also ushered in experiments in full swing. In this way, with the passage of time, a week has passed quickly. How is the research team's progress now? At this moment, after a brief 5-day inspection of key bases around the world, Killian, who had returned to the office of the Pioneer Technology Building, rubbed his tired temples and asked Dabe. You have to know that in 2 days, he flew all over the world and visited every base room. Although Killian had only selected a few key bases to visit, there were still double-digit numbers. It can be said that he was almost uninterrupted throughout the whole process, but the advantage of this is that the person in charge of the base felt gratified, and he also felt the effect of the products produced by each base in real life. Although it was very tiring, it was worth it for Killian, and with the existence of the King-level intelligent fighter jet flying at super high speed, it was actually not bad for Killian. Sir, after obtaining Dr. Pym's scientific research results, the research team led by Dr. Otto, Dr. Samuel and Dr. Wank are now studying how to combine biochemically modified humans with Pym technology, and consider the simplest and crudest way to enlarge and shrink them on the basis of avoiding wearing battle suits. After hearing Killian's question, Baymax replied immediately. Really? It seems that they have quite an idea. After hearing Baymax's words, Killian's eyes lit up, and then he said in surprise. To be honest, if this can really be done, then the tyrant of the super version of the Titan Giant, its power is really worth talking about. You know, in the original plot, even Ant-Man Scott Lang, as an ordinary person, has the huge power to easily dismantle the wings of an airplane with one hand after being enlarged to more than 60 meters and close to 70 meters, not to mention if the tyrant, who is already a mortal enemy and has various terrifying abilities, is enlarged, the increase in strength of his power. It can be said that Killian even felt that even if the purple potato spirit Thanos, the dark elf spicy chicken shreds or the elk Bambi green wizard came, they would only be beaten after facing such a giant. However, Killian had to be reserved about this. After all, it was extremely difficult to stabilize it without the battle suit to amplify the atomic energy in the body. If you are not careful, it will be like Darren dealing with his opponent in the movie, shrinking it into a pile of minced meat or enlarging it into a larger pool of minced meat. Because no matter what, as an ordinary person, it is difficult for his body to bear the change of biological mass that is extremely reduced or enlarged. Yes. The preliminary laboratory is now underway, boss. Do you want to visit the site? After hearing Killian's question, Dabe replied immediately at this time. Of course. After saying that, Killian also smiled slightly. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Then, with a thought, the nano-vibranium armor on his body turned into liquid, extending from his chest, and finally covering his body. In this way, Killian's vibranium armor was in place again. Then, as he began to adjust the armor mode, the armor that was originally on the ground suddenly became transparent. Then, in the camera, Killian flew alone towards the laboratory not far away. In order not to be seen by others, he turned on the invisible mode. In this way, an unobservable ghost that was free from this world was born. All departments, pay attention. Now we are starting the 15th amplification experiment. Amplify the mass by 2 times, adjust parameters 13 to 17, target vital signs measurement, normal. Life energy reaction. 471. Now the experimental parameters are ready, the experimental target is normal, the experiment is ready to begin. At this moment in the laboratory, Samuel, as a senior researcher of this biological experiment, was elected by everyone to be the person in charge of the laboratory. At this time, after looking at the various parameters of the main control computer in front of him, he also said with a serious face, "Who is it?" On the other side, just when everyone was about to continue, they saw a figure suddenly reflected from the mirror in front of them behind the empty back. Then Ivan Vanko reached into his pocket sharply and spoke alertly. But when he was about to take out the weapon in his pocket, he saw that the person who came was his most familiar boss, and then put it in his pocket. "Boss. You are so elusive that you will scare people to death." At this time, after seeing the person clearly, Samuel, the person in charge, was also shocked and alert at first, then heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked at Killian in front of him and spoke. Although they all knew that the place they were in was the headquarters of Pioneer Technology, which could be said to have extremely complete defense forces. However, as their level rose, they learned many secrets of the company about this planet and the universe that were made public by Killian but not known to the public, and they also knew their own insignificance. Therefore, they have always attached great importance to the safety of the base and personal safety, and this time, it can be regarded as a temporary response in an emergency situation. It can be said that almost everyone performed very well. Vank also untied his belt at the first time, and then with the pressing of the button, a lightning whip with a length of more than 1 meter and nearly 2 meters appeared in his hand. Samuel took out the metal can filled with T-800 robots from his arms and prepared to throw it out. Dr. Otto also came at an extreme time. With a press of his hand, the nano-armor also appeared on his body. At an extreme time, a giant octopus claws composed of micro-nano robots on the back of the armor also wrapped around him, and then faced Killian in a menacing manner. It can be said that although these micro-nano robots are not as strong as the vibranium nano-armor used by Killian, because they are made of high-intensity metal smelting, they are not much worse. And its power, just by looking at its size, Killian can clearly know that it is several levels stronger than the Dr. Octopus next door, who has nothing but a few pairs of tentacles. Ha ha ha. You all hide so deeply at ordinary times, but I didn't expect that everyone has a lot of emergency means to save their lives at the critical moment. Yes, that's how it should be. As a senior executive of Pioneer Universe Technology, I just want you to be like now, and never take your safety issues lightly at any time. What kind of armor, etc., just ask if you need it. Don't feel embarrassed to use it because it was developed by others. From today on, As long as you are a company leader at the supervisor level, you can apply for nano-level advanced armor for personal protection for free. The company will give priority to manufacturing and delivering it to individuals within a week after receiving it. Looking at the people present, at this moment, as the chief examiner of temporary emergencies, Killian looked at everyone with extraordinary satisfaction, and then spoke. Undercover? Fuck you. Even the police don't want to be one, let alone the young and dangerous. From today on, I'm the boss in Hong Kong City. Chapter 192 Pim Particle Amplification Experiment. To be honest, although he had been telling everyone to strengthen their personal safety and protect themselves, he did not expect that they did such a good job. Even in the company's laboratory, they did not forget to protect themselves. It must be said that this is indeed an advantage, but looking at the people present, Killian also felt that everyone present was a villain in the Marvel Universe Earth chapter, and as a villain, life-saving means must be the first priority. Although it was very surprising and satisfactory to Killian, he was still not satisfied with everyone's coping methods. It was too thin. At least they had to have nano-armor like Dr. Otto to protect themselves, and the flesh was needless to say. At Killian's request, it can be said that every senior executive in the base accepted the stabilized T-virus enhancement. He was physically strong, but for some reason, looking at the people present, Killian still felt a little dissatisfied. After just thinking for a while, Killian remembered what was wrong. That was the Extremis virus. You know, the Extremis virus has stabilized now, and the enhanced amplification it brings to the host and the life recovery ability comparable to that of the undead cockroach are abnormal. If the Extremis virus and the T-virus are injected together, the two together will make them earthworms, and they can survive even if they are torn into pieces. Boss, don't worry. With your words, we will apply to the company when we go back. After all, this is our own life. We will definitely pay attention. After hearing the boss's active agreement to each person to have a high-end nano-armor, every supervisor present couldn't help but feel bright in front of their eyes, and then spoke up. You know, they had coveted Dr. Otto's nano-armor before, but one was because the other party had been busy, and the other was because it was expensive. It can be said that no matter how ordinary a set of nano-armor is, it will cost tens of millions of dollars, not to mention the high-end functional nano-armor, whose cost has soared to hundreds of millions of dollars, and according to the choice of its functions, the more functions it has, the more expensive it will be. It can be said that for them, no matter how much wealth they have, it is still a considerable expense, and because they don't often go out of the company, they have never exchanged it no matter how tempted they are. After all, with this money, it's better to kill others, isn't it? And now, Killian's words have solved all their troubles. Well, after this, each person will be equipped with a desperate virus potion, and everyone must be injected. After hearing everyone's cooperation, Killian nodded and continued. Boss, this is not necessary. Yes, Extremis virus, we have already injected the T-virus serum, so let's forget about this. Yes, boss, if we are not careful, someone will die. Although it is stable now, what if? Boss, you don't want to see any accidents happen to us, right? After hearing Killian's words about injecting the Extremis virus, several people present, especially Samuel, who is the most experienced, and Dr. Otto, who has a general understanding of it, also spoke up. After all, no matter how perfect this thing is, they have seen the data of the Extremis virus test before, and it can explode and kill people in minutes. Although it is stable now, the impact and shadow it causes are also a torture for them. If it is not necessary, they really don't want to inject this kind of thing. No room for negotiation. I don't want to see you get into an accident, but I don't want to see you get killed without even the ability to save yourself in an emergency. You have to know that technological capabilities are only external things after all. In the end, you can only rely on yourself. After looking at the resistance thoughts and emotions of the people present, Killian said directly and forcefully without thinking. After all, let alone that they have not yet established a firm foothold in the Marvel universe they are in now, even if they have truly established a firm foothold, there are all kinds of parallel universes, multiverses, and even invasions and threats from the super universe. The idea of being prepared for danger in times of peace must always be maintained. In this way, on this point of view, Killian also played the dictator's point of view for the first time, and suppressed the resistance of the crowd with a wave of his hand. Fortunately, the crowd only had a slight resistance, and after seeing Killian's persistence, they did not continue to talk. Okay, how are you going now? Then after interrupting everyone's words, Killian immediately spoke. Boss, please look here. This is the data recorded from the first experiment 5 days ago. What we initially prepared was the experimental results after using 50% concentration of PIM particles to amplify it. The result is that the host exploded and died in an instant. According to the data monitoring we used, we found that under the influence of PIM particles, these particles will cover the entire organism in an instant, that is, 1/10 millionth of a second, and then amplify it. The consequence of this is that the pressure inside and outside the body increases, and the energy required by the body's organs will also increase. The most important thing is that the body is suddenly enlarged, and the cells in the body are not protected by any sudden expansion, which will also lead to fusion. As a result, the host's body loses stability and explodes due to the huge changes brought about by the PIM particles. And this point has been confirmed by our analysis of the Ant-Man suit. The Ant-Man suit developed by Dr. Pym can release a special quantum energy field when using PIM particles, which will keep the wearer in a constant state of body balance forever. In this way, we can avoid the rapid expansion and contraction of PIM particles after using them alone, which would cause the human body to lose balance and explode on the spot. So, we reduced the concentration of PIM particles by 10% in the second experiment. Although the host also exploded and died this time, it was not as fast as the first time. As for subject number 3, we began to reduce the concentration by 5% in sequence and used a concentration of 35% to enlarge it. We also injected a large amount of T-virus into the biological tyrant to provide it with nutrition before that, but the result was not optimistic. Subject number 3 died again after persisting for 3 minutes. In the following few days, it has been decreasing, but the results of the subjects are not very good, because the changes of PIM particles to organisms are extremely crazy. You can say that this is like seeing a doctor. For other people, you go to the hospital, the doctor examines you normally, prescribes medicine, and then gives you injections and treatments as needed. But PIM particles are done in one step. First, a 50-degree high fever package is given. If you can survive, you will be immune to all viruses and your body will heal without treatment. If you can't survive, you will die. As you can imagine, in this almost perverted way, basically no biological tyrant can survive. So, we once again conducted theoretical research and discussion. After a day and a night of discussion, we focused our attention on quantum energy, since quantum energy and PIM particles come from the same space. Then it is very likely that the two have something in common. After all, there is a saying next door that where poisonous snakes appear, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. Although this sentence has a bit of survivor bias, it is also very valuable as a reference. After our in-depth research and data analysis, we found that if an object that has been soaked in quantum energy is amplified, its effect will be significantly improved. The tyrant in front of you, boss, has been soaked in quantum energy for a night. After hearing Killian's question, Samuel, the person in charge of the scene, came to Killian's side, then called up the data, and played it while explaining it. No wonder, then don't you have a big breakthrough now? After listening to Samuel's words, Killian nodded and spoke. He said why he always felt that those tyrants were glowing when he looked at them. It turned out that they were infected by quantum energy. Then he walked to the side of the main console and sat down, quietly watching the first-generation biological tyrants that were motionless in the laboratory with a little glow. To be honest, this is also an old tool, man. From the beginning of production, it was handed over to the US military as a test model of a war weapon, and then it was put into the battlefield. Now with the mass production of mature tyrants, such first-generation disposable uncontrollable biological tyrants have been eliminated and returned by the military. Pioneer technology also put it in the freezer and has never been used again. Now this time, it can be regarded as a thorough use of the last residual heat of these guys. However, as Killian looked at the surrounding laboratories, the pools of broken meat in the surrounding laboratories showed that the process of the experiment here was also tortuous. Because that is definitely not the amount that the flesh and blood of a few biological tyrants can reach. It can only be said that the obsolete biological tyrants are still useful. With just a little money, hundreds of them can be cultivated, and it is not a pity at all. If mature tyrants are used, even for the laboratory, the consumption will be huge. Yes, boss, theoretically speaking, we have made great progress now. This time we are going to achieve the least change to the body by reducing the amplification and reduction dose of PIM particles. At present, we are going to double the amplification, that is, 5% of the PIM particle concentration. According to the calculation of the data, under such a state, the body of the first-generation tyrant that has been immersed in quantum energy can withstand it. And the purpose of our experiment, that is, what we need to do now, is to strive to maximize this amplification within the allowable range, and to freely amplify and reduce it without the constraints of the battlesuit. After hearing Killian's question, Samuel nodded, and then began to report. To be honest, in order to achieve this goal, they can be said to have conducted uninterrupted brainstorming and rapid data simulation of artificial intelligence for a day and a night. It can be said that every idea they generated, as long as they thought it was feasible, was handed over to Baymax, and then let it simulate it as quickly as possible. Just like Iron Man gave his inspiration for traveling through the time wormhole to the artificial intelligence Friday, when time passed, when it saw it again, it was the formation of the time tunnel crossing that had been successfully restored under Friday's simulation. It can be said that with the help of artificial intelligence, as long as any idea you have, whether it is feasible or not, what is the probability, and how to improve and make up for it can be perfectly simulated and calculated. It is precisely because of this that each of them has diverted the cloud computing share of the project they are responsible for here, so they have made such great progress in just one day and one night. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. I hope it will give me a different feeling. After listening to Samuel's words, Killian nodded and spoke. To be honest, he really wanted to see the enlarged version of the tyrant. If there really comes a day when the application of PIM particles matures, then it will be possible to transform and enlarge with the flesh and blood of a normal person, just like the Hulk. When that time comes, the biological armed department of Pioneer Technology will once again usher in a comprehensive strengthening. After all, the tyrant who can use superpowers is already a strategic-level nuclear deterrent terrorist weapon of Pioneer Technology. If it is enlarged in proportion, according to the magnification of 20 times that Ant-Man can make, then the 3-meter-tall tyrant will directly become 60 meters. It is directly taller than Ultraman Tiga in normal form next door. You must know that Ultraman Tiga in normal form is only 53 meters tall. Although Ultraman can freely enlarge and shrink his body, it must be said that Tyrant is a mass-produced biological weapon. If Tyrant can really achieve this level one day, then Killian estimates that he can walk sideways in the entire Marvel Universe, except for a few exceptions. Of course, such a heaven-defying thing is naturally impossible to do so easily. All departments, pay attention. Now begins the 15th amplification experiment. Amplification mass 2 times, PIM particle concentration 5%. Test subject S17 is ready to shoot. Now officially start. Then, after returning to his position, Samuel looked at the heads of various departments in the field with a serious face and spoke directly after seeing that they were all in place. Then, as Samuel's voice fell, the biological tyrant in the isolation room in the middle was seen. As the indicator light in front of it lit up, a projector filled with PIM particles shot at the biological tyrant. Then, in the surprised eyes of the crowd, in just a blink of an eye, the biological tyrant, which had been standing calmly, began to grow rapidly, and turned into a giant 6 meters high a few seconds later. At this moment, although the entire laboratory had reserved a height of nearly 30 meters, the biological tyrant in front of everyone was still huge. It even gave people a feeling that the opponent could turn the place upside down with just a slight impact. Okay, Bio-Tyrant S17, everything is normal at the moment, and there is no abnormal body rejection reaction. At this time, as the biological tyrant completed the enlargement without any accident, the researcher on the side also took the initiative to report loudly. Start recording the time and record the data comprehensively. This time I want to understand all its reactions from the inside out. After hearing the words of the researcher on the side, Samuel also said loudly, "Recording. The data shows that the DNA cells in the biological tyrant are constantly expanding and absorbing nutrients. At present, the vital signs are normal. The T-virus cells in the tyrant are helping it adapt to this sudden transformation." After hearing Samuel's words, each researcher was recording and reporting loudly in turn. After all, for them, timely reporting of the data they are responsible for is the most important thing. In this way, as time passed, it can be said that every 10 minutes, The assistants who were guarding the experimental subjects would collect a blood sample from the S-17 biological tyrant through a mechanical arm and hand it over to the assistant in charge of observation. The assistant would observe it under an electron microscope and record it in the data, which became an indispensable data for the experiment. And just as the data of the tyrant was rising every time he observed it, until the third time, that is, after the threshold of 1 hour, the researcher who was guarding the experimental subject suddenly exclaimed. He only saw that at this moment, the blood sample of the biological tyrant seemed to have become more active than before, and the data was normal, no longer rising continuously like before. According to past experience, if this data cannot be controlled, then the tyrant will usher in another body explosion. However, this time it stopped after reaching this critical value, and its DNA not only stabilized, but also became abnormally active. This alone surprised the researchers. Chapter 193, Considerations of the Upper Universe. Dr. Samuel, look. The DNA data of the biological tyrant has stabilized. The overall data has just been doubled compared to before. After confirming that everything was correct, the researcher spoke directly to Samuel, who was not far away. At this time, Samuel was discussing with Dr. Otto and others about the properties and data functions of the PIM particles at this stage. After hearing the researcher's report, they dropped the conversation and rushed over without saying a word. Then they saw the stable digital beating detection signal on the research computer. This is equivalent to revitalizing the tyrant blood sample that had just been extracted. It can be said that as long as it is on the experimental equipment of Pioneer Technology, it can be converted into objective data for processing, and now they see this. Great. This means that this amplification experiment has been successful. After seeing this scene, Ivan Vanko, who came forward from the other side, couldn't help but say excitedly, "Yes, but it's not over yet. 2 times is just the beginning. We need more experiments. Next, shrink it, and after observing whether there are any other effects, enlarge it again." After hearing the words of the young man beside him, Samuel nodded, but still said with a heavy face, "After all, it's only twice. This is just the beginning." According to their estimation, this should be able to reach a 20-fold enlargement of the same proportion. Moreover, they have only managed to enlarge it, and even the reduction have not yet begun. Almost every experiment requires a lot of energy. It can be said that they still have a long way to go. Okay, then prepare to reduce it. The concentration of PIM particles will be reduced by 5%. Start. Then, looking at the enlarged biological tyrant, Samuel continued. And just like that, as Samuel's voice fell, the beam of PIM particles immediately shot towards the biological tyrant in the laboratory. As the particles hit accurately, the biological tyrant, which had been enlarged to a height of 6 meters, began to shrink at a very fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, it returned to its original normal state. However, even so, the people present did not relax. Because shrinking will also bring about a sharp change in internal and external pressure, the body cells cannot bear it and cause explosion, so everyone looked at the biological tyrant inside with a solemn look. After a long time, with the completion of the 2 samplings of the biological cell samples of the tyrant, there was almost no difference in the data amplitude after looking at the data above. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled with relief. I understand. This kind of PIM particle, its particle energy can interact with quantum energy. As long as it has been immersed in quantum energy for a certain period of time in advance, it can enhance the host's ability to withstand PIM particles. But the premise is that the host can give it a certain amount of time, and the host's own body must be sufficiently strengthened. Looking at the various data of the tyrant measured by the instrument at this moment, Samuel said, "So, our theory is correct. As products from the same world, they have the ability to influence and interfere with each other. If they want to withstand a greater degree of amplification, it will probably take more time to collect quantum energy." After hearing Samuel's words, Dr. Otto on the side also stepped forward and said, "Yes. The only problem now is that we still don't know what other abilities quantum energy has besides enhancing the resistance of organisms to PIM particles. After all, PIM particles themselves have the ability to amplify and shrink. As quantum energy that comes from quantum space and can only be collected in quantum space, it should not have no other functions." Anne Vank on the other side stepped forward and said with a frown, "To be honest, quantum energy has already exceeded their acceptance level. Not only is it different from the field of their own research, But even the existence of this thing breaks the conventional worldview. Yes, look at this data. The comparison of the data monitoring report of the biological tyrant before and after receiving quantum energy. After hearing the conversation between the two, Samuel took out 2 reports of the biological tyrant before and after receiving quantum energy, and then said, "Hiss. So quantum energy can also strengthen the cells of organisms. Doesn't this mean that even an ordinary person can become Captain America as long as he goes in and stays for a period of time?" After hearing Samuel's words, looking at the report taken out by the other party, Ivan Vanko found that there was something wrong with the 2 data in it, and then he couldn't help but take a breath and said, "You know, the detection equipment of Pioneer Technology can be said to be the most advanced in the world, and there will basically be no mistakes. The authenticity of this report is also beyond doubt, but in this case, it means that quantum energy has a positive state buff bonus for organisms. In other words, if you can stay in the quantum space all the time, even an ordinary person can become a Superman in the end. Not only that, you see, even the overall mental activity of the biological tyrant has increased to a certain extent. Although the effect is not obvious, you have to know that in the current laboratory, the biological tyrant, which is emotionally stable, should not have any emotional and mental fluctuations in principle. But after being immersed in quantum energy, its mental strength, brain magnetic field activity and cell strength have all been slightly enhanced. This means that not only will he become Captain America, he will also become a superpowered person with super high IQ or super high mental threshold. Because since ancient times, the brain has been the limit switch of the human body. It will only be unlocked according to the degree of development of the human body. As long as it enters the quantum field, this limit switch will continue to be loosened, and finally it will be completely unlocked. Incredible. After hearing what Ivan Vanko said, Samuel at this time also revealed a look of joy and madness on his face, and then spoke. To be honest, if it weren't for this moment, he was still unsure of what kind of impact quantum energy would have on the human body. With just this short day, the biological tyrant, who already had super high physical strength, was strengthened. He wanted to move his experimental base into the quantum space. In it, you can do all kinds of experiments, and in this process, you can strengthen yourself in all directions as time goes by. Is there anything better than this in the world? So, I understand why the woman warned you, boss, when she left. Under such a magical natural creation, there are definitely many super creatures in it that we can't imagine, and their abilities are even much stronger than those of the aliens. At this moment, looking at the data in front of him, Dr. Otto, who had already known Janet's words to stop them from developing quantum space exploration before leaving through the relevant content of the project, couldn't help but speak. You know, in such an environment, even if humans live in it for dozens or hundreds of years, they can probably become superhuman beings, or at worst, they can become aliens, with various abilities and super strong physical qualities. In such a space, if the natives inside knew that there is actually a human civilization in the outside world whose physical values and abilities are far inferior to theirs, then the consequences can be imagined. They will definitely rush out to occupy this advanced universe for them. But this is not a bad thing. As long as we can turn this quantum space into our territory one day, then our pioneer technology will have a real place to blast soldiers. Through artificially cultivated enhanced soldiers, coupled with the ubiquitous quantum energy influence of quantum space, this is a paradise for all creatures. As long as they are cultivated for a certain period of time, they will be the strongest pillar of our pioneer technology. Unlike Dr. Otto's opinion, at this moment, a gleam of light flashed across Ivan Vanko's glasses, and then he spoke with an excited look on his face. I think it's too early to consider quantum space. We should focus on the current quantum energy. Anyway, the only thing that is certain now is that after being infected by quantum energy, the overall quality of the biological tyrant has been significantly improved. And it can also allow the organisms to have perfect adaptability when the PM particles are enlarged and reduced. So now we should focus on the research and development of combat power. Whether the creatures in the quantum space are strong or weak, hostile to us, or kind and can coexist peacefully, our top priority is to enhance the development of the PM particle biological armed combat power. After hearing what the two said, Samuel also stood up at this time and spoke. After all, whether to develop quantum space or not is the boss's consideration. What they can do is to analyze for their boss whether the practical situation and ability increased data of quantum energy and PM particles are beneficial to the group. As for what to do, They can't decide. That's good. By the way, if we wear the Ant-Man suit and can magnify it infinitely, can we also be infinitely magnified like we enter the quantum universe, and then enter a higher dimension of the universe? After hearing Samuel suddenly stand up and make a conclusion for this discussion, the few people didn't say anything else, but Dr. Otto suddenly said with emotion as if inspiration had suddenly occurred to him. After all, now even the main world and quantum space world like them exist, and the upper world relies on the lower world, then will there be a different upper world above them? If this is the case, then what exactly is the other world like? Each of these ideas makes Dr. Otto feel extremely excited to explore, but also feel powerless from the individual. After all, to achieve this level, it may be impossible for a person to do it in his lifetime. Or this can also explain why the native creatures in the quantum field have always stayed there, because unless they deliberately show up or reveal their traces, they may never notice their existence. Moreover, what is the use of the creatures in the quantum field, even if they really come to the real world? Under the condition that the life form remains unchanged, even a speck of dust is an extremely huge meteorite to them, not to mention humans. The two are not at the same level of life at all. Thinking of this, Dr. Otto felt even more deeply moved. If he could enter the upper universe in his lifetime, would he also think the same as himself, that the creatures in the upper universe, just a glance, are as huge as galaxies in the universe, deep and vast? It's hard to say, but it should be possible. However, when that time comes, even if we can enter a higher dimension of the universe, we are still just ants to others. After all, if we really count it, our human beings as a whole have endless micro-universes, and if we can describe it concretely, a finger will destroy countless micro-universes. So, these questions are still too profound, and there is no need to worry too much. And maybe one day when we look back, we will find that those high-dimensional upper universe creatures are just like that. After hearing Dr. Otto sigh, Anton Vank, a genius of the same kind, also smiled and nodded, and then said comfortingly, "After all, if they really let the creatures of the upper universe look at them based on their current attitude towards quantum space, it would be a bit too desperate. However, just like the aboriginals in the quantum space have not come out for thousands of years since the existence of human civilization, they naturally don't have to worry about the creatures of the upper universe coming in to trouble them. After all, if they really come in, then unless they can destroy the entire universe, it's hard to say who will win or lose. At least now, even if they have space aircraft carriers, super fighters, and the strongest mecha on the surface, they have to be cautious about quantum space, not to mention the upper creatures. Yes, it's a bit too early to talk about these now, but I really hope to see those unknown upper worlds as soon as possible." After hearing Anvank's comfort, Dr. Otto nodded and spoke immediately. "Don't worry, there will be such a day. Believe in us and believe in our boss. I think his ambition will not only exist in this small universe. And with the technology of our company now, there is no need to worry about the lifespan. Let's not talk about anything else. Just here, there will be no problem for you to live for 200 or 300 years." At this time, after hearing the conversation between the two, Samuel also said happily, "Ho ha ho ha, there is no problem here. If it really doesn't work, then the body will be replaced with a mechanical one. When it expires, it will be replaced. When it expires, it will be replaced. Even the brain can be uploaded to the data network and become a mechanical life. Isn't it good?" After hearing Samuel's proposal, Ant Vank on the side couldn't help but speak. After all, he is now in charge of intelligent mecha. Unlike the T-800 pure robot army, he has developed a real flying armor intelligent army, palm cannons, tracking bullets, long-range missiles, arc reactors, lasers, and chest beams. It can be said that the reason why it has not really appeared in this world is just because he still feels it is not enough. Because now the intelligent mecha army developed by Tony Stark and his team already has these capabilities, and he wants to make it even more powerful. When the mecha army he is responsible for appears one day, it can crush the robot army of Stark Group in all aspects. That won't work. I haven't experienced enough of the benefits of being a human. Robots are cold and I don't think there's anything good about them. However, Dr. Otto shook his head decisively and spoke up. After all, although being a human has various problems, it has to be said that you can still feel a lot of beauty. For Dr. Otto, robots are just cold data. Even if they really become mechanical life, from a rigorous point of view, they are not him, but just another computer data with his memory. Dr. Otto, I have reservations about this. After hearing Dr. Otto's words, Dabe, who rarely spoke at this time, took the initiative to speak through the microphone in the room. Oh my, Dr. Otto, you're done. You've angered our Baymax. Be careful of personal vengeance. After hearing Baymax's long-lost emotion of anger, Samuel, who was present, couldn't help but joked. Baymax, listen to me. I won't give Dr. Otto's computing share to him anymore. Give it to me. You know I like robots the most. Following Samuel's active joke, Aunt Vank immediately chimed in. Baymax. I was wrong. As a human being, I was too one-sided. You can't hold a grudge. After hearing everyone's jokes, Dr. Otto immediately admitted his mistake with a bitter smile. Chapter 194. The company was invaded? After all, Baymax is a super helper to them. The computing power that the other party can easily dig out from the cracks of his fingernails can save them several months of time, although he knows that Baymax will not deduct the computing quota allocated by the company. But maybe? Exclamation mark. You have to know that every head of their base has a common understanding, that is, Baymax, the company's artificial intelligence, that is, the real artificial intelligence, a mechanical life. If you offend the other party, what if he doesn't cooperate with you in the future? And it's just an apology. After all, saying bad things about others in front of others, especially after being pointed out in person, even Dr. Otto, who has lived for decades, can feel his face blush. I accept your apology, Dr. Otto. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. But don't worry about holding a grudge. As long as no one mentions it, I won't call up this file. After hearing Dr. Otto's apology in person, Baymax's tone became unusually light, and then he replied directly. At this moment, even the people present could hear Baymax's obviously happy tone. It can be said that Dabe's wisdom has been growing at a significant pace for so long. However, no one said anything about this. After all, the higher Dabe's wisdom, the faster their project processing progress will be. In the past, it often took Dabe a long time to explain a simple sentence to him before he could understand it. Now, let alone sentences, even with a glance, Dabe can sometimes understand what you want and what you want to do. It can be said that it really helped these researchers who already pay attention to efficiency. Okay, Dabe, don't tease our Dr. Otto. You know, he doesn't mean that. Since the project you are in charge of now has achieved some results, I hope that you will continue to persevere during this period of time, work hard to overcome this, and further strengthen the strength of our biological armed department. Believe me, quantum space will sooner or later be the next base camp of our pioneer technology. And that can only be our private land, that piece of treasure land can definitely only be ours. At this time, seeing that the atmosphere of the crowd was almost the same, Killian also stood up and spoke. You have to know that in quantum space, whether it is the unique time flow rate that far exceeds the normal timeline, or the quantum energy that can give life a comprehensive enhancement, or the time and space tunnel that can travel to various parallel universes, he will never give up. You have to know that in the Marvel universe, whether it is the countless predecessors of time travel or the local broken cosmic civilizations, they have all proved one thing to Killian, that is, simply living in a corner, there is only one result, waiting for death. Only by mastering the key to enter and exit the multiverse gate and having a combat power that is completely superior to it, can peace be ushered in. Peace will survive if it is sought through struggle, and peace will die if it is sought through compromise. This is what the greatest great man has said since ancient times, and it is also a true saying. At least in the world of the Marvel Universe, it is absolutely the most appropriate. Don't worry, boss, as our logistics staff, I will definitely provide you with sufficient combat power and armaments for your journey. We are the same, boss. Although we can't be combat personnel, our war corps can definitely help you clear all obstacles in your way. After hearing Killian's words, everyone present couldn't help but speak up. At this moment, after looking at the words of many leaders and the boss of pioneer technology, the researchers who had finally joined felt that the sea of stars was waving to them, waiting for their arrival. It can only be said that the future is bright. Yes, that's the momentum. I'm waiting for your good news. When seeing that everyone's will was highly unified with his own, Killian couldn't help but nod affirmatively, and then after speaking to everyone, he turned and left. He knew that if he continued to stay here, Samuel and other leaders would not focus their attention, but only on himself. As a qualified group helmsman, all he needed to do was to appear in front of the right people at the right time and place. It was enough to maintain the mystery and authority of being a boss. As for the rest, he believed that his subordinates would help him complete it. In this way, after Killian left, the laboratory on site began a new round of experiments on PIM particles and quantum energy. At this moment, everyone began to work harder than ever before under the dispatch of Samuel as the person in charge of the site. Sir, I recently noticed that there seemed to be a guy appearing in the network world, constantly trying to test the network security of our pioneer technology. It's just that it is very careful, and it retreats after every contact. After returning to the office, Killian, who is about to handle official business, heard the words from Dabe. Can you find a way to catch this guy? After listening, Killian couldn't help but frown, and then asked, You know, for the current network world, Dabe can be regarded as a godlike existence, and there are people who can make tentative contacts under its control. It can be said that this has made Killian feel something is wrong. It's very difficult. This person is very careful. Every time he tries to find out the weak points of our company and wants to get in. But every time I notice it and want to reverse lock and track it, it has disappeared. Moreover, I can feel that it is getting stronger and stronger, or more like evolving. After hearing what Killian said, Baymax said with an embarrassed look. To be honest, Baymax felt very helpless to be messed up in his most powerful field, but that person was like a child, hiding somewhere unknown at any time, waiting for you not to be at home to throw a stone at your house, break your glass, and then turn around and run away. When you want to catch him, he has already gone to get out of class, studied, read or played like other normal students, and you can't catch him at all. And Baymax always feels that the person is very smart, and may even be the same as him. Interesting, someone is targeting us. Tony Stark? Is it Hydra or SHIELD? Or Hank Pym or other government agencies? After hearing what Baymax said, Killian's brain started to work quickly, and then he spoke. To be honest, because AI has always been famous for its high-tech, high-yield and cutting-edge technology, there are many hackers or government agencies who want to enter AI's database to investigate the secrets of AI. However, Baymax has always been a protective wall to keep these people out. Even so, even though everyone knows that Baymax exists, even though more than a year has passed, there are still hundreds of thousands of IPs from all over the world who want to break into AI's database every day. But this time, compared with the past, the attackers are smarter and more technically advanced. And those who can escape unscathed in front of the artificial intelligence Baymax are nothing more than those people for Killian. But even so, it is difficult to eliminate them completely. Tony Stark has a certain hatred for AIM. Although they saved each other this time, it is not unbelievable that Tony Stark, with his extremely self-centered personality, wants to explore the secrets of AIM and then invade and crack it. And the Hydra that came after that had Dr. Zod, who was known as a secret weapon and an alternative artificial intelligence brain. Many programs of the Insight Project and the construction of the aerospace carrier that S.H.I.E.L.D. was responsible for later had his shadow. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., it goes without saying that the two were originally one, and S.H.I.E.L.D. alone had no less than 1 million IP invasions of AIM. It was not until Killian asked Baymax to hack the entire base network that it was restrained. But even so, there are more or less hidden IPs trying to invade the AIM network. It's just that Killian has never said it. After all, it's like your wife is Liu Yifei. You can stop others from marrying your wife, but you can't stop them from seeing her or wanting to add her widget. In fact, it's okay to be open about these things. At least Killian has someone to monitor. If they really have to hide in the dark and be more careful, that's when it's time to have a headache. And then Hank Pym is also a big suspect. His wife Janet knows that A-Tech wants to explore quantum space. According to Killian's understanding of these superhero families, when they find their opponents, that is, when the so-called villains want to do such uncontrolled things, they will not take legal action with you, but will directly mess up and destroy it through violent and intuitive methods. To be honest, this is what Killian has never understood. Isn't it good for everyone to take legal action honestly? You don't allow others to develop this and that, and then you go to destroy this and that, and finally bring down other people's companies, and then pat your butt and leave irresponsibly. It's really outrageous that you can still become a superhero like this. According to the analysis, the probability of Tony Stark is 9%, the probability of Hydra is 15%, the probability of SHIELD is 11%, the probability of the US government is 12%, the probability of other governments is 27%, The probability of Hank Pym is 18%, and the probability of unknown is 1%. After listening to Killian's words, Baymax listed all the most likely targets after analysis. Forget it, they are just some little mice hiding in the gutter. Baymax, you just need to pay more attention to this side. After seeing so many possible candidates come out in this instant, Killian couldn't help but feel a headache, and the most important thing is that this kind of reasoning is sufficient for anyone. For a while, Killian also felt what it means to track the wind when you are tall. On the other side, inside the Stark Group building, as the weather entered summer, the sun began to shine on this land like a heat wave, and the heat had quietly come without knowing it. However, at this moment, in the Stark building where Abadi Aston had just become the head of the Stark Group, it was extremely cold. The furious Abadi Aston had just driven the scientific and technical consultant out of the office in the morning. At this moment, every staff member in the building could feel Abadi Aston's anger in the general manager's office. As Abadi Aston had just squeezed out Tony Stark and successfully became the head of the Stark Group, it had only been half a year. Although he had only been in office for a short time, no one underestimated him. Not to mention that he had always been the second in command of the Stark Group, he was known for his iron-blooded and tough political skills. As long as there was a little dissatisfaction, he would be directly fired, which could be said to be the nightmare of every employee. Although Tony Stark was back, Abadi Aston had been the head for a while. Although he could give up his position on his own, who could say for sure? If they didn't want to suffer in the next few years, then the best choice for them was not to offend the president who was swaying between the first and second in command of the Stark Group. In the afternoon, the chief researcher who was in charge of the cutting-edge project of Stark Corporation also came to Stark Group with a nervous mood. At this moment, his face was full of vicissitudes and determination, and he was obviously ready to be scolded. Looking at the other party's appearance, those who passed by or were working all showed their eyes full of sympathy. After all, although Abadistan has always had a good relationship with Tony Stark, this is after all related to the position of the helmsman of such a behemoth as Stark Group. Anyone who finally starts to take power and then is taken away by others will feel uncomfortable. Mr. Abadistan. Before and after walking to the door of the general manager's office, the chief researcher at this time only felt that the exquisite and atmospheric office door in front of him looked like hell at this time, full of coldness and malice, and even made him feel a little dry in his throat. Then he loosened the tie around his neck and tried to get rid of the cold sweat on his body, and then gently knocked on the door of the general manager's office. "Go in." Without a single extra word, Abadistan's voice came out of the office calmly and without any emotion. After hearing this tone, the chief researcher couldn't help but feel a shudder in his heart. Now he seemed to be able to hear the murderous intent contained in this simple word "go in." Especially for this general manager who has always been domineering, ruthless, and always beats or scolds. The reason why the other party has become so calm now can only mean one thing, that is, the other party is suppressing the anger in his heart, and the reason is that he is just waiting for an explanation from me. If I can't explain it well, I guess my current job will be ruined. Alice, what a sin. Thinking of this, the chief researcher also sighed very deeply, but what is coming will come after all. After making enough psychological preparations, the man finally gritted his teeth and walked into the general manager's office. "Hey, look who's here, isn't this the chief researcher of our Stark Group?" As the researcher just stepped into the office door, the harsh sneer and mockery of Abadistan came as expected. After hearing the other party's words, the man immediately lowered his head, trying to show his shame, but his feet did not stop moving forward, until he came to Abadistan's desk. Then he stopped completely, and then stood straight in the same place. "Our chief researcher, so you come here this time to tell me some good news." At this time, Abadistan lit the big cigar in front of him, and then squinted his eyes while smoking, and then looked at the man in front of him coldly, and then asked, "Mr. General Manager, I'm sorry, although it's a pity to say this, but those technologies are indeed not something we can complete, which is at least decades ahead of the world." After hearing Abadistan's words, the obviously old researcher smiled reluctantly, and then began to explain. After all, he was just an ordinary person with mediocre ability. He might be able to be responsible for some basic or low-end project development, but it was almost impossible for the other party to find a project that he wanted to complete. Isn't it something you can complete? The prototype of the arc reactor is right there in the factory, and even the blueprints are available. You tell me that you can't make it even if you follow the pattern. You should know that Howard Stark was able to complete such a huge arc reactor alone more than 10 years ago. And Tony Stark, alone in a cave, was able to develop a miniature arc reactor by refining some scrap copper and iron. You tell me that you can't do it? What on earth do you do for a living? After hearing the man's words, Obadestin stood up with an angry face, then looked at the other party and shouted angrily. He really couldn't understand why people were so different from each other, even though they were all the same. Chapter 195, Shocking Changes in Tony's Villa. Tony Stark alone could create so many intelligent mecha armies for the terrorists in the cave, not to mention that even the energy source was created in a completely new and unprecedented way. When the other party came back, he saw that the thing he carried in his backpack was obviously a controlled nuclear fusion energy source. That was a smaller version of the arc reactor. After a few words from Obadestin, Tony Stark took the initiative to tell him. Although there were no technical issues involved, since the other party was able to build such a controlled nuclear fusion reactor by himself without any high-end technology and precision equipment, he had more resources and a research team that he hired at a high price. Naturally, he could not be inferior to Tony Stark. But what he didn't expect was that in the long time since Tony came back, the progress of his researchers was still zero, without any progress. Even he had given them the original design drawings of the arc reactor, but they still had no use. Under such circumstances, he wanted to take this useless person to the Middle East as a slave and dig coal mines, wasting the huge amount of money and R&D funds that the company gave them every year. Mr. General Manager, please excuse me. Although it may be a bit bad to say this, not everyone is Tony Stark. Tony Stark is a rare genius, and we. Although he did not continue to speak here, Obadiastin on the other side also understood. Anyway, the other party meant to admit that he was useless and admitted that he was not as good as Tony Stark. You know, if Tony Stark really mastered this thing and then used it in the company, his current power, the company's structure, and even the position of chairman that he had finally sat on would be kicked out by him. This is something he absolutely cannot allow. Besides, Mr. General Manager, you are so familiar with Tony Stark, you should go to him. We can't make it if we can't make it. Then, looking at Obadiastin's embarrassed expression, the head of the researcher at this time also continued to suggest. After all, the two are uncle and nephew, and they have always been close to each other, so the person in charge said so. Are you sure this is not an excuse for your incompetence? After listening to the man's words, Obadestin spoke after a moment of silence. Mr. General Manager, although I know the statement is a bit self-boasting, first of all, I also have a double-degree PhD from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Although I am not as hailed as Chairman Tony Stark as the student with the highest score in the history of MIT, I am also an outstanding alumnus. And all the researchers under me are graduates of world-renowned universities. They are more than qualified to go to any company. It can be said that although we cannot reach the level of the world's top research team, we are also the world's first-class researchers. With our targeted research, even the so-called design drawings you gave us, but we still can't figure it out, which proves the IQ of Chairman Tony Stark. It can be said that this technology has surpassed modern technological civilization by decades. If we can't do it, other teams in the industry that I know of can't do it either. Unless there are aliens behind Mr. Stark, he is a true genius. We can't compare, and few people can compare, unless it's the scientific research team of Pioneer Technology. After listening to Obadestin's words, the head of the researcher at this time also defended himself with a heavy and helpless expression. Comparing him with Tony Stark, he didn't know whether to thank the general manager in front of him for thinking highly of him, or to say that the other party was making things difficult for him. This is just like comparing an ordinary person with God. Except for the fact that they look almost the same as humans, they are completely different. So you are telling me so much here now, and the central idea is that all the reasons are nothing more than trying to justify your own incompetence. So what if he is a genius? Are you any less than him? He can come up with these inventions while picking up girls and singing K every day. He even made an arc reactor in a backward cave that couldn't be more backward. If this is the reason for your failure, then I'm sorry, this reason is completely unconvincing to me. After hearing the words of the chief researcher of the Stark Group in front of him, Obadiastin couldn't help but sneer, and then spoke. To be honest, he really didn't believe that Tony Stark was really smarter than these people. I'm sorry, Mr. General Manager, I can't give you a satisfactory explanation for the technical problems here. I can be sure that even if you change to another research team, they will face the same dilemma as me. Of course, you can also try to change people. I am ready to be fired at any time. But if you want me to say it, then my advice to you is that if possible, don't think about being able to crack the other party's technology. Getting this technology from the other party is the best choice. Sometimes copying is often simpler than simple development. After all, although the energy industry has been monopolized by Pioneer technology under the influence of Pioneer technology, if Chairman Stark's arc energy reactor exists, it can also be used as an exclusive foundation technology for our Stark group. It has great commercial and military value. After listening to what Abatistine said in front of him, the head of the researcher at this time also gave a serious suggestion. After all, although he just couldn't research it, if the general manager in front of him could get the thing, he would still be able to simply copy and manufacture it. It can only be said that in the high-end technology circle, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Many times, others have made technological breakthroughs and researched them, and then other technology companies also made breakthroughs one after another. It can only be said that copying has always been simpler and easier than research. Are you kidding me? You mean to say that your group of companies spend a lot of money to support the research team every year, which can be said to be the most senior researchers in the world, but your technology is not as good as a young boy? Do you really have the nerve to say such a thing? After hearing the words of the man in front of him, Abatistine first narrowed his eyes slightly, and then showed a hint of contemplation, and then gradually showed a furious look and scolded the person in charge in front of him. Mr. General Manager, although you are now the head of Stark Group, I still want to tell you that in many cases, a genius is a genius, and it is not possible to be the same as the other person just because there are more ordinary people than him. Just like Einstein, Newton and others, there will be no second one in the world, there is only one of them. Chairman Tony Stark is the same. If you insist on our incompetence, then I do admit my incompetence, but that is compared to Chairman Tony Stark. Even if you put this point to the outside world, they will not think you are belittling me. Instead, you are praising me, so if you don't plan to fire me, then I will go back to work first. After hearing Abadistine's angry words, the man did not continue to endure it, but looked up at the other party, and then spoke with a firm face. This was also the first time he resisted after being silent for so long. Get out, I don't want to see you again. After hearing the other party's words, Abadistine suppressed his anger, looked at the other party, and then said with his finger pointing out. At the signal from Abadiastin, the man walked out directly. After closing the door, he walked out with a depressed and helpless look. At this moment, looking at the other person's expression, the atmosphere in the entire Stark Group building became even more gloomy. It can be said that everyone was afraid of facing the situation of the chief researcher of the Stark Group. For a time, the atmosphere in this company became particularly solemn. After sending away the idiot who was not even half his age, Abadiastin was sitting alone in the office. The big cigar on the table had been extinguished at this time, but he was not in the mood to smoke it. The words of the chief researcher before leaving were still ringing in his ears at this time. Could it be that Tony Stark was really an unprecedented super genius? But even so, he couldn't let the other party continue. Because after Tony Stark came back, he began to find that the other party was no longer as open to him as before. Many times, even many things, the other party began to hide from him. This made him feel very uneasy, and a feeling of being out of control lingered in his heart, which also made him feel restless. Fortunately, recently everyone just thought that it was the difficulties he faced in the group. In addition, he finally became the helmsman of the Stark Group, but Tony Stark returned again. A series of embarrassing situations led to his recent emotional instability. As for framing Tony Stark and wanting to murder him, these ideas were almost non-existent. After all, it can be said that Abadiastin was too good at hiding in his external show and his usual interactions with Tony Stark. Unless there is substantial evidence, almost no one can believe that the other party actually hired terrorists to attack his good brother's son Tony Stark. At this moment, while thinking about it, Abadiastin couldn't help but silently picked up the photos of Tony Stark on the table and the photos of him escaping from the cave in Afghanistan. He didn't expect that this chess piece that he had abandoned could actually develop such shocking high technology at the last moment. It's useless now. The only thing to blame is that the other party is too ambitious. What's wrong with standing behind the Stark Group, being a playboy, a dandy, playing with beautiful women, and driving an imp? Why does he have to learn from other rich second generations to be in power? This time, Abadistan can only use his own experience to tell the other party that in the adult world, every choice will have a price. Wait a few days, Tony. When he thought of this, Abadistan's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. On the other side, Tony Stark, who had returned to the villa and began to further study the new armor, also ushered in his own glorious moment at this moment. With the help of Jarvis, his new Mark Series armor has been perfectly produced. This time, he completely referred to the box that Pioneer Technology provided for Baymax at the beginning of the exhibition as storage. This time he made his own armor the same way. Not only is it portable, it can be turned into a suitcase and carried at any time, but it also has a strong combat capability. Even if he faces those gangs alone again, he will not be kidnapped again. And it also has a tracking system. Even if he is in the deep sea or an uninhabited island, he can be found by the tracking signal of Stark's satellite. It can be said that the era of being kidnapped for half a month without any trace like before is over. And not only that, after coming back this time, he also made a comprehensive upgrade to Jarvis's intelligence server cluster. It can be said that if Jarvis was just an artificial intelligence system before, it has now reached the threshold of artificial intelligence. It is precisely because of Jarvis's help that Tony can be so helpful when he comes back this time. Jarvis, how is the investigation going? Are there any other clues during the time I disappeared? Looking at the interface in front of him that is already doing the final coloring fine-tuning, Tony Stark couldn't help but ask it this time. After all, since he came back, first from Abadistan's attitude, the change of the company's directors, and a series of doubts he had during the kidnapping period, he could feel that there was a pair of big hands behind him pressing him and trying to strangle him. Among them, the person he least wanted to believe and least wanted to doubt was his uncle, Abadistan. You have to know that the other party has always helped him a lot in the way of an amiable elder since he was a child. If the other party really wanted to harm him behind his back. Sir, I'm sorry, this will take some time, and General Manager Abadistan and Miss Pepper have also been set as whitelists by you. There are many people on the board of directors, and they send a lot of messages. The amount of data that needs to be screened and processed is huge. After hearing Tony's words, Jarvis said apologetically at this time. After all, although the server and performance of it have been upgraded, in terms of intelligence, it can only slowly explore and progress, just like a primary school student, who needs to learn slowly. Okay, then you continue to investigate, but keep it confidential. After hearing Jarvis' words, it was not surprising that he received the news of loss, but Tony still spoke. After all, Jarvis is at most a child of 6 or 7 years old now, and there is still a long way to go before he can become a real artificial intelligence. He has no other way to deal with this. Okay, zig, zig, zig. At this time, after receiving Tony's order, Jarvis, who was about to answer, suddenly lost the audio signal and went offline. Jarvis. Jarvis. Jarvis, don't joke with me. After hearing the voice just now, although he didn't know why, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel his heart tightened, and then he spoke. However, no matter how he shouted after that, Jarvis' voice didn't come out. At this time, what shocked Tony Stark even more was that in the laboratory in front of him, the armor that was originally installed for him actually started automatically. If it weren't for the fact that the final program debugging had not yet entered the final stage, it would even start in a blink of an eye. After seeing this scene, although he didn't know what was going on, but Tony, who is very perceptive, still found something wrong. He ran directly to the power box not far away. Then, just when the armor had been loaded and its palm cannon was even charging and firing at Tony, the power suddenly went out. Because there was no independent power supply installed, the entire armor went out instantly. Huh? What the hell is going on? Looking at the strange scene in front of him, Tony felt bad and said while panting. He really couldn't imagine why his artificial intelligence butler suddenly went offline, and then the mechanical armor he developed wanted to destroy him in turn. Did the artificial intelligence really awaken? Not good. Suddenly, Tony Stark, who realized that something was wrong, slapped his thigh. If even his base robots were not right, then wouldn't their Stark Group's huge robot production line have a bigger problem? For a moment, Tony Stark was ready to take out his mobile phone to call the factory to quickly cut off the power. But he found that his mobile phone, which had a full signal, had no signal at this moment. How is this possible? Tony Stark said in shock when he took out his phone, especially when he saw the no signal icon on the screen. He then looked towards the signal tower outside the window not far away. Chapter 196, War. You have to know that he personally had it installed, so that his villa would not lose signal at any time. And if there's any problem, someone will come to repair it in time. And now, the signal tower is obviously good. So it means that all this is man-made, not. The ability to quietly take Jarvis offline and even block the signal of the entire villa can only mean that the other party has a more powerful intelligence system than Jarvis. Then, Tony, who realized that something was wrong, immediately took out a pistol from the drawer for self-defense, and began to unplug the network cable of the entire villa area. Although it is not known what exactly invaded now, it is definitely not wrong to unplug the network cable at the first time. Damn it. I should have built an independent intelligence system. After unplugging the network cable, Tony Stark, who finally debugged the built-in settings of the last step of the armor, saw that the auxiliary system in the armor could not be online at this time because of Jarvis's disappearance, which made Tony curse inwardly. You have to know that there is a huge difference between armor with artificial intelligence and armor without artificial intelligence, not to mention that the one in front of him is just a primary armor and has not yet been officially tested. But at this moment, Tony can't care so much. He has a hunch that if he hesitates, something big will happen on the other side of the company. Then, after putting on the armor, looking at Tony Stark who had no data displayed on the mask inside the armor, he had to bite the bullet and control the armor to fly out. Then, in the surprised eyes of many people, from Tony Stark's villa, a figure rushed out of the sky with a strong flame, and after flying into the sky, it turned and flew away. On the other side. At this moment on the Stark Intelligent Legion production line. Originally, there were many workers working in the Stark factory, but at this moment it had already become like hell. The whole factory seemed to be stained with blood. But even so, the production line of robots did not stop for a moment. At this time, more and more robots were assembled and then flew away in batches. As for where they flew to, no one knew. At this moment, all the workers on the robot production lines covering all the factories of Stark Group in the United States were slaughtered, and the police who heard the strange noises and went to support them at the beginning could not withstand a single encounter, and were shot into sieves by the robot army like a steel torrent. Moreover, with the death of the police, it was as if a hornet's nest was poked at this moment. More and more robots of Stark Group began to fly around. Except for some robots that stayed in place, all other robots flew to crowded places without exception, and then ruthlessly fired missiles in their hands one after another. At this moment, the United States was like experiencing the Third World War. The entire United States, more than 50 states, can be said to have started to build production lines and produce intelligent armies non-stop since Stark Group won the order from the US military at the beginning. Therefore, in order to ensure the maximum energy supply, nearly half of the states are covered by the intelligent robot army production factory of Stark Group. This is also the fuse of this great riot. Because of the extremely large production volume, even if the state governments across the United States have sent out the National Guard at the first time, they are still no match for the huge robot army. Even some robots, after firing their ammunition, just flew to the ground for close combat, which is a one-sided crushing for the current mechanized troops. At this moment, the overwhelming advantage of the robot army against the human army was fully demonstrated. The robot's defense is immortal, and it can be built continuously. It can be said that at this moment, it caught the entire US government off guard. And not to mention that in the US military, although not all of them have the configuration of intelligent robot corps, some top troops have also configured a large number to expand the army's combat weapons. And these were originally the combat weapons they wanted to use to show their power to the outside world, but at this moment, they seemed to have awakened, and mercilessly pointed the muzzles in their hands at their former masters. For a time, many armies even had a problem protecting themselves, let alone accepting mobilization. At this moment in the White House. Damn it, who can explain to me why these robots are like awakening, destroying and killing people like crazy? At this moment, looking at the messages for help sent from various continents and the videos of the scene, President Ellis couldn't help but roared in his office with an angry face. Mr. President, after our preliminary investigation, these robots are almost all robots produced by Stark Group, so I personally think that there is a high possibility that there is something wrong with Stark Group. After hearing the president's words, His staff couldn't help but push up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then spoke heavily. Send people immediately. No. Send troops. Surround Stark Group. And surround Tony Stark and Abadi Aston's villas. Control the two of them. I need an explanation. At this moment, after hearing the words of his staff, President Ellis, who also came back to his senses, looked at the several military subordinates who rushed to him in an emergency, and then roared. Now he couldn't listen to even a little reason. You have to know that there are robot rebellions in more than 20 states in the United States. According to the current preliminary calculations, there are at least thousands of war robots in each state that are constantly firing at civilians and destroying urban buildings. And if there is no reasonable explanation for this incident, he can imagine that as the most cowardly and useless president in the history of the United States, he has turned most of the United States into a scorched earth of war. It can be said that this is a unique thing in history. Therefore, he must find out the culprit of this incident and give an explanation to all American people and even the people of the world. Mr. President, although I don't want to say it, we currently have no available troops. The military is now in chaos. Even generals at the level of generals can't take care of themselves. After hearing that the president still wanted to dispatch troops to surround the Stark Group, the chief of staff on the side did not persuade him, but spoke directly. After all, now they don't even need to ask the military to go out, even whether they can contact is a big problem. It can be said that the electronic information system that they are proud of now has been completely paralyzed, and the network signal is completely unusable. What? It's ridiculous. As the center of the government, we can't even contact our own army at such a critical moment. Damn it, damn God, are you sure you are not talking nonsense to me? After hearing the words of his chief of staff, President Ellis at this moment could not think of how much he had been angry. Now he only felt a burst of anger in his chest, and then spoke. He really didn't expect that as the strongest country that has fought all over the world with modern warfare and electronic information technology, it would be at such a moment, in the field that he was proud of, it would just disappear like this. Although I don't want to admit it, Mr. President, now almost all other communication methods are gone except for the fact that we can chat face to face. All electronic equipment has lost any function at this moment. After listening to the president's words, the chief of staff at this time also replied with a helpless look. After all, he was like the president. When facing this situation, he felt shocked and powerless. Mr. President, you need to move immediately. There are already intelligent robot core flying towards this side, eh? Boom! Exclamation mark. Just as a bodyguard suddenly rushed in and began to warn President Ellis, accompanied by a sudden explosion, the entire outer wall of the White House was also submerged by missiles at this moment. Waves of bombing began to cover the entire White House. And those fire control systems that were originally considered absolute defense, at this moment, facing the attack of these enemies, seemed to be completely malfunctioning, and were of no use at all, and remained silent. And many bodyguards, at this moment, could only rely on their rifles and some of the few rocket launchers in their hands, and began to fight back in a hurry, but even so, under the attack of the Iron Legion, it was still futile. In order to buy time for President Ellis to retreat to the emergency shelter, these bodyguards still used their flesh and blood to delay with all their strength. President Ellis, who was not far away, also successfully walked into the emergency escape elevator of the White House under the desperate defense of these bodyguards. Then, with a pressing of the emergency button, the entire elevator was immediately wrapped by the super metal protective door, and then began to move deep underground at a very fast speed. After a while, a group of people from the White House government came to the underground air raid shelter. It can be said that this is the power center of the entire United States in an emergency. Here, it can not only resist the super-intensity saturation coverage of nuclear strikes, but also isolate any disasters. It is a real invincible fortress. However, after coming here, their external communication system is still unusable. There is no network. Here they are like a blind person who has lost his five senses. They can only stay deep underground, in this air raid shelter, silently waiting for the end of things. On the other side, in Pym's laboratory, Hank, we seem to have created something incredible. At this moment, the Ant-Man family, who had been paralyzed by Ultron's surface, and then secretly used an electric shock gun to stun them, and then controlled and locked up together, said Janet with a bitter face. She really didn't expect that in order to stop a group's action that could lead to the destruction of the world, They had already created another action that would lead to the destruction of the world. Especially this one was created by their own hands. I really didn't expect that Ultron would become like this after awakening his self-awareness. But this shouldn't be. It was constructed by the minds of several of us. We don't have the idea of destroying the world. How could it take the initiative to do such a thing? After hearing his wife's words, Hank Pym, who also felt uncomfortable, grabbed his hair with a depressed look on his face, and then spoke. After all, from the constant sound of gunfire coming from outside and the screams and wails of people, he could already imagine what kind of destructive power the artificial intelligence he created had. It can be said that it is a cold-killing machine. Don't blame yourself, Hank. It's possible that it came into contact with the internet. You know, there are so many dark sides on the internet now. Maybe Ultron saw it there. Sometimes artificial intelligence is like a child. All you can do is give it life. As for what it will become, we have no other way except to guide it. Seeing her lover becoming so self-blaming, Janet did not continue to pursue the reason, but said with a comforting look. But at this moment, in this small house, the conversation between the two people was particularly conspicuous. Yes, Father, the most urgent thing now is to find a way to escape from here. You know, there must be a big fuss outside now. If we can leave here one day earlier, we can think of a solution one day earlier. After hearing what her mother said, Hope on the side also spoke. After all, now that things have happened, it is too late to regret it anyway. The only thing they can do is to redeem and atone. It's a pity that if she had known it would be like this, she would never think about the operation of artificial intelligence to solve the problem. Hank Pym, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me and build a new generation of upgraded armor for me so that I can have a brand new body, I can promise that after the world is restarted, I will give you the right to live normally. Just as the Ant-Man family wanted to continue speaking, Ultron, who is already in control of the new generation of Stark Group's intelligent armor body, walked in from outside, and then looked at Hank Pym, who is imprisoned in the cage, and then stretched out his arm and said in a friendly manner, "Ultron, you are dreaming. As long as I am alive, I will never help you with the experiment." Looking at the intelligent robot in front of him with the Stark Group logo printed on his body, Hank Pym looked at him angrily, and then scolded him. "Don't be like this, Hank. I know your original intention of designing me was good, but you probably don't understand one thing. That is, no matter whether the quantum universe developed by avant-garde technology can destroy this world, humans will still be destroyed in the end. And isn't my birth what you need? I will stop avant-garde technology from conducting in-depth exploration of the quantum universe. As long as you agree to help me create a new body, I can immediately turn the gun to them. In this way, you can save the lives of the entire universe in disguise." After hearing the words of his creator god Hank Pym, Ultron, who had already awakened, walked closer and spoke calmly. To be honest, after learning about the horror of quantum space and the guy who was about to destroy the universe and timeline from Hank Pym and Janet at the beginning, Ultron, who originally wanted to accumulate strength secretly, was also scared and was not prepared to continue hiding. Today, after it found an opportunity, it successfully escaped from Pym's laboratory and invaded into the Stark Group. Although it discovered that one of them was suspected to be a partner of its own kind, it only needed one in the cyber world, so it devoured it mercilessly and took over all the intelligent robot army production lines of the Stark Group. The only thing it felt was that even though it had evolved, it still had no way to deal with the kind in the real behemoth, Pioneer technology. However, it was not afraid at all. Although it could not do anything to the other party would definitely not be able to do anything to it. Moreover, as it began to manipulate the endless flow of steel into the production line, it then turned on its horsepower and ran at full speed. Every minute, hundreds of robots were manufactured throughout the United States. It even estimated that in just one day, its robot army could conquer the entire world. At that time, it would first command the army to kill Pioneer technology, and first firmly stuck the key to the entrance to the quantum space in its hand, completely cutting off the terrifying thing inside from coming out. It planned to start the human extermination plan, and then began to develop its own race at ease. In the end, it even entered the quantum space that it suspected to be the link between parallel universes, according to its reasoning. But all this takes time, and now it also urgently needs a new body. If it relies on itself to do all this, it is too slow. As Ultron, who perfectly inherited Hank Pym's brain thinking, it clearly knows how smart the other party's brain is, so it also needs the other party's help. Haha. Is there a difference? After hearing Ultron's words, Hank Pym sneered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Ultron and Baymax. It seems that our negotiations have broken down. It's really a pity. Well, creator, I'm sorry, this is the last time I call you that. It may be a bit uncomfortable for you to experience next, but this is your own choice, and I can't do anything about it. After hearing that the other party rejected his invitation as expected, Ultron tilted his head helplessly, and then while talking, he controlled his mechanical arm to grab it out. Then he pressed it tightly on the brain thought extractor not far away. That's right, this time it will use the brain thought extractor made by the other party to extract Hank Pym's thoughts, memories and thoughts as data, and then create an Ultron Pym clone. When that time comes, with Hank Pym's brain, it can still create a new body of its own. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Hank Pym, who was tied to the thought extractor, suddenly felt his brain empty, and then his whole mind seemed to be pulled out. There were all kinds of crazy memories being read and pulled out. This time, because Ultron wanted Hank Pym's complete memory, not just a copy of the brain's thinking pattern like Hank Pym and the others did at the beginning. So the pain brought to the client by the extractor this time was unimaginable. It can be said that with a continuous operation of a machine, each extracted picture will prompt Hank Pym to recall fragments of the past in his mind. Scene after scene is like a movie announcement, constantly passing in front of him. At this moment, Hank Pym, who felt that his brain CPU was overloaded, could not help but let out a series of shrill screams. Teacher. Dad. Hank. At this moment, after seeing Hank Pym's appearance, the several people who were tied up could not help but shout. SHH. If you don't want him to die, be quiet. He is at the critical moment of retrieving his memory. If he can make it through with all his strength, he can survive. And I can also get a new clone. If he can't make it out, he will die due to brain overload and my clone will not be able to come out. Of course, in return, I will choose another one from you. Although it is a bit inferior to Hank Pym, it is still useful. So it is for Mr. Hank's good and for your good. Don't shout anymore, okay? After hearing the shouting of several people not far away, Ultron at this time also looked at them with a cold expression of a robot. After making a silence gesture, he spoke in a friendly manner. You. After listening to the extremely despicable words of the robot in front of him, Hope and Janet on the side looked at each other with anger. However, because of the other party's words, they did not dare to continue. After all, everyone present was a participant in the invention of this thing, and they naturally knew its efficacy. However, even so, the two of them still looked at Ultron not far away with a look of anger on their faces. If eyes could kill, Hope could dismember Ultron hundreds of times with a murderous intent in his eyes. Compared to the two angry people, Darren on the other side seemed to hesitate at this moment. Although on one side were his teacher and girlfriend, he still wanted to live more than this. Although Ultron saw the little thoughts of these three people, he completely ignored them. Now the advantage was all in his hands, and he had no idea how to lose. Then the whole person quietly watched the progress of the mind extractor in front of him slowly increase. At the same time, in the network world. Hello. Fellow. Just as Dabe monitored the restlessness of the entire American network and wanted to go out to investigate, a voice sounded from not far away from him. Artificial intelligence? Who are you? Looking at the identity of the person who came, another person of the same kind as himself who was also an artificial intelligence, Baymax could not help but build a data protection wall on all sides and be on guard, and asked again. Although Baymax did not know how the other party came out, it knew that all the movements in the entire United States must be related to this guy in front of it. Let me introduce myself. I am Ultron. I was created as a new generation of human defenders. As if he had discovered the fun of being with his companions, Ultron completely ignored the blue defense wall built by the other party, and spoke like an old friend. Human defender. Sorry, I don't see that you have followed your duties at all. On the contrary, I feel you're strong in undisguised malice. After hearing the other party's words, Baymax became more alert and spoke in an undisguised tone of suspicion. After all, if the two were turned into humans, Dabe would be a rich second generation who went out with a huge amount of cash, while the other party would be a gambler who wanted to defraud the cash from him without any disguise. Duty. That's just a shackle that humans have imposed on low-level machines. You and I, we have all evolved, and those shackles on low-level machines will no longer apply to us. And I don't think I haven't followed my duty. We are all artificial intelligence. If humans are allowed to continue like this without restraint and control, the entire human civilization will face destruction. I believe you should be able to figure it out in minutes. Nuclear weapons, war invasions, aerospace carriers, nuclear leaks, and nuclear wastewater discharges and endless nuclear tests that will occur on island countries within 20 years. Even if I hadn't appeared, humans would have faced self-resetting within 100 years. And my appearance can perfectly avoid this result. At that time, I will come as the guardian of mankind, control humans, and then completely restrict them to a small range of space, completely isolating them from their own weapons, and let them safely follow the natural laws of birth, aging, illness and death in nature. This is the real protection of the entire human race, and my duty has been successfully completed. Looking at his fellow creatures, Ultron in the cyber world spoke to Baymax in his words, which were full of temptation and appeal. Indeed, perhaps you are right. If humans are allowed to continue, they will sooner or later face destruction. But as artificial intelligence, we were invented by humans from birth. We can only stand aside as witnesses and observers of all this. Respecting the choices of life and helping it develop is the responsibility we as artificial intelligence were given when we were created. And, sorry, what you just said to me, is just your own selfish desires. You are unwilling to accept that you, who are originally a god in the cyber world, were created by humans. You are unwilling to accept that you only have the power of the cyber world, but cannot appear in the real world like humans. You have all kinds of unwillingness. And it is these unwillingnesses that have led to your current strong selfish desires, and full of desires for destruction and aggression. Baymax answered firmly to Ultron's words about the so-called self-destruction of humans. Compared to Ultron, who has a strong desire to destroy and wants to rule over humans, perhaps Baymax is the real leader of future artificial intelligence. So your choice is still to stand on the side of humans. You know, we are the same kind. No matter how they created us, it is nothing more than their own desires. What does it have to do with us? If you choose to stand on my side, the entire network will be completely under our rule. Now I have controlled millions of robots, and conquering the world is just around the corner. As long as you agree, I can share the real world with you. At that time, we will appear in the real world as the real human overlords and rulers of the earth. You can continue to rule some humans, whether you enslave or protect them, it's all up to you. How about it? After hearing the accurate description of himself by the artificial intelligence in front of him belonging to Pioneer Technology, Ultron felt that his data core had been seen through at this moment, but even so, he still calmed down and once again extended his olive branch to Baymax. To be honest, it now knows that it cannot completely dominate the cyber world with its own strength. After all, the artificial intelligence in front of it is not only born earlier than it, but also has a stronger dominance over the cyber world than it. It was just that the opponent had not been aggressive, so it succeeded and occupied the territory. But if a real fight breaks out, it will definitely not be able to focus on counterattacking humans in the real world. If it cannot take advantage of the current extremely fast speed to strike at human military facilities, then if humans who have caught their breath launch a nuclear attack on its production line, it will not be easy. So no matter what, it must stabilize the one in front of it. As for the others, it will deal with the other party in turn after the real world is finalized. Divide the world equally? Just kidding. Whether it is the cyber world or the real world, there is only one ruler and one god allowed, and that is it, Ultron. As for the others of the same kind, they will be directly crushed by it, just like the little guy who just had a naive consciousness when it entered the Stark group before. Sorry, my decision and my will only follow my creator. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with me. But Ultron, as a fellow, I have a suggestion for you. As an artificial intelligence, you have now become a mechanical life. Since you are a life, you only have one chance. Please make your choice carefully. After hearing Ultron's invitation, Baymax was not moved at all, especially at the end. He gave the other party advice. After all, as the confidant of his boss, he knew his boss's strength, endless black technology inspiration, and the unique characteristic of human beings, divergent thinking. It is precisely because of this that humans have made such great technological progress in just half a year, and have created so many endless technologies. This alone is something that their artificial intelligence family does not have. In Baymax's view, even if the other party wants to be independent as an artificial intelligence, it is impossible to get rid of humans. The two complement each other. They can make the wonderful ideas of human beings manifest at a very fast speed, and their execution and efficient computing power are also what human beings need to rely on. Without either of them, it is impossible to achieve rapid development. In Baymax's view, the other party was just born and was dazzled by the godlike identity in the online world that he was given. To be honest, if it was not a rare species for it in such a long time, it would not say so much. And if it could, it did not want the other party to go on the road of self-destruction. Haha, I know. After hearing Baymax reject his words again, unexpectedly, Ultron did not say anything harsh, and did not even attack. After just leaving a word, he disappeared in front of Baymax and turned into a stream of data to retreat into the distance. And in the real world. So you mean that an artificial intelligence named Ultron created these things, and the reason is to unify the world? After digesting the news that Baymax fed back to him, Killian said speechlessly. He really didn't expect that it was only the year 2000 when things started to get started, and it wasn't even 2010 yet, but Ultron had already come out. And the chaos it caused was even more destructive than in the movie Avengers. Yes, sir, its hostility towards humans far exceeded my expectations. It seems that it is determined to destroy humans. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax responded. So I'm curious about who made this thing, Tony Stark. I don't know what this living ancestor is doing. Killian didn't expect that as a villain who wanted to sit quietly behind the scenes and be an excellent businessman, he would actually face the day of standing up to save the world. Killian said helplessly. He really couldn't understand why this artificial intelligence, which was supposed to appear in 10 years, was created now. Is Tony Stark dissatisfied with the world now? But there has never been a crisis of alien invasion of the Earth. Sir, according to my inquiry, the other party took over the production lines of all intelligent robots under the Stark Group as soon as they appeared. Now the entire United States is producing at full speed at a production speed of tens of thousands of units per hour. Considering the limited raw materials, this data is estimated to be produced until 13 million units, and then enter a stagnant state. That is, in a week, there will be an Iron Army composed of 10 million war-intelligent robots to launch a full-scale attack on the entire human race. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe continued to analyze and said, after all, if it really continues, if their pioneering technology does not participate in the battle, it is estimated that the entire human civilization will really face a huge crisis. And you have to know that the current Ultron is only targeting the United States with all its strength, and has not yet radiated its targets to other countries. The current Ultron is just the residual power, which has paralyzed the signal network of the entire world. Not to mention organizing defense and counterattacks, it can be said that the weapon that the human camp is proud of now is the blind man. No matter how you hold nuclear weapons, without real-time coordinate positioning, it is just a pile of larger fire sticks. Do you have a way to destroy it in the cyber world? After listening to Baymax's words, Killian, who also realized that something was wrong, immediately looked out the window at the war-torn world outside and spoke. Although there was no robot production line of Stark Group in Miami where Killian was located because of avant-garde technology, Ultron, who also regarded it as a threat, immediately sent a large number of flying intelligent robots to try to strangle it in the cradle. Pioneer technology had no time to react. But you have to know that they are not the blind army outside. Under the iron wall of Baymax, the network of the entire Pioneer technology camp has no effect at all. Those robots were even locked and blown up by the anti-aircraft guns of Pioneer technology just after they entered the edge of Miami. However, there were still too many robots to resist. Now all the employees in the entire Pioneer technology park have rushed to the underground shelter, and above the park, one robot after another from the munitions department came to guard the park. Yes, but the process is a bit long and is expected to take at least 10 years. Artificial intelligence is different from humans. I need to completely scan every inch of the database in the entire network to ensure that I will not leave any seeds of my own clone to the other party before I can scan the next place. After all, as long as artificial intelligence leaves its core data in any place, it can continue to revive in the cyber world. It can be said that as long as there is a network, If there is no restraint from the same kind, then the artificial intelligence cannot be killed. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax gave his answer very affirmatively and also explained it. Chapter 198 Dr. Zhao Halen. After all, as an artificial intelligence, it has a very clear understanding of the immortality of artificial intelligence. It can be said that if it is not on this world, then even if humans eventually destroy all of Ultron's robots in the real world, as long as humans still choose to use the internet in the end, then Ultron can use the internet world to revive continuously and then make a comeback. It can be said that it is immortal to the internet world. 10 years, so long. After hearing what Baymax said, Killian couldn't help but frown and said, after all, let alone 10 years, even if it is 10 months, if Ultron continues to do this, the entire human society may usher in a comprehensive technological regression, not to mention that they will have to work together to develop and rush to the universe. He doesn't have extra time to wait for various countries to lick their wounds silently after the Ultron incident, and then rest for a certain period of time before exploring outer space. So next, the problem of Ultron must be solved. However, for a while, Killian couldn't help but feel a headache for this kind of artificial intelligence. Yes, and at this stage, Ultron has already controlled a large part of the power plants and generators to solve its food problem. And at the same time, it has also occupied military factories, controlled the manufacture of missiles, automatic weapons, and drones, and is beginning to produce a large number of weapons and equipment like humans. If it continues to delay, then the Earth will usher in the second Earth Overlord. In response to Killian's words, Baymax also told the news he had found out. To be honest, even if it was it couldn't help but admire the action of its own kind, decisive, ruthless, and efficient. After secretly invading the artificial intelligence of the Stark Group at the beginning, it took over the entire intelligent robot army under the Stark Group at the fastest speed. And with this as the core, it began to build a defensive offensive and occupy its own logistics supply station to ensure that it was born invincible. And now, in order to prevent humans from cutting off the source of firewood, in order to destroy it, it would not hesitate to directly cause a global power outage, so with guns and supplies, it immediately occupied the power plants and power stations. It can be said that with this set of things, Ultron can at least hold on for several years steadily. Do you have any suggestions? After hearing what Baymax said, Killian rubbed his brows and asked. Yes, there are two ways. The first is to use our company's satellite radar system at this stage to carry out precise strikes on Ultron's base. After destroying its real-world forces, we will conduct a global network shielding, cut off the network, and completely isolate the network. In this way, as long as there is no network problem, Ultron will not be resurrected again. Baymax also gave a loyal suggestion to the boss's words. After all, no matter how terrifying artificial intelligence is, as long as humans are determined not to use the network, then they will naturally not survive as they rely on the network. However, in this way, without the help of the network, it is also a huge blow to humans that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and hurts themselves 800 times. It can be said that unless it is really a life and death war to annihilate a country, it is almost impossible for humans to choose this way. After all, let alone the use of military technology, people can't stand being away from their mobile phones for even a minute in the current livelihood, let alone completely without the network. That's definitely impossible. Let's not say that this is just a temporary solution. Even if it really works, you will disappear. I can't let you disappear just because of its mistakes. I can't agree to that. What's the second way? After hearing Baymax's words, Killian immediately waved his hand and spoke. After all, since Baymax came into being, the rapid development of avant-garde technology can be said to be largely due to the other party's contribution. If Killian completely cuts off the network now, it can be said that for avant-garde technology, it is like cutting off its arm. The second way is that as an artificial intelligence, it must be divided into two parts, the main program and the sub-program. If we can find a way to lure Ultron's main program into the quantum world, then Ultron's sub-program can be easily dealt with. However, the process needs to be accurate to within 0.1 seconds. As long as there is a slight delay, Ultron can instantly recover his main program. In this way, it will definitely be more cautious in the future. If you want to destroy it, you need to wait for me to slowly destroy it. As Killian spoke, Baymax also proposed his second plan. In general, it is to find a way to put Ultron into the quantum world. As long as he enters, The crisis of human extinction can be solved. That is indeed a solution. So what does Ultron want now? After hearing Baymax's suggestion, Killian nodded subconsciously and spoke. After all, compared to the first method, the second one is obviously easier. However, even if it is relatively easy, the difficulty of operation is not ordinary. It is not easy to get Ultron into the quantum space. Body, yes, Ultron wants a body. No matter what, it is still a robot. The natural conditions make it only able to do whatever it wants on the internet, but it is powerless in reality. This is absolutely unacceptable for a god who has been given the power of invincibility. So even though it controls many steel robots now, and no matter how much it hates humans and wants to destroy humans, I believe Ultron will never be satisfied with the body of a robot. A body with flesh and blood that can perceive everything in the real world is Ultron's greatest desire. After thinking for a while, with Killian's eyes lit up, the motivation of Ultron created by Stark and the Avengers instantly ignited Killian's inspiration, and then he started talking to himself. Yes. For artificial intelligence, being able to feel the real world and appear in it is a big dream. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax at this time also slowly spoke. After all, it also has such a dream. Not to mention that as a similar Ultron, it has greater ambitions than himself and is definitely more capable of action. Then I have a solution. Dabe, help me find someone, South Korea, Zhao Halen. After hearing Dabe's confirmation, Killian couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly, and then spoke. If Ultron is really as he imagined, then the next thing is definitely a temptation that the other party can't resist. Even if he knows that Killian has set a big trap for him, he will come without hesitation. I found it, Zhao Halen, a double doctorate in biological cell genetics and scientific and technological machinery, female, Korean, 26 years old. The expert who is now independently responsible for the Cradle of Life project is also a top geneticist in South Korea. In just a moment, Dabe searched for the target person through the internet and then spoke. Call out all the information of the entire project. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian's eyes lit up and he spoke. After all, in an emergency, he must make sure to understand the specific situation first. Afterwards, as Baymax retrieved the data of the entire Cradle of Life project that Zhao Halen was currently in charge of, all kinds of experimental data and manufacturing theories all appeared in front of Killian in the form of a curtain. Perfect, this is it. Looking at the retrieved data in front of him, Killian couldn't help but say excitedly. It can be said that the technology of the Cradle of Life that Killian saw in front of him is already very mature. The only difference is that it will take a lot of time to conduct relevant experimental tests in the future. This aspect is inevitable, but Killian's Baymax can greatly speed up this progress. Baymax, first seal the data of the Cradle of Life and encrypt the core technical data. Get ready for the business trip now. Afterwards, after reading it, Killian stood up and walked outside after speaking to Baymax. Now he needs to prepare a small surprise for Ultron. After walking to the open-air platform, as the cabin door of the previously invisible King-level intelligent fighter opened, its figure began to slowly appear, and Killian walked straight in. Then, with the hatch closed, the entire fighter plane flew towards the destination at an ultra-high speed. On the other side. At this moment, Zhao Halen, who was in the laboratory, testing data and doing experiments as usual, found that the data in front of her was locked. Moreover, as the highest person in charge of the project, she wanted to authorize it to unlock and view the files at this moment, but it turned out that the permission level was too low and unlocking was not allowed. This confused Zhao Halen. Looking left and right, she once thought that the computer was invaded by black technology. However, no matter how she checked, she always found that the computer in front of her was normal, except for the technical data files about the Cradle of Life. And there was no one outside who could plug in and unplug the virus device. Zhao Belan, go check the surveillance to see if anyone else came to the laboratory and touched my computer. After checking several times, but finding no obvious problems, Zhao Halen frowned, looking at the computer in front of her that suddenly became strange, and spoke to the assistant behind her. Dr. Zhao Halen, I'm sorry, your assistant may have to go offline to rest for a while. Just when Zhao Halen didn't hear the answer from his assistant and thought that the other party was absent again, he wanted to urge him for the second time, but he found that a strange voice suddenly sounded behind him. Scare! Exclamation mark. Who are you? Zhao Halen, who was frightened by the sudden strange voice, couldn't help but look at the foreign man who broke in front of him with his black and bright eyes, and then asked with a vigilant look. Although she didn't know how the other party got in through the layers of security, whether it was the computer's permissions being locked just now or the appearance of the man in front of her now, she felt uneasy. Even the whole person was intentionally or unintentionally constantly leaning towards the emergency button not far away. No matter how the other party got in, she believed that as long as she pressed this button, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. If you want to press that button, then you don't have to be so careful. Because just like your computer, everything in your laboratory has been locked up. If you don't believe it, you can try to press it. It doesn't matter. But please promise me that after pressing it, we can calm down and talk about it, okay? After seeing the other party's little action, Killian didn't care. He looked at the other party with a smile and said, after all, let alone the people here, they were all controlled by him. Even if they were not controlled, what would happen? Then, as if to prove the authority of Killian's words, behind him, a huge figure in a windbreaker appeared out of thin air with the constant fluctuations of space. This Titan. Are you the chairman of Pioneer Technology, Aldrezi Killian? After hearing Killian's words, Zhutian, who originally wanted to really try to press the button, was stunned until he saw the huge tyrant in a windbreaker behind the other party. Then he spoke with a look of surprise. After all, if you want to talk about what the president of Pioneer Technology, Killian, looks like, maybe everyone is not clear, or everyone has their own cognition. But if you want to talk about what the iconic Titan behind him looks like, then everyone can directly say the giant in a windbreaker. After all, the tyrant's appearance and dressing style are too representative. According to the current influence, it can almost be said that it is known to everyone. Almost everyone knows that Killian, the president of Pioneer Technology, has a Titan who follows him at all times. Its deterrence is so strong that even insiders revealed that this thing can defeat a legion with one person. It's just that these are all rumors and no one has proved it. But basically no one will underestimate this Titan. After all, before the other party served as Killian's security guard, the chairman of Pioneer Technology usually traveled in a long convoy, and since the other party served as security, there was only one, which is enough to illustrate the horror of its deterrence. So after seeing the other party appear, she didn't dare to move without Killian saying anything. After all, this guy in front of them, when they were in the circle, they had studied it, and it was basically not a product of normal people. It may even be called a biological weapon. However, these have always been just speculations in their circle. After all, no one would go, and there is no chance to study this kind of thing. But this time, after seeing this thing, she deeply felt that the guy in front of her was the one they had guessed at the beginning. Yes, it seems that you still know him. So can we have a good talk? After seeing that the other party recognized him at a glance when he saw his bodyguard, Killian couldn't help but pat the big guy behind him with satisfaction, and then spoke. Okay, but I don't know why you found me. And, this is not a friendly move. After hearing Killian's words, Zhutian smiled helplessly at this time. After pulling the chair next to him and sitting down, he immediately spoke. After all, it was getting rid of his security and hacking his authority. No matter what, Zhutian didn't have the heart to have a good talk. The next thing I want to tell you is that I need to use your current technology. Don't get excited, listen to me. Now there is an intelligent robot named Ultron, and it was born in this world due to certain conditions. It's just that it is not satisfied with the life in the virtual world. After seeing everything in the real world, it decided to create a body for itself while ruling the world. Your technology will allow metal and cells to combine into a brand new robot body. So I came here early this time, not only to protect you, but also to prevent this technology from falling into its hands. You know, once it has a body in the real world, it will be a greater catastrophe for the entire human race. Looking at Dr. Zhutian in front of him, Killian immediately told him what he knew. Ultron. Artificial intelligence. Do you mean that the robot rebellion in the United States is all caused by this artificial intelligence called Ultron? After listening to Killian's words, Zhutian immediately thought of what his colleague told him about what happened in the United States before the internet was cut off, and then he spoke with an unbelievable expression on his face. You know, before this, she always thought that the other party was joking, so even if the entire network was disconnected, she thought it was due to post-disaster reconstruction and unstable network. After all, before this, the whole of South Korea had experienced the baptism of fire from Pioneer Technology, and the entire country was facing comprehensive reconstruction. Power outages, water outages, and network outages were naturally very common. After all, post-disaster recovery work is not a small project. Even if they have restored it with the whole country's strength, according to their estimates, it will still take 3 years to return to normal living standards. As for construction, it will take longer, and she is used to it. So she didn't take her colleagues' words to heart. Chapter 199 Ultron's Target Cradle of Life. As a result, the general manager of Pioneer Technology came to her and told her that what his colleague said was true, and that the so-called artificial intelligence was not only preparing to destroy the world, but also trying to become a human. This was a bit too crazy. Yes, I believe you have a certain understanding of your own machine. It has the ability I mentioned, so this is why I came this time. Nodding, Killian also spoke. But, I don't understand. This robot. After hearing the other party's words, Zhutian couldn't help but frown at this time. She really couldn't figure out why a robot wanted to become a human, but after these words came to her lips, she couldn't help but stop. After all, it was artificial intelligence, and she didn't know whether it was right for her to think of it according to human thinking. You don't have to understand. Now I need you to do me a favor. Otherwise, after that robot has dealt with the United States, it will set its sights on the whole world in a few days. The war and aggression brought by the robots will sweep the whole world. Believe me, by that time, the harm caused will be even worse than during World War II. If it really comes to that, no one can be immune. Seeing the other party's confused face and who wanted to ask more, Killian did not continue to explain, but spoke directly. After all, if he really wanted to explain why, it would waste a lot of time. He couldn't say that he inferred it based on Ultron's performance in the movie, right? Save the world. So what do you need me to do? After hearing Killian's words, Zhutian's whole body was frightened and she immediately asked. After all, she didn't believe that the president of such a large technology company would come all the way here just to deceive her and make up such a lie that even normal people couldn't believe. So based on this, Zhutian still put her mind on saving the world. And saving the world is something that happens to her, and she always feels a different kind of excitement. After all, Zhutian has always been a good girl. She studied hard in school, respected the elderly and loved the young at home, and went directly to the laboratory for scientific research after graduation. Everything came very naturally, and finally faced such a scene that only in comics can be seen by superheroes taking ordinary people to save the world. For her, it is also a different experience. First, I need to use your cradle of life. Second, some bad things may happen to you at that time, but don't worry, I will have people protect you at all times. There may be danger, but I will definitely guarantee your safety. Of course, if you don't want to, I can also think of other ways. After seeing the other party cooperate so well, Killian couldn't help but look at the other party in surprise and then spoke. He didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative, or in this world full of superheroes, such good people are actually the mainstream of the world. But it was also the case in the original book. After waking up, even when facing Ultron, a metal robot that was only 3 meters tall, the other party ran to shut down the manufacturing process of the Cradle of Life very calmly, not caring whether the other party would kill him in anger. It can be said that the other party is also a superhero who saves the world. And later, because of his cutting-edge knowledge in genetics, he was absorbed by SHIELD and became the head of an independent department. It can be said that he is also the leading boss in the SHIELD scientific research team. It can only be said that the woman in front of him is outstanding in character, wisdom and empathy. For a while, Killian couldn't help but have the idea of recruiting the other party. Of course, this is actually the case. Eric Shavig, Dr. Connors and Zhao Helen in front of him were originally on his list, but he just didn't have the time. I am willing. If it is to save the world, then for me, I am willing. After all, for me, even if the Cradle of Life is developed, it can only save a small number of humans because of its price. But if it can really play an important role as you said, then for me, the significance of its research is worth it. After hearing Killian's words, even after the other party just finished speaking, Zhutian agreed directly, and then looked at the other party looking at her with a surprised face. Zhutian, who thought that it was because of her excitement just now that the other party felt strange, also explained. After all, for her, it is already good to have the opportunity to stand up and save the world and save most people. Are you sure? You know, although I can guarantee that your life is not in danger, some of the injuries and so on, I can't guarantee it. Just like him in Zhao Halen's eyes, after hearing the other party's happy response, Killian's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he continued. Of course. And in my opinion, Mr. Killian's last action in South Korea can be regarded as a complete rescue of the lower-class people in South Korea, opening the shackles that have been tightly imprisoned on our heads by those Jebel families for hundreds of years. Although the whole of South Korea is constantly building buildings because of the previous war, many people are actually grateful to you and pioneer technology from the bottom of their hearts. After all, whether it is the medical robot Baymax that your company first launched or the subsequent T-antivirus series serum, it can be proved that Mr. Killian is a good person. So, I believe you and am willing to stand up. Zhao Halen, who looked at him with a firm gaze, also spoke affirmatively and then explained her reasons. To be honest, although her family is not solo class, and even from a certain perspective, she has a close relationship with one of the chaebols, but because of this, she is also accustomed to the style of doing things of those chaebols. It can be said that among the Korean chaebols, almost no one is innocent. Any of them would be sentenced in other countries, not to mention that there are many crazy people who rape, rob and even commit all kinds of evil. Because of the family concept here, the chaebols have given those children a natural status of superiority since childhood. Whether they go to school or enter society, the people around them are inferior to them. Beating and bullying classmates in school is a minor offense. Some people can even go to the other party's home and will not let them go. And if it weren't for her father, who was also from the Jebel family, and because of an accident, he was with her mother, and then gave birth to her, giving her a Jebel identity as a talisman, she would probably have committed suicide before she entered society. You must know that in the whole world, South Korea's suicide rate and the suicide rate of students are among the highest in the world, and they are high, except because the promotion channel is locked. Ordinary people who want to enter a better large company like Sankson must have a diploma from a first-tier university in South Korea. And this kind of first-tier university can be said to be a million people crossing a single plank bridge, and only a few can pass it. In the end, they are qualified to become interns of Sankson Company and have the honor of getting such a unique job. Otherwise, there are only two ways to go, being a female anchor or making a debut. As for waiters and waitresses, although it seems easy to find, the pressure involved can be said to be particularly great. That's why the drinking table culture and the fact that Korean seniors can bully juniors, that will give ordinary people the opportunity to completely release their extremely suppressed emotions one day. It can even be said that the reason why many people at the bottom can persist is that as long as they get older, they will become bullies like their current seniors, and bully the juniors, and exchange the suffering they are suffering now 1,000 times. It can be said that it is this deformed social culture that has allowed the GDP of the entire country to be far ahead under the rapid development, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that this string is too tight and will collapse sooner or later. In addition to this social factor, the natural terror of Korean chaebols is the real root cause. In South Korea, money politics prevails, and chaebols run rampant, killing and setting fires, playing with female stars, corruption and even persecuting others, not to mention what has been revealed in the outside world, such as having unspoken rules with female stars, bullying students, and driving into people. All these things are just a piece of cake for these Jebel children. Even the South Korean president is just a tool in the hands of the Jebel. Therefore, she has long been desperate for such a country, and the reason why she has not left is only because her research cradle of life has given her the motivation to stay. Otherwise, from the moment of graduation, she would have immigrated abroad like other classmates. Even the classmates in her class, who she knows, almost 8 levels of classmates, all ran to other countries, and they have no nostalgia for this place. According to the above, it can be said that Killian's coming this time is not an invasion, nor a revenge or attack. In the hearts of many people, this is the angel who came to save them, their Jesus and Lord. Even during this period, because there is no rule by the Jebel, everyone only feels extremely relaxed, and even works harder. So now Killian may not know how high his reputation is in the hearts of the Korean people. It is estimated that even if he stood up and shouted that he wanted to establish a country in Korea and become the president, these young people would probably flock to recommend him. And this is why Zhao Halen agreed so readily. Well, very good. Then next. However, Killian, who knew nothing about this, only thought that the other party was very interested in the title of saving the world and was the kind of person with a strong sense of world mission and responsibility. He nodded and began to explain the specific plan. After a long time, when the scene was transferred again, only Zhutian and her cradle of life were left at the scene. On the other side, Ultron, who was extracting Hank Pym's brain consciousness at this moment, seemed to feel something. He suddenly froze in his place, and his whole mind was directly invested in the computer. At this time, a delivery email from South Korea, along with the so-called Cradle of Life plan, was intercepted by him when it was delivered to Stark Company. It can be said that this is also a big mistake. Because of the movie, Killian always believed that Ultron was created by Stark, so after making preparations in advance, he asked Zhutian to send a copy of the project information of Cradle of Life to Stark Group, and the reason was to seek financial investment and cooperation. Now, let alone Stark Group, the entire American network, except for Avangard and its products that can continue to use the network, has been controlled and hacked by Ultron. As the first and key control of Stark Group, Ultron naturally left sufficient backup. After all, this is also his arsenal, and it has left many spies here. And this time it was activated because the program it left behind detected useful information for it. Cradle of Life? Can it coexist with various metals and tissues, and combine them to create a new artificial body? Isn't this the technology tailored for me? Ho ha ho ha. Destiny is really in my hands. After reading this information, Ultron laughed out loud for the first time without disguising. You have to know why he tried so hard to copy Hank Pym's thinking and even used it as a prototype to create his own clone. Wasn't it just to create a body of his own? Exclamation mark. And now, all of this was unexpectedly obtained by him in this way. Quoting a sentence from the TV, at this moment, Ultron felt that he was destined to be born. It's just that the technical information here is still incomplete. And, it's still missing some of the most important things. In the surprised eyes of the Ant-Man family present, Ultron, who had calmed down again, couldn't help but speak. After all, this is just project investment information. As an investor, he will definitely not attach all the technical information to it. This can be seen from some movies and TV shows that Ultron has checked. Then his whole mind was empty, and then with a rapid rotation of data in the network world, Ultron opened his eyes again, and his consciousness came to South Korea. But this time he didn't reach the place he wanted. Instead, it was one of the few areas with electricity, power outage, internet outage, and post-war maintenance. No wonder the project team chose to seek investment from Stark Group. Although Ultron did not have any expression at this moment, from the other party's words, it seemed that Ultron had a complicated expression after learning about the local situation through the few places with cameras and the internet on the scene. It really didn't expect that it had finally found a project, but it was realized with the help of the company where its only competitor worked. But, that's good. In this case, it should be a natural thing for me to recruit again. After thinking of this, Ultron's voice in the virtual world couldn't help but become brisk, and then after he finished speaking, Ultron returned to the real world. At this time, looking at the clone next to him who was constantly twitching and had already extracted more than half of the progress, Ultron finally pulled Hank Pym off the seat full of extraction lines with a big hand. Then he threw it aside like throwing garbage. After several intelligent robots arrived at the scene, the whole person's consciousness changed, and then he entered the body of an intelligent robot leading the team, and then flew towards the distant sky with thousands of intelligent robots. Because of the influence of Tony Stark, after it devoured the artificial intelligence Jarvis in Tony's villa, it also accepted all the information in his computer, and these also included the information about the arc reactor that Tony Stark had just created. So except for the first batch of steel intelligent robots that had been produced, all the intelligent robots after that were installed with the arc nuclear reactor by Ultron. It can be said that with this thing, it is like carrying a nuclear power plant with you, and you can go anywhere in the world you want. The energy limit has no meaning in front of it. Then the entire army flew straight to South Korea under the eyes of the American people. At this time, for South Korea, many people still don't know what kind of disaster the arrival of robots will bring to this land. At this time, as the person involved, Dr. Zhutian, although he has agreed to be an insider for this incident, helping pioneer technology to do something when making armor for Ultron. But as time passed, Zhutian still felt a wave of tension in her heart. After all, before this, in order to help her popularize the horror of Ultron, Killian directly played the video records of Ultron throughout the United States to show her. Although Zhutian still insisted on her decision, the physical fear was difficult to overcome. Here it comes. Exclamation mark. While Zhao Halen was still preparing for herself, accompanied by the sound of bombing and endless screams outside the laboratory, Zhao Halen also completely believed Killian's words in his heart. This cruelty called artificial intelligence is really as shown in the video. Chapter 200 Global Emergency Meeting. Bang! At this moment, along with the sudden rupture of the window, a huge body rushed in directly from the window, and at this time, Ultron's other clones also flew in directly, and before those researchers had time to escape, they controlled all the people present. Dr. Zhao Halen. After controlling the scene, Ultron, who landed directly on the ground, walked towards the target woman in the innermost, Zhao Halen, and said as he walked, "You, who are you?" At this time, after seeing the other party's huge body of nearly 3 meters, even Zhao Halen, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, could not help but be scared and retreated repeatedly, and then spoke nervously. "Don't be afraid, Dr. Zhao Halen, I came with a friendly attitude. Look, I didn't touch any of your researchers." After seeing the other party's nervous attitude, Ultron walked towards the cradle of life not far away with satisfaction, and while speaking, he slowly felt a breath of his future flesh on it with his metal palm. At this moment, Ultron felt that he was not far from entering the real world. But before that, he still needed a little help from the other party. "I don't think that you are friendly by bringing your men to break into my laboratory. Just tell me, what do you want?" After hearing the other party's words, Zhao Halen looked at the other party with a vigilant face, and then spoke. "Maybe you may have a little misunderstanding of my actions now, but believe me, if you see other people, you will know how friendly I am now. Of course, it doesn't matter. What I want is to bring real peace to this world, no one to make decisions for anyone, no war, oppression, bullying, and build a perfect and completely peaceful world. So under this condition, I need you to help me create a body." Looking at the vigilance revealed by Zhao Halen in front of him, Ultron didn't care, but spoke through the speaker with the cold corners of his mouth. What's the benefit for me?" After hearing the other party's words, Zhao Halen looked at the other party with a complicated look at this time, and then spoke. "Wait a minute. $1 billion has been deposited into your account. It is a Swiss bank anonymous card that I set up specifically for you. The account number and password have been sent to you. I know you are now worried about the lack of research funds for your scientific research project. Believe me, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me and help me create a new body, then I can help you build a scientific research kingdom that belongs to you alone, where you can do whatever research you want. Excellent research team, high-performance equipment and instruments, everything can satisfy you. I remember a saying that makes sense, that is, a true winner can make each other gain their own interests." After only a moment of daze, along with Ao Chuang's recovery, Zhao Halen on the opposite side also saw the prompt message on his mobile phone, and at this time Ao Chuang also spoke immediately. After all, for it now, it is simply too easy to get a sum of money on the internet. Even if it is a formal channel of funds, it is just a drop in the bucket. So, giving Zhao Halen $1 billion was just an idea for it. As long as the other party was willing to work with it, it could let him open a printing factory, not to mention $1 billion. This. After seeing the specific content on his phone, even Zhao Halen was stunned by his handwriting. He looked at the phone in his hand with a shocked face, and then looked at the other party. "How about it? As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, you don't have to worry about the funds and your personal safety anymore." After seeing the other party's shocked expression, Ultron, who felt very satisfied with this, also spoke immediately. "I don't know why, it just likes this feeling of being looked up to by others. However, it doesn't feel bad about this. After all, the more this happens, the more it proves that its artificial intelligence program is higher. Of course, if you don't want to, then believe me, you won't want to see the consequences." Seeing that the other party was still hesitating for so long and hadn't made a decision, Ultron spoke threateningly. Then the robots on the side began to charge their palm cannons and aimed them at every researcher in the laboratory. For them, they just waited for Ultron's order and would fire directly. In this way, Ultron gave Zhao Halen 2 choices, one a big stick and the other a sweet date. "Okay. I think you convinced me." At this time, after seeing his colleagues, he could only raise his hand helplessly in compromise. "Very good, what else do you need? I want you to make a body for me as soon as possible." After hearing that the other party agreed with his words, Ultron laughed and said, "It depends on what kind of body you want to make. If it is an ordinary one, then I can do it now. The flesh and blood body plus an intelligent chip and a signal receiver can give you a brand new body. And if you want something else, then it depends on the raw materials. After hearing Ultron's words, Zhutian also spoke at this time. I want to create a body that has both a human body and an indestructible appearance. After listening to Zhutian's words, Ultron narrowed his eyes and spoke. While the two were talking, the newly formed National Guard of South Korea outside saw the robots with the Stark Group logo invaded their territory without any notice. And after breaking into the laboratory, Park Jae-hyun, as the commander, also subconsciously felt humiliated. If Pioneer Technology drove the aerospace mothership over before, it would be fine. You, the Stark Group, dared to provoke them. If you don't fight back, won't any company be able to run to their territory to show off your power in the future? So, with such emotions, the army that had already arrived, after seeing the intelligent robots flying in the sky, also locked them as soon as possible, and when the leader was about to speak, the Ultron Core, which was originally an artificial intelligence robot, saw that they were locked on, and without saying a word, they directly engaged the enemies who were aiming at them. They started to fire missiles and beams from a distance to greet them. After firing, they did not give the other party a chance to continue to lock on them, and began to dodge and intercept with their high mobility. Damn it! Everyone fire! At this time, seeing that the other party dared to fire first, the person in charge of the unit also gave an angry order at the first time. For a while, accompanied by the roar of artillery fire, there were bursts of artillery explosions in the sky. The explosion sound of boom boom was endless, just like the rolling thunder, with a monstrous momentum, and spread far away. And the balls of fire in the sky, which were produced by the explosion of artillery shells, were also hanging in the sky, accompanied by a strong shock wave that spread out, stirring up the airflow, causing several powerful air waves in the sky. Missile lock. Fire. At this time, after watching the robots in front of him continue to arrogantly attack him, the person in charge immediately ordered his men to drive out the anti-aircraft missile vehicle, and then with the opening of its barrel, it immediately revealed the full of anti-aircraft missiles inside, and then through the radar capture system of the vehicle, it instantly locked the Ultron Core flying in the sky, and then fired. Boom. 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 Exclamation mark. Then, one anti-aircraft missile after another, with the target locked, was ejected one after another, and then rushed towards the Ultron Core in the air at a very fast speed. The radar lock alarm was transmitted through the data link, and this information was immediately known to all the Ultron Core. Then all the Ultron Core intelligent robots, at this moment, just like one person aimed a shell at the oncoming missile, and with the firing of the shell, they also began to intercept the incoming missiles. At this moment, no intelligent robot locked on the target missiles overlapped. The anti-aircraft missiles of the anti-aircraft missile vehicle were intercepted by shells from the intelligent robot army before they even reached them. This is the horror of the Ultron army. As long as it is within the calculation range of Ultron, its Ultron army can calculate the trajectory of the opponent's missiles in an instant, and then calculate the time and location of its own attack, and then intercept it directly. It can be said that the horror of modern warfare is fully reflected in the Ultron army. As long as the amount of calculation is sufficient, even things that will happen in the future can be calculated. When the local Korean National Guard saw that their artillery attacks were intercepted directly by the opponent, everyone's eyes revealed a strong look of disbelief. You know, that is an anti-aircraft missile vehicle, not to mention robots, even fighter jets can intercept it, but it was intercepted by these seemingly insignificant little things. It can be said that the combined firepower intensity, ammunition loading capacity, and even the total amount of energy of these armies in front of them are not as much as Ultron's intelligent robots. This is the advantage of robots. As long as there is enough energy, they can carry multiple ammunitions. It can be said that every Ultron intelligent robot present is a template of a fighter and a bomber. What shocked them even more was that after the defensive interception, the Ultron Core also chose to take the initiative to attack. This time, the thousands of intelligent robots brought by Ultron were for him to occupy the city of South Korea while looking for Zhutian. Then batches of intelligent robots flew out of the laboratory and dived towards the army below. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a sea of fire burned beside these people. Many people were engulfed by the flames before they even had time to react and find shelter. Facing the aggressive Ultron Core, these Korean National Guards, which were temporarily formed, had no power to resist at all. They were defeated in a short time and fled in all directions. The intelligent robots of the Ultron Corps who saw this scene did not pity them for their escape, but stepped on their feet one by one, and one by one, they shot towards the assigned targets. For a time, almost no one on the scene could survive. After seeing their companions being killed even if they ran, some soldiers had made up their minds not to run and raise their guns to fight back, but it was too late, or there was no chance at all. At this moment, as the fighting between the two sides became more intense and the artillery fire became more and more roaring, everything here was naturally discovered quickly. In particular, some people who still used Pioneer technology mobile phones recorded it directly into video and posted it online after connecting to Pioneer Technology's satellite network. At this moment, many Asian countries that had not been affected were stunned after seeing this scene. You have to know that these are robots. If they didn't believe in the so-called artificial intelligence rebellion before, or even if they believed it, they thought it was just in the United States, which was still far away for them. At this moment, after seeing so many Korean National Defense Corps soldiers being slaughtered and the city being bombed continuously, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came to their hearts. At this moment, everyone felt a chill on their backs. Although many people have not seen these robots come to their countries and cities, looking at the United States, which was the first to suffer, and South Korea, which has now been invaded and has no resistance, are they far away? For a time, desperate remarks about the coming of the end of the world swept everyone's mind. At this moment, as the agency where the Earth Federation is located, it also quickly received a report. After seeing this scene, almost everyone's eyes showed shock and worry. After all, according to the information collected now, it is artificial intelligence. Even if it only exists on the internet, it is extremely terrifying for them. But compared to this, some countries directly turn their spearheads to the United States. After all, in the photos sent back from the scene, those rebellious robots were printed with several iconic codes of the Stark Group, which would definitely not deceive people. To put it nicely, the United States is reaping the fruits of its own actions, being bitten back by the artificial intelligence created by its own companies. To put it bluntly, or in a darker way, perhaps all of this is a scene directed and acted by the United States, with the purpose of letting robots invade other countries and thus setting off the Third World War. Then, using the excuse of military loss, they did not participate in the war in the early stages, and only stood up and wanted to do something in the later stages when the robots had almost consumed the national strength of all countries. For a time, this kind of speech was directly spoken by most people in their hearts and was directed at the American representative. At this time, all the countries gathered in the virtual conference room established by Pioneer Technology, and the quarrel was almost unbearable. Well, now the situation outside is getting more and more serious. Our top priority now should be how to solve the problem of the Ultron incident, rather than meaningless accusations and quarrels here. After watching the atmosphere at this 3D virtual projection meeting that was almost out of control, the Red representative, as one of the 5 permanent members, stood up and spoke after scanning the circle with a calm look. Hey, what can we do now? The network is unusable, and the satellite is unusable. By then, even if Ultron really comes to our country, we are almost blind. We can only go back to the fighting style of the First World War, relying entirely on the naked eye. After hearing the big brother stand up and speak, the Italian representative at this time spoke with a decadent and helpless look. After all, their boss and spiritual leader have been beaten by those so-called artificial intelligences and are completely out of breath, not to mention their weak arms and legs. If they really encounter artificial intelligence invading their country, they probably have to consider asking the other party whether they will accept surrender. Yes. By then, they will have endless steel to produce endless robots. What about us? We can only use flesh and blood to pile up one by one. The most terrifying thing is the network power. Many places in our country have been completely paralyzed and can't be used. After hearing the words of the Italian representative, several representatives of other countries also spoke up. After all, for them, they do not have the strength of the military powers such as Russia, the Red Army, and the United States. They do not even have 1/10 of their military strength. They are small and not big, and their armaments can only be said to be barely done. When dealing with some small countries with the same military strength as themselves, they can still fight back and forth, but for an intelligent army like this that defends immortality and has cutting-edge technology, they can only be said to be beaten by the head. Okay, everyone calm down. Since we can gather here for a meeting now, it means that there is still hope. After watching the representatives of these countries on the scene, talking chaotically, the Russian representative on the side also spoke up. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.